jìnnà sí wọn bí sọmọ sílẹ̀ o ara ló ń ta wọn ṣe mọ́ o náà bá ń sunkún sójú bẹ̀rẹ̀ má ti fi ìgbín sọ kó fẹ́ yẹ ẹyẹ fò lọ ìgbín sọnù sígbó wọn dúró títí ọwọ́ wọn ò tó ìṣó máa ṣe ta ní kókó ṣòkòtò tí yóò lókun ó dá kìtìyàn ó dórí àwọn lọ́tẹ̀ o. Mi lọ́nà o mo tẹ́rí bá fàdà àgbà o àgbà ẹ̀ foríjì ni ojoojúmọ́ ni mo pọ́n wọn lé mo ń ṣèyá sí àwọn àgbà o mi ò fojú tí rìn wọn láyé ọmọdé ẹ má fàgbà ṣe yẹ̀yẹ́ torí oníkọ́ tó yẹ ọ̀la ni ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o màmá ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Máa ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà o. Ọmọdé ń bọ̀ wá dàgbà. Bọ́lájú kòkòrò bá gbẹ́ran nígbó tó bá fúnra ẹ̀ pín ló dára jù o. Kọ̀wé mi á jẹ́ dàgbà o. Èyí mo rí màrò ẹ̀ka gbogbo náà ní ilé ayé. Sùúrù ní ṣẹ́gun ohun gbogbo. Ẹ má ṣèké mo ní ẹ má dalẹ̀. Forí wórí kìlọ̀ ló jẹ́ ẹ̀yin forí wórí yìí yóò ṣàbàmọ́ àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé o nílé ayé o àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé dẹ́bìtọ̀ rẹ̀ àtàrà ilé o àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́ láyé àwa ò ní ṣàbàmọ́. Ṣòkòtò wọn múra wọn sáré kẹrù sọkọ o àyànmọ́ ògbóògùn wo wọn ò béèrè lọ́wọ́ orí orí lọmọ mẹ́wàá lọ ìyàwó ohun tí ẹ wá lọ sí Ṣòkòtò ohun bẹ lápò Ṣòkòtò mo sọ àkúnlẹ̀yàn ọmọ ẹ̀dá láyé kò lè yí padà mo ń tẹnu mọ́ o olórí làlá bàrò orí làlá bàrò olórí mi níjà o. Olórí lálàbàrò. Lálàbàrò. Olórí lálàbàrò. Oríjà jogun ìkànnì wọn rí má fi wá fáyé mu nílé ayé wa o. Olúwa àgbẹ̀ wa níyà o. Àmì nílé ayé wa. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ ni wá. Ó tilẹ̀ jẹ́ pé ọ̀tá kọ́ lẹ́yìn. Ṣọ́wa nínú àpamọ́ kìnìún. Ejò olóró àkekèé ṣọ́wa nínú ìdàgìrì ayé dáàbò ẹ̀bùn wá fi ṣọ́rẹ́ ṣọ́wa o mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè mo máa sádìyọ bàbá lókè o mo sádìyọ bàbá lókè o Olúwa gbé wa níjà o mo sádìyọ bàbá.
Well, here's the video of Bola Ahmed Tinubu muttering those unintelligible words which have since gone viral. Let's take a look.
You see the innovation. If we lend ourselves to innovation, we can create wonders. Here is a successful, again, a town hall, different from Blue. Bulaba.
Now our mama be this, so we no get another one. Now our mama be this, so we no get another one. Now our mama be this, so we no get another one. Remi Tinubu, Mama Nigeria.
May your reign see prosperity. May Nigeria continue as a united country. Thank you, India Anambra. A lot of my friends are from Anambra here.
This is guy where they dance, where they with the leather jacket. No be yori, but I dey bust your bracket. What's up, buy the beat? This time way you got the shake. You dey feel like man, you know say me, I know the rig. See the guy got the dance. You dey feel the way me say I come here to the yarn. Show them say you sabi, show them say you say you want. Hey, no be lie, see the boy with the mount. Hey, I see my guy normally I come to drop bars, something way be top notch. I don't dey shake the guy, he's up on a short vlog. Everybody they feel I'm the way and they drop some. The guy don't they smile, feel like say your head is on ball. He said he dey feel the way I just dey go, the flow is dope. He said he don't dey feel I'm on the low. I savage on the beat, you know say me say on a bad. Who be this your fight baby like this ready for your band? Fine girl, what's up? Papa come now, make we talk now. I know say this if you play with man, but make it no come be like say me self go for your hand. Make we interact one on one. Did they get them out? Or this your get you fine, be like say you pack it down. But everybody don't they feel them, they know say you bad. Everybody don't they see them, no say yes you do. Collect the fight, my guy. You said God, you know you joke. Collect the fight, make it no come they make me hanging. It's not like they come, you know that yeah the thing is banging. I like this guy because he be loving ham sounding. Everybody they see him, they know say the thing they boss. This the way everybody they carry babe come. Also find me one babe now so that I go drop it. No, this one are your babe. All those catches you know say me self I don't want to make it. Make it no come be like say me self I come here come they toast. When I go come stop me for the road, come they ask me how far waiting come they walk me. All those catches are waiting me self I don't want on the low. But I know say yes the girl she fine, she get the thing way man they fine, but he gon' design, God this day design, I know the lie. She get the thing like this way the man they fine. But fine girl come now make I toast.
Tí ò bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn. Pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́ mo dẹ̀ lọ bá ń Kaduna wà rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀kún kọ́ lélẹ̀ àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré ó dẹ̀ gbà àtijọ́ tó yẹ ti débẹ̀ mi ò gba mínísítà mi ò gba contract. Mi tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi tọrọ gàrí, mi tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Ó wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn.
Thank you.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹnu, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀. Akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́, ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀. Wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́. Akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè, wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù. Bọ́wọ́ wọn bá tẹ̀ mí, wọ́n á fi jóye aláre. Àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀, wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́, ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ. Wọ́n ń pa Akíntọ́lá, Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún. Wọ́n ń pàdé Ìyọ̀dà, ọmọ Àtàlàbọ̀bà. Àkànbí wọ́n ń pàdé Ṣàtàdàdẹ, ọmọ ọba Ìjẹ̀bú Mèrè. Aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ, ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run. Tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, tó o bá ṣe pé tìyẹ, náà máa ń darí jọ wí. Àgbèrò ni kò ń gbọ́wọ́, ọ̀gọ́ ti ṣìgìdì bá gbé, àbẹ́tì ló máa ń gbé, àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́. Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ, kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́. Aṣíwájú Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ. Àkànbí Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀. Ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lì Ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀.
And there it is right there. There it is right there. So there it is right there. The DK Simba of Igbo land, the Jagaban of Bogu, your president. So there it is right there. The Emilokon of Africa. So there it is right there. Let me play you this one actually.
I'm going to be president of this country, whether you like it or not. And I will preside over the affairs of this country, including presiding over you. I think you must start adjusting to that reality. The sooner you do that, the less chest pains you'll have when that reality comes.
And there it is right there. The less chest pains you have when that reality comes. So the DK Simba of Anambra and the whole of the Southeast. So there it is right there. I wonder who has the most prestigious title in Igbo land, Peter Obi or Tinubu. Does Peter Obi even have what do they call him? Equite or Ekute or something? Is that a title or just a nickname? Does he even have a title to his people? He governed them for 8 years. So it was he rewarded with a title, or you tell us that it's above that sort of frippery. But there it is right there, the DK Simba of Igbo land. So you know that's going to be part of the campaign tools. That will go into the toolbox for the campaign in 2027 when it goes to the Southeast. What else do you think will be? What else do you think the posters will be reading when Tinubu goes to campaign in the Southeast? The DK Simba. Is it DK Simba or Simba? So the DK Simba of Igbo land, yes, no, it means warrior from the diaspora. So it's not strongman from their side. It means warrior from the diaspora. Yes, it's not indigenous to the culture. So he'll take that anyway. So if you need a warrior from Abeokuta, then I think Tinubu may well be your man. So good day to you and all that. Apologies for yesterday, I didn't come out, but I am out today. So there it is. So good day to you. The protocol remains the same. Click on the like button just at the invitation to do so. Click on the click on the like button. Not already subscribed, then please correct that. Subscribe. So, you know, if you're already subscribed, please don't click on the subscription button, because I'm noticing some funky movements anytime I ask people to subscribe. You know, it goes the other way rather than the way it should go. So if you've already clicked on subscribe once, you don't have to click on it again. So like and then subscribe. If you want to come and join me on the screen, your ticket to your entry ticket is the hyperlink that says StreamYard. So if you do want to come join on the screen, click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then it brings you into the screen. So do that. Like, share, subscribe. Click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and if you feel inclined, super chat towards the stream as well. So those are the 5 things I always ask. So those are 5 things I'm asking now. So let's just get started, shall we? No time to dilly-dally. If you pardon me, no time to dilly-dally. Pressure mounts on Tinubu to sack Defense Minister Badaru over rising insecurity. So I'm not quite sure if it makes any difference. I'm not even sure why he appointed this guy in the first instance, because this guy has links with Boko Haram, this Badaru. So and it's been investigated along those lines. It's been actually the terrorists themselves. They've come out to inform that Badaru is one of their lead persons. So somebody that is so enmeshed in that insecurity space, I'm not quite sure why he is the Minister of Defense. Pressure mounts on Tinubu to sack Defense Minister Badaru over rising insecurity. Actually, let me play you a clip before we get into this. There's a particular clip that aligns with this storyline. So let me play you this. We just tells you that there's so many dimensions. There's so many dimensions to the chess play that is going on in Nigeria. So multi-dimensional chess play is the Nigerian experience. So I'll precursor this article with this clip.
We have had a northern president from Katsina for 8 years. Before he came, we did not have a single IDP. All our local governments were safe. Now Katsina State, 22 out of 34 local governments, that is 65% of Katsina, is under siege. Borno State is more secure and safer than Katsina. That we had a president who is from there. That is a failing of us northerners. We need to look at ourselves. And now here we are. We have a leadership. We have a vice president number 2 who is from the north. We have a speaker of the house who is number 4 who is from the north. We have an SGF who is from the north. We have the senior most military officer who is from the north. We have all the ministers of defense from the north. We have the minister of police from the north. We have the national security advisor from the north. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu will look at us and say, you guys have no excuse not to bring peace to your land. So it is up to us to look at ourselves in the mirror, we northerners, especially those in government, and lock the door and say, people, how do we take care of these problems? President Bola Ahmed Tinubu from the southwest cannot come and bring peace to us. It is us that must bring peace to ourselves. And it is not the military that will bring peace. I've said it again and again, banditry can never be won on the battlefield. We are just putting the military to clean up after this mess. They're everywhere. So northern leadership, all of us, must come in, lock the door and sit down and see how we can bring peace to our land. 15 years of Boko Haram, 9 years of banditry. Are we going to continue this forever? I have friends in the United States calling me and say, did you see the primary school where these kids were taken? Blown roof, nothing there. Well, this is the leadership of the North that fuels all of this. And we're looking elsewhere, we're blaming somebody else. No. Leaders of the North, those in government and out of government, it's time for us to look ourselves in the face and say, we have failed our people, we need to do better. The military cannot bring peace to ourselves. None. We must all get involved and stop this nonsense, this Boko Haram, this banditry.
So there it is right there. The insecurity in the North is very much contrived. There is absolutely no reason. Do you know that these bandits they move in the scores sometimes even in the towns, they move in tens and hundreds on motorbikes with assault weapons fully on display, and then they cascade through a whole swathe of land to get to where their victims are, to get to where they are looking to sack or ransack. So people see them, they know them, you know. So there's nothing going on in the north that is not contrived by the leadership of that space, and it is in their interest to continue to have this tension because that is the potency of the north. Violence is the whip hand, the hand that the northern part of Nigeria holds over the Nigerian state is violence. They have a preponderance towards violence that the southern region recoils, from. Because we're not we're not used to that level of violence, that's one. And then we value life more than they do, that's two. And we're able to calibrate life in a meaningful way. And that is where we find the value. So, but they don't value life, you know, especially they have a handful of an elite space and the rest cascading. There's no middle class on the north. They have the wealthy, and then the vast expanse of the rest of the population are dead impoverishment. You know, a rudderless life without meaning is a life then that is easily given up, and that is their potency. The preponderance towards violence is the whip hand that the northerners hold over the Nigerian state. So if you're now asking then somebody that is aligned with insurgency to be in charge of the Ministry of Defense, then you're not really looking to make any progressive step. Pressure mounts on Tinubu to sack Defense Minister Badaru over rising insecurity. Calls for the removal of the Minister of Defense, Muhammadu Badaru Abubakar, have intensified as a federal lawmaker and a youth group declared him unfit to manage the country's worsening security crisis. The Afenifere Youth Vanguard for Peace on Sunday backed Honorable Yusuf Gaji, a member of the House of Representatives from Plateau State, who last week issued a scathing criticism of the minister on the floor of the House. Gaji had raised, let me start off from top again, calls for the removal of the Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru Abubakar, has intensified as federal lawmakers and a youth group declared him unfit to manage the country's worsening security crisis. The Afenifere Youth Vanguard, for Peace in Nigeria on Sunday backed Honorable Yusuf Gaji, a member of the House of Representatives from Plateau State, who last week issued a scathing criticism of the minister on the floor of the House. Gaji had raised the alarm over recent terrorist attacks, particularly in Borno State, where insurgents reportedly overran military bases and carted away 40 tanks and military platforms, calling into question the nation's defense capacity. So you see all of these ideas that terrorist attacks a military barrack or a military formation. I've never bought that. It's essentially the northern elements within the Nigerian army passing weaponries to the insurgents. There's absolutely no way that an insurgent can go into an army barracks, sack the barrack, and cut away 40 tanks and military platforms. It's just impossible unless the window was open for that to happen. And the window is, because if they overrun that barrack, and by the way, any barrack in Borno State should never be overrun because that is the epicenter of insurgency. So they should be battle ready and on alert at all times. So they should never be overrun in Borno State, any barracks, that's one. And if a barrack is being attacked, then there should be signals being sent for reinforcement to the point that in the course of that battle, the insurgents will be overwhelmed. So they just, and we hear these storylines too often, that they went to attack the defense academy in Kaduna under the Buhari administration. So that tells you then that there is no resistance to it, which is to tell you then that elements within the state are essentially passing on weaponries to the insurgents. Don't believe for a microsecond that any barrack has ever been sacked. You know, imagine a barrack in Borno State, and you're telling us it's being run by it's been overrun by Boko Haram. How is that even possible? Pressure mount on Tinubu to sack Defense Minister Badaru over rising insecurity. Calls for the removal of the Minister of Defense, Mohammed Badaru Abubakar, have intensified as a federal lawmaker, and a youth group declared him unfit to manage the country's worsening security crisis. The Afenifere Youth Vanguard for Peace in Nigeria on Sunday backed Honorable Yusuf Gaji, a member of the House of Representatives from Plateau State, who last week issued a scathing criticism of the minister on the floor of the House. Gaji had raised the alarm over recent terrorist attacks, particularly in Borno State, where insurgents reportedly overran military bases and carted away 40 tanks and military platforms, calling into question the nation's defense capacity. Describing the lawmaker's statement as a clear and courageous vote of no confidence, the AYPN, that is the whatever that group is, what are they? Afenifere Youth Vanguard. Describing the lawmaker's statement as a clear and courageous vote of no confidence, the AYPN said Badaru lacks the competence and commitment required to secure the country. There is no excuse for what is happening under Badaru's watch. The Defense Ministry is not a reward for political loyalty. It is the backbone of Nigeria's safety, and it has collapsed under him, said Olatunji Fadare, president of the organization. The group alleged that since his appointment, the minister has focused more on consolidating personal business interests than addressing security threats, describing him as a contractor in a camouflage ministry. They further claimed that defense contracts are being awarded based on political alignment, which they say has contributed to equipment shortages and intelligence failures in military operations. Badaru is too old, too out of touch, and too distracted by ambition to lead a wartime ministry. If we were at peace, maybe he could coast, but we are fighting for our survival, and he's not even present, Fadare said. The group also accused the minister of ethnic bias, alleging that recruitment, procurement, and strategic decisions within the ministry now heavily favor individuals aligned with Badaru's alleged 2027 presidential ambition. They criticized the ministry's They criticized the ministry's response to reports from governors and lawmakers, citing Gaji's claims that warnings from the Borno State governor were dismissed. When people on the ground raise alarm and the minister responds with propaganda, it shows that the ministry has lost its moral compass, Fadare said. The group called on President Bola Tinubu to urgently restructure the country's defense architecture, beginning with Badaru's removal. This is not about politics, it is about survival. The president must show Nigerians that national interest comes before personal loyalty. And we had this under Buhari as well. When we had an unfit, what did he have? Who was that guy? The guy that was patently not suited for the military position that he occupied, but because he's the son of Buhari's, an old friend of Buhari, he just kept in there. Who was that minister of defense, or the army chief of army staff, that was completely useless? The one that is always farming snakes. This is not about politics, it is about survival. The president must show Nigerians that national interest comes before personal loyalty, the statement added. AYPN warned that failure to act decisively could lead to further loss of public confidence in the government's ability to protect lives and property. So yes, I agree in totality with this. Even the guy, even the way he looks does not inspire confidence. And it's a conspirator, a collaborator with insurgency and banditry, by the way. So I'm not quite sure why, I'm not quite sure how that guy actually became the Minister of Defense. But we go on from that to this. Wike allies others storm PDP governors meeting in Abuja. So this is a power play by Wike right here. Our governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, are currently meeting over the state of the party on Sunday night. The meeting also had in attendance former PDP governor, pardon me, let's take that up again. Pardon me. Pardon me. Oh, all right, let's take it from top again. Wike allies others storm PDP governors meeting in Abuja. Governors elected on the platform of the People's Democratic Party, PDP, are currently meeting over the state of the party on Sunday night. Not the state of it on Sunday night, but the meeting took place on Sunday. There was no apostrophe there, so he didn't really break it up in the way that it should be sequenced. The meeting also had in attendance former PDP governors. However, the Federal Capital Territory FCT Minister Yemson Wike arrived at the meeting, which is being held at the Bauchi State Governor's Lodge in Abuja. The meeting was the first since one of the PDP governors, Sheriff Obore Wari of Delta State, dumped the opposition party for the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. The meeting, which was built to commence by 7 p.m., however, started much later. It was expected to deliberate on the impact of defections that have hit the party in recent months, the top of which was in Delta State. Those in attendance include Governor Ademola Adeleke, Governor Caleb Amatwang, Governor Bala Mohammed, Governor Seyi Makinde, Governor Amadu Fintiri, Peter Mbadauda Lawal, Kafas Agba of Taraba State. Some of the former governors present were Ahmed McAfee, Seraiki Dixon, Onilola Achike Udenwa, etc., the usual suspects are Okezia Akpayazu, Samuel Otom, Idris Wada, Babangida Aliyu. Remember Babangida Aliyu? It was a recurring decimal under the Goodluck Jonathan, and it was the lead voice of the people that defected from the PDP. You remember that all those years ago, the narrative of the new PDP, he was the arrowhead of that space. Adamu Muazu of Bauchi State, Udomo Manuel, Aminu Waziri Tambuwal. So it's a full-blown PDP meeting, actually. Gabriel Suswam, Abubakar, Bukola Saraki, Sule Lamido, Ibrahim Dankwambo. So it was a full PDP meeting. I think they're trying to gear up for 2027, and Wike suddenly turns up. The party's NWC members at the meeting were acting national chairman Ambassador Umar Damagum, national organizing secretary Umar Bature, and national legal advisors. This one is not Umaro. Kamadim Ajibade. The ranks of the party have been split over a series of crises ranging from national chairmanship seat, national secretary position, the tussle for the party's leadership in Rivers State, and the congresses conducted. The meeting would also review their court case on the emergency rule in Rivers State. And by the way, they need not bother about that court case in Rivers State, because where is do I have Fubara here? Because Fubara himself, I said, look, just leave me alone. Let me serve my punishment and move on. Oh, can somebody send me that clip again? I did actually have that clip of Fubara just telling them to leave him alone. You know, let me just take my Koboko and move on. Was what he said. Oh, somebody did send it to me actually. Who sent it to me? Let me see. If you have it immediately to hand, can you send it now? Anybody? Let me see. All right. I'll find it and play it to you at some point. But Fubara himself has already said that, look, leave me alone. I'll just take the 6 months and then I'll move on. So there it is. So there it is. Yes. The meeting would also review their court case on the emergency rule in Rivers State. Recall that the PDP governors had challenged the state of emergency declaration at the Supreme Court. The meeting also comes ahead of the elusive National Executive Committee meeting of the party. Internal wranglings have caused the postponement of the NEC meeting 6 times. As of the time of filing this report, the meeting was still ongoing. So that's Wike right there making a power move on the PDP space. so now, so from that today, 2027, I am not returning to the villa. I will campaign for Remi Tinubu. This is Patience Jonathan telling us then that this is Patience Jonathan telling us then that it is fait complete. Yes, the deal is done. So that's hold on. Let me just let me quickly grab something for you. Hold on 1 second. I mean, with that headline coming out from Patience Jonathan, then that closes that window then of good luck Jonathan running. That is only how we can. That's the only way to read it. Because of course the wife would not move outside of the husband's understanding. So that's Patience Jonathan. Hey, yes, let me play you this.
Don't you see how better I look? Looking at the president, if I have my way, I say it's here. It's an altar of God. I don't wish going back there. My spirit has left that place long ago. So all this, I want everybody to focus. Please, it's not everything you do. There's some fight you don't fight.
So that's Governor Fubara right there telling us then that he's content to serve out his 6 months, that is not in a hurry to get back into the State House. So then what then forms the basis of that lawsuit? That's really where the question is. What's that Yoruba adage? Alara oro anyway something, you know? So Alara said ara oromi, so leave the ara alone, essentially what that is. So essentially what that is. So let's go on from that then to the headline piece. 2027, I am not returning to the villa. So that you know, there are 2 phases to this actually. So one, she's telling us that she's not returning to the villa, and she's telling us that she's not returning to the villa. Then that categorically tells you then that good luck Jonathan is not running. So that's one, because they've been permutating him into opportunities to get Tinubu out and still reassure the North that they get back into power in 2031. So he was a big play, good luck Jonathan. But if we were to go by what his wife has come out to say now, I am not returning to the villa, then that should be a categorization that good luck Jonathan is not running. So that's one phase. But then it follows on then that I will campaign for Remi Tinubu. So that is then to tell you then that but the language we've been hearing out of good luck Jonathan is very much anti-Tinubu. So I'm not quite sure if there's a chasm within the politics of the household of good luck Jonathan, but certainly his wife now leans towards the DKC Mba of Anambra State. 2027, I am not returning to the villa. I will campaign with Remi Tinubu. This is the wife of the former president, good luck Jonathan. Pardon me. Former First Lady Dame Patience Jonathan has ruled out any return to Aso Rock Villa, declaring instead that she will campaign alongside the First Lady, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, ahead of the 2027 general elections. The ex-First Lady, known for her candid views, threw her weight behind the principle of rotational leadership, describing the turn-by-turn model as essential for national unity. Jonathan disclosed this whilst acknowledging the president's daughter and Iyaloja General of Nigeria, Folashade Tinubu Ojo, after receiving the Women Icon Leader of the Year award from Accolade Dynamics Limited in Abuja on Saturday night. She said, "I was supposed to call her first, but I have saved her for last. The daughter of our wonderful president, the president of Nigeria, the one and only we believe in, President Bola Tinubu, Iyaloja. Thank you for standing with women. Iyaloja, thank you for standing with women, because these are your women. Carry them along. They are with you. All the way we are with you, no shaking, we will follow. Direct us and we will follow. Because there is only one president at a time, we don't have two presidents. I am outspoken. If I don't like something, I will say it. But if I like something, I die for it. I believe in one president. I believe in turn by turn. When it's your turn, I will support you. When it is not your turn, step back, so that the country can move forward." Speaking further, she said she has a long-standing relationship with Remi Tinubu that predates their time in Aso Rock. Jonathan also recalled how Remi Tinubu and the president supported her and her husband when they contested for the presidency in 2011. She insisted that rather than return to her Aso Rock Villa, she would support the First Lady and her husband. She said, "I did not just know her, Senator Oluremi Tinubu, just because she is the First Lady. No, we worked together. We worked as a group. We are a group. We worked when I was Deputy Governor's wife. We worked when I was Governor's wife. I know her. I talked with Oluremi even when my husband was the Vice President. Oluremi stood with her husband and supported us during our first election. They supported us. So for me, I have a conscience. I cannot abandon a friend, whether you like it or not." I wonder if she's actually messaging to her husband equally as she's speaking to Tinubu's daughter. Because, you see, this is turn by turn. Today is my turn. I will go. Tomorrow, it will be another person's turn. Then we go. And when we go, we will still meet. Where will we meet? I don't know. But this is Patience Jonathan also speaks in our particular way. "I stand by my friend. My friend is great. I told her I would campaign with her. I am not denying her. I am not running. I am not going back to the villa. If you call me, I will not go." So I wonder if this is the language of her husband. I say it every day. Don't you like how young I look? People say, "Mama, you are young. You are young." It is because I have rest of mind. Yes, I don't want to go there. Let my friend be there. Let me also wahala her the way she used to wahala me when I was there. Let me also tease her. And until she comes out, she will be young. But for now, she won't be young. She also threw her weight behind the 35% affirmative action for women in governance, lamenting the repeated rejection of gender equality bills by the National Assembly. During Obasanjo's time, we worked for it, and the executive approved 35%. My husband also maintained it, but when it comes to elective positions, the men dominate and shut us out. may God touch their hearts to understand that we are their mothers, sisters, and friends. We are not trying to take power from them. We are trying to support them. Jonathan described the honor as a recognition. So she goes on to speak to whatever it is that the event was. But that is Patience Jonathan right there, declaring unequivocally our support for Tinubu's re-election. So I wonder how that permutates then into her husband being permuted into politics, into 2027 politics. So that's that. Wike makes surprise appearance at PDP governors meeting in Abuja. So I think we've already just gone through that. Sheyi Makinde also turned up by day, but then of course Sheyi Makinde is still a serving governor. Should we read it again? In a dramatic twist to ongoing developments within the People's Democratic Party (PDP), Minister of the Federal Capital Territory and former Rivers State Governor Yemson Wike made a surprise appearance at a high-stakes PDP Governors Forum meeting in Abuja on Sunday. The appearance marks his first in months amidst heightened tensions and defections rocking the opposition party. Wike's presence is particularly striking given his central role in the breakaway G5 faction and his continued alignment with the APC-led government, a relationship that has raised questions about his loyalty to the PDP and fueled rumors of his eventual defection. Yet on Sunday, he sat amongst his former and current colleagues, sparking speculation of a possible deterrent or recalibration of its political strategy ahead of 2027. The meeting was chaired by Bala Mohammed, and we've read through all the names there. His presence signaled a possible coordinated return to party dialogue despite past fractures. The fifth member of the bloc, Governor Makinde, has remained a bridge between both camps. Sunday's meeting comes at a critical time for the PDP, which is struggling to maintain cohesion in the face of recent high-profile defections, etc., etc. So yeah, we've etc. all that. So let's just move on from there. I was just wondering if that added a bit more to it, but not that much more. Patience Jonathan, I am not returning to Aso Rock Villa campaign for Remi Tinubu. So there's that. So this now the clip that we just listened to. Fubara opens up about returning as governor. Siminalayi Fubara has reacted to the call for his reinstatement as the governor of Rivers State by leaders and politicians in the state and Nigeria at large. The governor was speaking at the service of songs of the late Edwin Clark, the leader of Pandef, said his spirit has left there. That is the State House, of course. Fubara's reaction follows speeches by several leaders who spoke at the event on Sunday, calling for his reinstatement as governor. The leaders took turns to condemn the declaration of a state of emergency in the state and the suspension of the governor, his deputy, and all lawmakers of the Rivers State House of Assembly. However, after listening to the leaders, the suspended governor said everything is not Oshogbe. I don't know what Oshogbe means. So Oshogbe. Fubara also distanced himself from the remarks. He described the leader's condemnation of his suspension and the state of emergency in the state as their personal opinion. Not everything is by Oshogbe. Do you even know if I want to go back there? The suspended governor queried. My spirit has already left there, he added. He further urged those in attendance to forget politics for a moment and focus on the purpose of the gathering, which is to honor the life of our elder statesman Clark. So that's Fubara right there. Playing clever. The guy is actually quite clever, Fubara. If you look at the way he politics, is quite clever, but oftentimes he gets a rush of blood to the head. I don't see why anybody would say Tinubu has not done well. This is Wike. The Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, FCC, EMC Wike, has praised President Bola Tinubu for his contribution to the infrastructural landscape of Abuja. Wike shared his commendation on Saturday whilst inspecting several ongoing projects in the territory. He stated that only those who were visually impaired would accuse Tinubu of non-performance in the territory. Noting that there are several projects lined up for commissioning and others for inauguration in commemoration of the president's second anniversary in office. Wike said the exercise would last at least 2 weeks. He said, Mr. President has given first-class infrastructure to Abuja. All of you can attest to that fact, to the fact. Indeed, Abuja has really changed, so we are happy for it. I want to thank God Almighty for providing the right leadership to Mr. President to provide the dividends of democracy to the residents of Abuja. I don't see why anybody will say that President Tinubu has not done well, except you are just blind, except you don't want to admit something that you know that is good. We are happy that we have fulfilled the promises that we made. So it's beyond equivocation. Just how well. In fact, somebody actually sent me this clip. I hope he's listening. I'll play it. It's just in Nigeria, and it listens to the program, and it just couldn't. It couldn't bear the sort of the sort of noise that goes on here. So he's. Let me see if I can get it. Actually, I'll try and download it and I'll play it to you. Where is that clip? Yes. I'll try and I'll try and download. All right. I'll try and download it. It's just infrastructural developments going on right, left, and center all over Nigeria. It's almost impossible for anybody not to say that they cannot see it. It's all over the place. Roads being rehabilitated with stronger materials, because they are now using concrete instead of asphalt that they just paint on sand and it erodes away. So there's that, and new infrastructures being built all over. The whole country is transforming. So they talk about infrastructural development is taking place in the east, is taking place all over Yoruba land, is taking place in the north, all over the place is taking place. They talk about human capital development that's taking place. We have the NEL funds. Can you imagine how many people that scheme will skill up in perpetuity? Millions of people will be skilled up. So that's what they call human capital development. It's not just empty noise and shouting China. I think by next week, we will be able to provide all the projects that will be inaugurated during Mr. President's second anniversary. But this Gishiri interchange is one of them. The OSEX to Wasa Junction is also one of them. The International Conference Center is another one. The N5 is also another one. We have so many roads, both in the satellite towns and in the city. Even the Abuja Greater Water will also be inaugurated. So we have a lot of projects. It will take us about 2 weeks to inaugurate most of our projects. What makes us happy is when people are happy, because at the end of the day, we are working for the people. I have said it before, leadership is a major issue. When you have the right leadership, people will benefit from it. So that's wicked, right? It's beyond question. Just I think there's actually a clip to that space that I can play you. It's beyond question, just the infrastructural development. All of these clips that I thought I downloaded, did I not even download that one? Oh, all right. Oh, well, we don't have that one, so we don't have it. All right. So all right. So that's wicked right there, telling you it's impossible for anybody to deny just how well Tinubu is doing. In 2027, I will campaign with Remi Tinubu, not going back to the villa. I think we've already gone past that, maybe even more than once. So the next one then, Showore lampooning Peter Obi. So let's have a little bit of that. Showore says Obi not real opposition, obedient movement disagrees. A former presidential candidate of the African Action Congress AAC, Omoyele Sowore, has criticized the Labour Party and its 2023 flag bearer Peter Obi, describing them as a short rental arrangement that lacks the capacity to challenge Nigeria's political status quo. Sowore made the remarks on Sunday whilst appearing as a guest on Inside Sources on Channels Television. But in terms of real opposition, I don't know why anybody refers to Peter Obi as an opposition. He's not opposed to anything the government is doing. He didn't organize his supporters to fight for the election victory he claimed. He said nothing when fuel prices were increased. He has not done anything that an opposition figure typically does, he stated. Sowore dismissed suggestions that Obi remains the most visible face of the opposition ahead of the 2027 general elections and reiterated his long-standing doubt about the political intent and impact of the former Anambra State governor. My position in 2022 and 2023 is what is unfolding now, that contrary to the impression created that Peter Obi was opposed to the system and capable of challenging it, he is, in fact, incapable of doing so. I also said at the time that the Labour Party was a short rental, what they call Airbnb in America. I don't think they call it Airbnb in America only. Airbnb is even in Nigeria they have Airbnb. I'm not quite sure what's, but I don't know quite why he feels the need to do that affectation that he does. By the way, my position, where are the two super chats, by the way? Did nobody bring their wallets today? We want to be seeing the colors of super chats. My position in 2022 and 2023 is what is unfolding, that contrary to the impression created that Peter Obi was opposed to the system and capable of challenging it, he is, in fact, incapable of doing so. I also said at the time that the Labour Party was a short rental, what they call Airbnb in America. You move in, you check out when your time expires. Is that not Hotel California? Or you don't get to leave Hotel California, do you? Welcome to Hotel California. Who knows the lyrics of that song? You can check in, but you can't check out. That's Hotel California. I also said at the time that the Labour Party was a short rental, what they call Airbnb in America. You move in, you check out when your time expires. When they are done with Peter Obi, they'll move the rental to someone else. Maybe Obi doesn't want to move out now, rightly or wrongly, or maybe is staying for show, as Sowore said. Sowore further argued that Obi's promise, there's a lot wrapped into what Sowore is actually saying here. Peter Obi is the face of the opposition, but Peter Obi is not actually opposing anything, not in any detailed or a nuanced way. What Peter Obi just does is to emote. He just talks at the heartstrings of everybody, trying to use emotions and sentimentality, and people are starting to get past that. Actually, let me play you this clip. I was just saying a while ago that the obedience space is starting to backlash against this campaign of calumny, ethnic dog whistle sort of politics that Peter Obi has been playing. But I'll play you that clip. Let me actually read this first. Let me finish this reading, then I'll play you the clip. But there's somewhat of a pivoting in the obedience space, but Obi maybe it's not capacitated to pick it up or to notice it, or is too subsumed by his own aura to pay attention to it. My position in 2022 and 2023 is what is unfolding now, that contrary to the impression created that Peter Obi was opposed to the system and capable of challenging it, he is, in fact, incapable of doing so. I also said at the time that the Labour Party was a short rental, what they call Airbnb in America. You move in, you check out when your time expires. When they are done with Peter Obi, they'll move the rental to someone else. Maybe Peter Obi doesn't want to move out now, rightly or wrongly, or maybe he's staying for show. Showore said. Showore further argued that Obi's prominence in 2023 was largely the result of religious sentiments sparked by the APC's Muslim ticket. That was this whole debate. There was this whole debate around the Muslim ticket. So Christians responded by saying, if you want to Islamize Nigeria, we will Christianize it too. And who was the available Christian candidate? Peter Obi, the former presidential candidate, argued. There was a lot wrapped into Peter Obi's a fabled 6 million votes that they say. There's a lot wrapped into it, and those 6 million votes, there are so many special purpose vehicles packed into that. There's a huge truck of this narrative that Showore is speaking to now, the religious dog whistling. There was a huge mass of religious dog whistling that packed into that vote that won't carry through because, of course, I don't think anybody gives any consideration anymore that Tinubu is a Muslim. There's nothing to suggest that the religion affects anybody in any way in terms of other religions. So that narrative, that religious dog whistling that Obi did heavily in 2023, that will not follow through, and those votes will not follow through as well. The middle belt will not follow through with Peter Obi because they can feel the impact of Tinubu within that region. So, and the South also would not follow through, because we already know they won't follow through anyway when all of their governors have declared, and Fubara about to declare as well. So there's a lot wrapped into that. That there's a lot of special purpose vehicles packed into that 6 million votes. A lot of them would have reached their destination long before 2027, so they will not be following through with Peter Obi. Showore further argued that Obi's prominence in 2023 was largely the result of religious sentiments sparked by the APC's Muslim ticket. There was a whole debate around the Muslim ticket. So Christians responded by saying, if you want to Islamize Nigeria, we will Christianize it too. And who was the most available Christian candidate? Peter Obi. The former presidential candidate argued that real opposition required mobilization, resistance, and street action, all of which he claimed Obi had avoided. If you say you are opposition, you must act like it. You had 6 billion people vote for you. If you can't put all of them on the streets, at least put 60,000 in Abuja and see how seriously the government will take you. You are the ones pouring cold water on protest because you don't want real change. You just want to replace Tinubu's group with your own group, he said. Showore also criticized the current crop of Labour Party lawmakers, noting that their growing alignment with the ruling All Progressive Congress APC. Look at all the Labour Party people in the National Assembly. They are not decamping back to where they came from. They are decamping to the APC. That's the point. These guys are not real. They were not real in 2023, and they will not be real in 2027. He has started. So that's Laolu Akande. That used to be the spokesperson for Shibanjo, if memory serves me right, throughout his tenure. Obedient movement response, but reacting via a phone conversation with Channels Television on Sunday, the national coordinator of the Obedient movement, Yanusa Tanko, dismissed Showore's remarks, stating that Obi's relevance in national discourse remains unmatched. Tanko said, So the question we want to ask is this: when someone is not a worthy opposition, why do you keep talking about him? As we stand today in Nigerian politics, if they don't talk about Peter Obi, none of them gets traction. None. Whether he goes to the toilet, speaks, or makes a statement, it becomes news. That's the level of Peter Obi's relevance in today's political dispensation. Tanko also criticized the recent comment on Obi by the Senate President Godswill Akpabio during a valedictory session for the late Chief Edwin Clark, to a point that Peter Obi was discussed at a valedictory service by no less a person than the Senate President, not even on national policy, but on character assassination. That says a lot. He said he urged political opponents to focus on their future campaigns whilst reaffirming the obedience movement's continued support for Obi's quest for a better Nigeria. They should allow Peter Obi to continue doing what he is doing, challenging the establishment for the interest of the Nigerian people, which he will continue to do and which we will continue to support, he said. So that's Peter Obi right there, still continue to tug at the heartstrings. Yes, let me play you the clip. I did say that the departure lounge of the obedient movement is starting to feel to breaking point. Watch this.
Come 2027 election, emotional politics will not work in Nigeria. Anyone who wants to contest will have to give us reason why we have to contest for them. If you have been a governor before, you will show us your work as a governor. And of course, if you have been a vice president before, you will show us what you contribute to Nigeria as a vice president. Any political office that you have held before, you will show us your impact on the people while you were holding that office. Nobody is going to sit down and come and feed us with cheap lies or think they can play emotional games on us again. Hey, Nigeria is this, hey, Nigeria is that. So what is your contribution? What exactly has been your contribution towards the progress of the nation? And I know many people is going to come out here and say, yeah, it's because it's not holding any political office. When you were holding political office, what was your contribution? And I'm very, very sure by now, Nigerians are very, very wise. Come 2027 election, voting is not going to be based on my brother. Now, based on your handwork, no one is going to be fed with cheap lies. Never again. Well, I understand that there are some people that are still very gullible, that you can win by playing just cheap emotional game. But I tell you, now lie, it is not going to work. So people are trying to tell me that you are going to see a man like Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who has been going from one place to another, trying to unite Nigeria, despite even those that did not vote for him during the election. A man who has showed us that he has passion for this nation. A man who you don't have to belong to his political party for him to embrace you one. I mean, for the past 1 week, people that have been talking about Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu are people that does not even belong to his political party. E.g. Alex Oti. He said a lot of good things about Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. And just yesterday, Soludo actually said the same thing. I mean, Governor Soludo of Anambra State. Despite not being from his political party, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu have shown us that his interest is more than you being from his political party or being from any tribe, as long as you are a Nigerian. And that is how it should be. What Nigeria needs right now is unity. We need a unifier, and that is what we see in Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu. A man who unites the nation, not a man that is going all over the country, all over the world, saying negative things about the nation. At a point where we Nigerians are even struggling with identity issues, where some countries will not even want to grant you visa just because you are in Nigeria. And then one person is moving from one country to another, still trying to defame the country, saying a lot of negative things about the nation, and not giving us hope. Someone that cannot even unite the party where he belongs, according to Senator Godswill Akpabio. How do you expect him to unite Nigeria? Come 2027 general election, emotions is not going to win. We will not be voting by cry. We will not be gullible. Of course, I have never even been gullible. But for as many that were gullible during 2023 election, I'm very sure by now, I don't hope. What should be paramount to every of us right now is how to raise this nation. Not now my brother, now my brother. It is time for everybody to reason logically and drop sentiment as a lot of negative things just because you want to be the president will not. And for the person that said the labor of our hero past is in vain, it will never be in vain. You might have chosen to give up on this nation just because your political ambition is not work. But we don't have any other place to go to, we will never give up on our nation. And the only person we are going to be supporting come 2027 general election is the person that gives us hope. Someone whose passion for this nation is greater than his political ambition. Anyway, this video is just to let you know that come 2027 election, we will be dealing based on facts and not based on delulu. I have one pair of shoes, I have one pair of slippers, we will not work. Look at what is happening in Bangladesh and give us statistics that are not real, we will not work. An ingrate who went around insulting the Yoruba tribe, saying a lot of things about the Yoruba tribe, despite winning 2 states in the south. Abba, what else do you want from us? Is it until we drop our head? It will not work. 2027 will not be a game of emotion. You go show us workings, no be by church or church. It is going to be no retreat, no surrender. Anyway, guys, I'll be right back.
All right, so that's that lady then giving it to Peter Obi both barrels. So that politics will not work in 2027, but everybody is hopeful that Peter Obi comes with that same politics in 2027, which will just make it easier, make it easy for Tinubu, essentially. That that sluggish, slow-witted nonsense. We know he has his it will take the Southeast, of course. But outside of the Southeast, we want to see then. It's not going to be. You see, the 2027 elections, like that lady said, it's going to be a show your workings election. It's going to be show your workings. It's not going to be based on sentimentality. It's not going to be based on. There'll be a lot of ethnic voting, of course. We know that goes with the Southeast. So outside of the Southeast, for the wider Nigerian space, is show your workings. It's going to be an ideas, and this is how the government should calibrate the elections, the conversation around the election. If they want to win, it has to be a battle of ideas, not a battle of emotions or dog whistlings or campaigns of calumny. It has to be a battle of ideas. So if Obi has any ideas, he should start fleshing them out now in a way that coheres. So how is it going to be positioned on the Lagos-Calabar Superhighway? So because he's already told us that it's a waste of money, that it will never be built in 30 years, and we can see the progress being made there. So if Obi, he's already described that project as a waste of money anyway. So if Obi becomes president, is he going to abandon it as yet another white elephant? Is he going to abandon the Sokoto Badagry as yet another white elephant project? What's its position? Is it going to reinstate our fuel subsidy? Is it going to introduce back subsidizing the naira? So all of these things, this is where the conversation is. So he cannot use a being power as the whole of the theme of his campaign. So if AB is buying them, then how do you get them out of it? So he has to come up with ideas. How is it going to tackle insecurity? So you cannot say, oh, people were being killed in Plateau. Okay, people are being killed in Plateau. Then what will you do? So they have to make sure that he speaks to ideas, because I don't think he has any, but he knows how to pull at emotions and play ethnic jingoism. But even in 2023, he never came up with one idea. He waited for PDP and APC to publish their manifesto, and then he copied and pasted it. And then I think when they were asking him questions at Chatham House, he would say, it is all of us now. As you have just said it, we take it along like that now. We cannot continue like this. So if we cannot continue like this, then how do we continue? That's just the thing. But they should not let him get away with. And they would try their best to try to do another Nzobu election. But Nzobu, they must not leave the window for Nzobuism in 2027. If they remove Nzobu from Peter Obi, it's done. It's finished. So this is now the last readout. Nobody in the room. If anybody wants to conversation, come in. Super chats towards the stream as well. We're not seeing any super chats. Lagos has been ranked amongst the world's best city for 2025 by Time Out, joining Cape Town, Marrakesh as the only African cities on the global list. The ranking, based on resident feedback and expert input, highlights Lagos for its vibrant culture, ease of social connection, and growing creative scene. See the new rankings and find out what makes this city stand out. So that's where does Lagos actually rank? Is really does this take me anywhere, or it just opens up to what does this take me to? Doesn't take us anywhere, but there it is right there. Lagos continues to hold its status as Nigeria's preeminent state. Lagos is uncatchable, never mind being surmounted. So Lagos is just there it is right there. Lagos is now an international city. It's just as simple as that. Let me send the link again. If anybody wants the conversation come in, I'll play you the clips that we do have. Nobody turns up. We call it a day. Where are we? Oh, there's been a slew of old videos of Tinubu during his time as governor of Lagos State. And here is his campaign then. This is his first entree. This is not his first entree into politics because he was a senator, but this is with him coming out then to govern Lagos.
I've spent over 4 years in exile campaigning for democracy. I've returned to the country to participate in the transition program because I believe in the credibility of the election and the transition program itself. And I've actively participated since my return. The local government election went well. The logistic inadequate, but effectively we have mastered some of the weaknesses and we proceed. I believe with understanding and serious planning of the government, the transition will succeed.
So that was Tinubu right there campaigning 1999 to be the governor of Lagos State. So still within that time space, can you look at this guy very carefully? Tell me if you know who he is. Type his name in the comment section if you know who this guy is.
And I look at the camera.
Good morning to you, sir. In a few days' time, the state administration or government will be 100 days in office. As one of the people at the helms of affairs in the state, sir, we want you to give us a brief appraisal of what the administration has been able to do in Lagos State and what your ministry is doing to further make the state buoyant in terms of revenue generation.
Thank you. In the brief period in which it has been in office, the administration of His Excellency the Governor, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has, I believe, made giant strides to implement the program that was thought out over a period of time, including the months before this administration actually took office. First of all, in the area of public administration, important steps have been taken to tighten up and make the service more efficient. And in particular, the recurrent costs, the running costs, were cut by 20% in an effort to provide funding in a very tight financial environment, to provide funding for the various social sectors which required immediate funding. Here I'm talking about roads, I'm talking about waste. These are areas in which the long-term plans have been laid.
So that was Wale Edo, of course, who I think was the Commissioner of Finance, Lagos State, Tinubu. I think both for the 2 terms he was, wasn't he? And now the coordinating Minister of Finance now. So it came along with his team. A good abundance. So, Aregbesola would have been part of Tinubu's cabinet if he had not done what he did during the campaign phase. I even had a clip of him, but I just didn't upload it because I didn't want too many of them. So still staying with Tinubu, if only people paid attention to what this guy is saying, a lot of the things that is happening now would not be, a lot of the outcries that we're hearing now would not be there if only people pay attention to what Tinubu has been saying. So this is Tinubu December 2015. I want you to listen carefully to what he has to say here. It's because people don't follow. This guy has been consistent in all of the things that he's doing, by the way. All of the things that Tinubu is doing now, he's always told us that if he ever becomes president, this is what he will do. The now fund for students loan, he's always talked about that. A lot of the things that's playing out now, he's always talked about is. Here is Tinubu again, like I said, this is at December 2015.
Gathered in this hall are mainly all Progressives Party governors and leaders, as well as royal fathers, including the Emir of Kano, Mohammed Sanusi II. The host governor, Malam Nasir El-Rufai, unfolds the reason for the gathering, which is to commemorate the 10th anniversary of the passing away of one of the nation's renowned historians, the late Dr. Bala Usman.
He made his life, his successes, and his career here in Kaduna. He taught in Burial College, Zaria, and spent most of his academic life at the Ahmadu Bello University.
The fuel subsidy removal, which is still a thorny issue in the nation's socio-political scene, comes into focus as APC leader Chief Bola Tinubu addresses the gathering. He says the Nigerian economy could be protected from unnecessary stress occasioned by constant petrol scarcity if the federal government would deregulate the oil sector and fix the refineries.
In a perfect world, I wish we could sanitize the subsidy regime and thus continue with it. However, I have reached the conclusion that there are too many demons in the system for which this hell to be converted into good earth, let alone heaven. None of them will deserve any consideration. Better that we remove it, not for the austere purpose of saving money, but to use the money more wisely, that we might aid than aid the very poor. Better spend the money to save the people instead of expending the people to save the money.
The high point of the ceremony was the establishment of an...
So that was Tinubu right there, talking about fuel subsidy removal as far back as then. So that's that. This will be the last clip, and then we'll hopefully get people coming for the conversation.
Well, I'm going to be brutally frank with this one. I know I'm going to let the dogs out, right? But it doesn't matter. The fact is, I've already been considered to be sponsored. I've been sponsored to divide the North. Well, let me do more justice to that. The fact is, for we to have a fair and a progressive Nigeria, northern politicians will have to stay off power for at least 15 to 20 years. That is just the truth. Because let's face it, what has northern leadership brought to even the North itself? Nothing but abject poverty, insecurity, religious intolerance. And let's face it, the glamour for all this one North, true northerner, we are all northerners, I just feel is geared towards one thing. What is that thing? Grabbing back power from Emiloko. But the fact is, as it turns out to be, Emiloko seems to be very good at his game. Very good. Like 20 steps ahead. In short, this is one of the most interesting elections that I am looking up to seeing. Because for the very first time, the Northerners have been conditioned into a situation that they don't know the way around it. Coalition is going on, you go front, you go come back or whatever. But I think that is actually what suits the northern politicians. They have to embrace the fact that it's not all about only them anymore. And only them, just the politicians, not the poor man. Because, let's face it now, what has been their intervention so far in regards the insecurity that's ravaging the North. The fact is, the propagation of the blame game is the Westerners, it's Western influence that are against us or whatever. They don't want the North to stand. That is what they keep feeding everybody. Well, you can't feed that to people like me. And I hope that if you're a very reasonable Northerner, you should see sense in what I am saying. But if you are not, I already know your stand. But the fact is, you can't feed me that anymore. There are a lot of ills, there are a lot of negligence that have resulted to all these things. Look at what your leadership has brought so far. Insecurity, abject poverty, in some certain places, they trying to have an establishment of a religious belief while leaving people in poverty. That is what you have done. Well, the fact is, the only time I will see a true North that is reflective of the desire of the common man is that North that I'm hoping to see that will want to endorse a candidate that is not necessarily a Northerner, but with the hope that he is going to deliver well to the betterment of the nation. Because let's face it, there is no excuse that the North will give in regards not living up to some of these challenges that is ravaging the North. And when you talk now, they say you are sponsored, FBI, KGB, waiting, they sponsor you. Well, you can now see that I'm really sponsored. Abi, I'm really sponsored. All I'm trying to say is the northern politicians will have to stay off power for at least 15 to 20 years. Let there be equitable distribution of this power. Well, the fact is, it's left to other regions to see sense in what I'm saying and know what to do about that. If you understand what I'm trying to say. That is just my take for now. So you can fire your shot and insult, Abi, as usual.
So there it is right there. So I agree with that guy. The North should not really. They've shown a distinct lack of capacity to govern Nigeria, the North. And where we are now as a country is where the Northerners have put us. Because if you look at the totality of that country, the Northerners have governed it more than anyone else. And all they do, they'll steal all of this money and go to the Middle East to try and pretend like they're Arabs. So I agree. A long breather from. Look at all the transformation going on in Abuja from a guy from the South. You know, and they've always had Northerners in charge of that place. So why wasn't they able to do anything? So I agree with that guy. Let's play the Kegite music and then we'll see if anybody turns up for the conversation at the Kegites.
Only water, only water, where they see ma. Water, only water, where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Ilé ṣọ́bí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Chifu Faila ti kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùrè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mùdé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mùdóde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́ọ̀dù o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ kọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And it is right there. Ikuku Neru Agbeseme, deaths have nothing to do with us. Joining us, Baba, obviously delightful, and Baba is here. Tony is here. It's been held the way through, so I wonder if we still have him in body and spirit. Prince Daddy makes up the list so far. Plenty of spaces still. Anybody that wants to join. Let's kick it off. Start it off with Baba. So Baba, floor is yours. An abundance of people want Badaro out of that space for reasons that he's just harvesting money for his own ambitions and wealth. Patience, Jonathan, etc. So, Baba, good to see you.
Please, Mabinu, before you start, your tone, I can barely hear you.
Yeah, Tony can go carry on.
No, not me. No, you will continue. No, I mean that, I can barely hear one man.
But you follow from beginning.
I don't know why. Ahead. But your videos are so loud, good, but I can't hear you when you speak.
What about you, Baba? Can you hear me?
Clearly.
Yeah. And it's so loud. But can you guys hear me then?
Yeah, we can hear you clearly, and Baba can hear me clearly.
Okay, thank you then. Okay. Then I stand by for Baba, huh?
You can go ahead if you so wish.
Okay, thank you then. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. All right. Then carry on now, Tony. Floor is yours.
Okay, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So yeah, I'm very surprised that this food started to wake up. This Northerners from where you just the last video you played. So exactly, and then I think some of our guys here should be ashamed of themselves right now, because I remember last time Baba was having it tough with those guys, where Baba was trying to make that point that the Northerners have ruled us enough, and all those. Simbad and Remi and all the guys, they were challenging him there. They were trying to start the calculation from 1999. We are talking about the time from time immemorial. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, I really like that guy's submission there that the Northern has been, each other. They should step aside right now for maybe 30 years. You know what I'm saying? So that if they want us to be together, I'm still not. For one Nigeria to continue. I'm still against it. And then I was so sad before I slept off just now while I was listening to you about the development that is taking place in Abuja. Because as for me, I just wish that city to be perished. You know what I'm saying? I'm very sorry to say that. And then and that is why we're not going nowhere. Because people like a man like Ogbeni Daddy was describing his piece of land there. You know what I'm saying? And many Southerners, look at Edwin Clark. The residence is there. That's where it's being buried, or where all this kind of, and we are just captured. We are being captured. The Southerners. Sorry. So who will help us to fight this struggle now for the Oduduwa Republic to come to a place? Because if most of our political elites or the looters, they bought their land, they have invested their money there. It's a pity. So that's for that one, sir. So which other political something, sir, that you want to talk about, sir?
Patience, Jonathan came out to say that she'll be campaigning for the Tinubus in 2027.
Yes.
So,
yes.
And a lot of political calculations that her husband might run. So, what are you making of that?
Yes, sir. I'm so sad also because it's a pity because election just took place in Germany. They started to talk about it, the campaign and all this stuff, six months before the time, or about 3 months before the time. But in our own case, after an election, without even carrying out all the benefits or whatever their various manifestos, even though their manifesto is not on, in the ideologies in Nigeria, instead of them to be looking at how to better the life of the people, they started to talk about the new election again. I look at the way people are trooping from other parties into the so-called ruling party. I think I would recommend that Tinubu should just choose the Burkina Faso way. Just take over the whole country, establish all these state administrators, and then sack all these so-called legislators, these so-called members of the parliament, sack all of them because it's powerful enough. And I'm surprised that he's able to dismantle the northern power right now, as you can see. So let him just appoint military administrators across the country, then because if some military people can
Tony,
sometimes
you meant-
say the the reverse, or they convert to civilian president, why can't he do that? Why can't he do that? Let's just sack.
Tony.
Yeah.
I think Prince was trying to interject you.
You say what?
I think Prince was trying to interject
Tony
you.
is a double barrel. When it gets going, nobody can hear nobody else.
Sorry, I didn't hear you. Okay, now I'm waiting for him now.
Do you know a rap artist called Machine Gun Kelly? That's Tony, Machine Gun Kelly. He was right at that start. Sorry, Prince, carry on.
No, I was going to correct you, Tony. You said you meant legislators, right? No,
legislators.
Legislators.
Yes.
Okay. I got you.
Yes. So that is why I'm recommending there's immediate sack with immediate effect, with immediate effect. Because I know that this for they do listen to us. Can you imagine this Burkina Faso guy is doing exactly what I've been preaching about here? How to take care of the African continent by refining our products, by not letting them go out outside our shores. Okay, now let's come back to Tinubu. Tinubu, please. I like you, and then I wish you good health. Please sack everybody because they can't do anything. You have tested the water. You know what I say? Nobody can do anything. So, but just sack all of them now, so that you can be able to write your name in a stand of time. By saying that, okay, Tinubu, once upon a time, he was the only civilian president that could convert himself into military something. Because military people, they do convert themselves into a civilian, presidents. Why can't you do that too? Do it so that you can also save us our money. All these billions these people are receiving, 30 million a month, per legislator. It's too much. And then you go to the state assembly, the same thing. All the cars, all the various. Hey, sack them now. Then start to invest all the money like Burkina Faso guy is doing. Invest. Sack all of them, please. Nobody can do you anything. I will support you. I will pray. I will pray for you. Be the first president. Be a life president. Look at take a leave from Rwanda or from Assisi of Egypt. But do the right thing. Let people not die of hunger. You know what I'm saying? If you have anything to do with all those companies that are in abroad that are exploiting in Nigeria or something, take your hand off, out of it. But just do what I'm telling you now, Tinubu. Sack everybody. Sack my governor. Sack two of my governors, because my two governors are Oyo State and Edo State. Sack them. Then invest that money on the people. You know what I'm saying? Revive our industries in Eleyele, Molete. Let all these triplets, all the whiskey manufacturers go to Bini, all those Goodyear tires. Let them start to operate again. Bende Brewery.
Sorry, Tony. How feasible is these things that you say? Because you just come here and you say it all the time. But how feasible is it? What are the possibilities of it ever happening? Or do you just say it just for the sake of saying?
No. I have never thought that anybody can come into this country to take the power back from the Northerners. Can you imagine? The Northerners are crying out to the point that they are not supporting us.
So sorry, what do we take the power back? How has it taken the power back?
We have already finished the Northerners now. That is so-called, you guys call them oligarch or those cabal. The cabals in Nigeria are dead now. Don't you see the Southerners are now uniting? First time ever that the Southerners are uniting. You
are saying Peter Obi is in alignment with Tinubu.
But don't forget Peter Obi. That one, say that one are just a desperate. Is in the state of desperate. Once upon a time. Hold on, please, sir. Yeah, that guy is not dressing like a Rufai, just to entice the Northerners. It's of no use. Yes. It's not in the, it's not in the question.
Hold on. You said that the South are united. Are uniting. Peter Obi represents a large part of the South, which is the Southeast, and he is violently opposed to Tinubu. So how are the South uniting without the Southeast?
No, you need to go on ground to see things for yourself, sir. Forget about what people are coming to say here, like our brother Ekene or MOP, man of Prestige. Forget that one. But the correct Igbo people, they are in support of Tinubu right now. I said that because they said they are surprised that I mean, you one man or even President, have you ever said or expected that once upon that a time is coming when this not now we listen to any leader, like they are doing now to Tinubu. He arrested all their teenagers, 12 years old, 30 years old, and tried to to eliminate them. They couldn't speak. Are you not surprised?
When did he do that?
No, the time of the protest. I mean, when they were all arrested, you see. But it was just out of his magna, out of he just had to help them to say, okay, release them. I mean, then he was testing the water by then. He wanted to know the reaction from the southerners, from the northerners. Not that actually he was not trying to jail them. He just picked them up for waving the Russia flag. Let us see how the northerners will react.
What else could they have done if he had not? Yeah.
Okay, if Jonathan has tried that or Basajo, you know that there will be fire in the whole country. Say you arrest.
Hold on. If people were protesting under Goodluck Jonathan, it would not put out the security forces to go and arrest them.
He cannot arrest them. Never, because he will be scared of the northerners. You know what I'm saying? Don't you see?
Forget. Don't go into that. Listen to what I'm saying to you. I'm saying if that sort of protest, where they were burning down the whole country, if that protest was taking place under Goodluck Jonathan, if you are saying he's not able to arrest them, then what would he do?
Hey, my God, look, Mama, let's call spade a spade here. Do you know who is Tinubu at all?
Answer the question now.
Yeah, so you expected Jonathan to go arrest anybody?
No.
Hey, my God.
Did I ask you a question? Okay, just carry on. It's your space. But
yeah.
Sometimes
so as I was saying, don't you see now? They are now leaning towards Tinubu's thinking that.
Can you hold on? Just hold on. I'm not sure if you can hear me. Maybe you can't hear me. Can you hear me, Tony? Can you hear me?
Yeah, right now I can hear you now, but I just placed on my ear now.
Yeah. Leave the window for people to speak to you. So don't just run away. Just leave the window for people to speak. I've even forgotten what I wanted to say, but carry on. Yeah, carry on. Carry on, Tony.
You mean me or somebody is trying to interject?
No, I was trying to put something to you, but I've lost the thought now. So carry on.
No, we're talking about if Jonathan we have that mind to deliver, to go and arrest people from the north.
I'm not sure that there was any other action that could have been taken, whoever the president was, other than to use the overwhelming force of states to quell that protest. If it was happening under Jonathan, Obasanjo, Yadua, anybody, the same set of actions would take place. So I'm not sure that Tinubu had.
No, they will not do it. They will not do it because even they were carrying Jonathan's coffin. Have you forgotten?
No, that's different. Now, that wasn't we're talking about that violence. Do you know that they burnt down so many federal infrastructures in Kano, all over the place? So if that is happening, what would Jonathan do? He would let them carry on burning, or what would he do?
No, under Jonathan was like democratic, in nature, and that's why we are, that's why we didn't move anywhere. Let us see now if this guy can use his style of government right now. I'm recommending Tinubu to just hack every system, put military administrators with uniform, and let them, renovate our cities and our villages. You see, only Abuja that is taking place. I'm so sad to be seen that a wicked bragging about, doing Abuja. I'm so sad. It's so sad for the Southerners that they will come and take our resources and then be converting their cities in the north, into European standard cities. While our cities from your state, Osun State, Edo State, Anambra everywhere is looking like rubbish, poto. I mean, and they will say Abuja. What do you concern with Abuja? I don't like Abuja, and I will never love that place. So I don't wish that city where. I think that's the highest I can go about that.
Can you hear me, Tony?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, on that point, I was listening to something earlier. In 1961, the Northerners they had the largest population in Nigeria. I think about over 25%. and they only contributed about 9% to the national purse. But during distribution of resources, they got almost 45% of the funding from the feds because of their population, right? So, which kind of speak to what you're saying. The Southwest has always been the what you call it, the purse for Nigeria since the beginning of that country and up to today, actually.
Yes.
And but another region is always agitating to wanna break away, um,
Yes.
which is quite interesting. So, you know, over since the inception of Nigeria, it appears that the Southwesterners have been the ones shafted from the onset. So if anyone has a squabble about maybe going their way because of their resources, I think it'll be Southwest. The Northerners, over the years, they've gotten a lot of money since the independence. They've been getting a lot of money by
For free,
the
yeah,
way.
without any contribution.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. From all angles, like so we the Westerners, we are the pace setters in terms of education, industrialization, and what have you, road infrastructure. I mean, social welfare. You know what I'm talking about. You see, but at the end of the day, that is why we are recommending that this guy should do that now, or better still, divide this country so that we can live together as neighboring Africa countries, so that we can be able to carry on as the Westerners. You know what I'm saying? Whatever happened to between Edo and Yoruba, they are going to be the same, anyhow. So, but we can, or at least if you are living, you see, Awolowo have already laid down these foundations. We can never carry last again. I think Prince Daddy, we're already the pace setter, and then we remain at the top, because and then we have never been allowed to taste this federal power. You know what I'm saying? So if you look at the history, so these other people, the Igbos and the Hausa, they have been running the country. You know what I'm saying? And then they have been sidelining us. So this is first time now that we are, because Obasanjo came in by accident. You know what I'm saying? Jonathan came in by accident.
Who is the longest serving Nigerian president?
No, not the longest. We are talking about in general. At regional level, that's what we should be talking about. Regional level. I know that you are not married to Hausa man. Hausa woman. I know. So you are. So don't behave like those people that say that, oh, my wife is Fulani, so I want to help my people. But I was very, very happy last week when Ogbeni started to talk senses that say that what these people are doing in Sabo. Yeah, thank you very much. Right on. Let me listen.
Yes. Would it surprise you that it's probably the Yorubas that have governed that country the longest? If you look at the
forget about those Shonikon, about all this. Woman, you are just trying to be. Look, it is about self-preservation. Hold on, sir. You have to fight for your zone, then I have to fight for my zone, because at the end of the day, whatever Tinubu does now is going to be reversed after 8 years. When you fire, the power transfer back to the north, they are going to retaliate or reprisal. I mean, you guys should, so and you guys getting it? Make I talk to like all those American people, and you getting it? That whatever you are doing, they are going to retaliate, and the way they are coming to retaliate, they are going to now dabaru everything. You know what I'm saying? So let us divide this country, and then let us. I mean, we can be neighboring Africa. We can be giving them money for free. But let us develop at our own pace, and then let them develop at their own pace to their standard, and let the other Igbo people also develop at their own pace, and then it's okay. Then we can all work together as a fellow Africa country, neighboring Africa countries. That's best. So to save us from the doomsday that is coming, that is looming. After 8 years, you have a country. Oh, look at the problem. Oh, Southerner, Northerner, Muslim, Christian, this. What the hell are we gonna achieve out of that country? Let us just put a stop to that shenanigan right now.
Who built? Hold on. Who built second Niger Bridge? Who built it? Second Niger Bridge.
No, woman, you are in Europe. They don't talk about when you build bridge here. They don't talk about bridges. You wake up in the morning, and you are going to work. You are hold on, sir. When you are driving through, you see yellow tapes. They are repairing the road.
I'm not holding on. Just wait. Not rat-a-tat start.
Okay.
I just asked you a question. Just bring it down now. Who built
Okay.
second Niger Bridge?
Okay, no. One man, please. Building of bridges, those infrastructure is not need to be talked about. Hold on, hold on, sir. 10 million bridge or whatever. You don't need to be talked about. You have your Ministry of Works.
Who built second Niger Bridge? If you don't know, say I don't know.
Don't tell me that. Don't tell me that. Don't go and tell me that Jonathan or Buhari or Tinubu build a place. We don't talk about that. We are living in the Western world. They don't say who build bridges. What are you doing with the tax money? What is the money that's accrued to the country?
They are using it to build infrastructures.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So when they are doing that, whoever is in charge of government have nothing to do with that. You know what I'm saying? You see, the country is not.
Hold on.
It's not where. Okay, I'm listening.
Don't run away. Just please now. Just. Have you been smoking? Is that what it is?
I'm listening to you.
Yes. Who built Lagos Ibadan railway? Who built it?
My God, it is our resources that did that job. Ooh. It is our resources. So don't credit anybody for that.
Can you just stop it? Can you just stop
yes, sir.
it?
I did listen to you.
Cooperate with me so that I can have a conversation with you.
I did cooperate where now.
All right. So just bring it. Just bring the temp. Okay. Actually, just carry on. It's your space.
Yes, let me carry on. Let me carry on. Let me carry on. We are talking about, about having a country, a so-called country. Then whatever is accrued to the country should be used to develop the country. So whoever is the president or governor doesn't make any difference. You know what I'm saying? All that. I never see the German people talking about, I credit this one to my this. They begin to dance. You build a road with 1 million naira or $1 million. You go and celebrate it to commission it with 10 million by drinking gogoro and then cooking food, and inviting foreigners to come and grace the occasion. This is stupidity of black race. What the hell is going on? So the thing should be going it would just go like that. As when you have Ministry of Works, then you have polytechnics, you have universities, engineers graduating, then you give them some orientation, they come, do practical, and then they start to work with the companies. Nobody say no contract. We don't need contractors in a country. You know what? We don't need contractors. All of us should go back home and participate in the government when there's a country. Let us have this Oduduwa or a donation, and let us see what we can do about it. All this crazy thing, this photo, why can't you just respond to me on that then? What do you want to do after 8 years? A Northerner is coming in, and then it's coming to reverse everything. So what do you want to do, sir?
All right. If you want me to come in, then I can come in. The point
yes,
I'm making to you is that, the point I'm making is that you say that they take everything to themselves, but that's not necessarily true. A lot of the marquee infrastructures built under the Buhari administration were built in the south. The Lagos Ibadan rail service, from start to finish, that was built under Buhari. The second Niger bridge, from start to finish, that was built under Buhari. So you say, he put all of his people in charge of parastatals, then there's that argument. You say that the abundance of whatever he did might be to his region. There might be that argument too, but to say that they take everything to themselves is not true. It's factually not true. But
that is not the bone of contention right now. The bone of contention is that what I'm telling you that you stop telling me that once upon a time there was a president who was there, and then they built one road like Lagos Ibadan Road, Benin Lagos Shagamu Road. No, you don't do that. There was money once upon a time. Look at all these people. Let me tell you what do you want to do with all these guys? Other than bringing them together and lock them in the container and dump into the Atlantic Ocean. You know why? Because you finish a governor, you become a senator. You finish senator, and then you receive pension for both sides. What a country are we running, Mr. My brother Waman? It's just as a result of no state prosecutors. Independent, for that matter, independent state prosecutor that can arrest a president. To come and arrest all these ex-governors. In fact, all of them, A to Z, people that have participated in government since 1999 especially, get all of them, lock them up in container, and throw the key and dump this thing into the Atlantic Ocean. That's why the future generation will know that, yes, government not be for playground. I mean, what do you want to do with the money? Taxpayers' money. People are coming to invest in the money in the country. What the hell is going on? It's too bad. You finish a senator, then you are going to governor. Governor. Governor finish, you go. I beg, one man. Did you see that things are running away in this country? The question I just ask you now, what are you going to do after 8 years, let's say 6 years now? Tinubu is finished. Even though it's not correct, when you are having a democracy, then you say that you are voting somebody in, and then you are expecting in anticipation of be there for the next 8 years. That is stupidity of a people that doesn't want to be holding their government or president responsible or accountable. If you elect somebody, you have to be threatening him that in the next 4 years, if you don't do anything, I will sack you before 4 years. But in the case of black Africans, we just take it for granted. You just take them, give them a blanket coverage. Okay, no wahala. As you know, Tinubu is going to be there till 2050. You see, no. Then how do you expect that guy to perform? They wouldn't perform because they know that they are going to be there anyway. This is crazy. The black race, we are getting it. We are just missing the point. So.
All right.
Yes.
Is there anything else you want to add before we move on to Baba?
Okay, I don't know if you have any other small thing there. Any small.
Well, anything that interests you, just anything that caught your attention. All right. I think Tony may have exhausted himself. So thank you, Tony. We go on from Tony to Baba, who I suspect may have a different perspective on things. Baba, good to have you.
Yes, woman. I salute you. Let me dispense of all protocols. I think I will start from a question actually AB asked a couple of days back. That where is Tinubu getting all this money he's spending? And I'm interested in that because months back, I asked myself same question, actually. And I came to the conclusion, actually, after looking at the spectrum of financial standing. And I'm glad AB is here too. If you look at the twin policy of the subsidy removal and the harmonization of the forex, you will come to the realization that the president did us, this country, a big favor. He was really, really determined. That thing didn't just happen on that day. He did not misspeak. He spoke his mind, and that's the direction he has ever been treading. You see, I don't like following the tide. I like to swim against the tide at times. I like to tread the road less traveled. It's a challenge every man must welcome. You don't have to do the same thing all over. He made a U-turn, discarded everything like we used to know it. If you look at the fuel subsidy was gulping about $1 billion every month, and the forex was like 1.5 billion. So those two combined alone, $2.5 billion every month. Money we do not have. At a point, we're even borrowing to pay people who were duping our country. People with not 1, 2 private jets, but 3. Fortunes without enterprise. Duping the country with portfolio companies. They are there today. They own real estate in Abuja. They own real estate in Lekki. In fact, exclusive place they live in Lekki. Almost all of them. And like I said the other day I spoke, Going after these people is just a waste of time. They have the resources to fend, to edge, delay, and down the line, we'll just be wasting our time with them. But he said, no more nonsense. Because this same subsidy we're talking about, Obasanjo raised fuels prices, I think in staggered form, 580%. It didn't solve it. D2 for Jonathan, it didn't solve it. So what do you do with a problem that will not go away? Kick it into the abyss. Damn the consequence. And that's what he did. So we have straight away $2.5 billion. And that's where the fortune started, where the states start receiving money they never dreamt of. Steadily in the last 2 years, some have received double, some triple. And that is why those were the times we used to borrow. States also will borrow. Oshiomhole borrowed. El Rufai borrowed. Several, not to even talk about Lagos. But now those monies are even being paid. They are not borrowing, rather they are paying, to the extent that I'm surprised states like Jigawa has paid over 90% of the debt of previous governments. So you can see that it should be commended for throwing overboard those twin policies. Those things have been damaging the country, pulling down the country, not making us go forward. That's where most of the monies is saving now, is coming from.
Right. Quick question, Baba.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, thanks for explaining that part of it. But I'm still not clear where the money is coming from. I actually asked that question like a couple of times, maybe last week or so. Still not clear where the money is coming from. Yeah, not paying the subsidy and the dual exchange rate with the naira. But it'll be nice to know if the states are actually doing well in terms of them generating revenue, and what is the composition apart from the crude oil? Where are we getting our money from? Is it from internally? I mean, are we doing well? But that would be a good thing to know. I know you stopped paying those monies, but again, where is the money coming from? What is the composition of our revenue in that country? That would help shed light on what is truly going on.
A very good question. A very, very good question, actually. So let's take it that, okay, we've recovered the 2.5 billion. So that is in one purse. What this government has done also is that presently, all those abandoned wells that are midstream, all of them that has been capped for years, because Shell, Chevron, Mobil, they've all moved away to deep waters and ultra deep waters, because the technology for extracting oil has improved tremendously. So it is safe for them to go there so that they will be safe from agitations of local people that has been troubling them. So those Shell, in fact, have spent over $2 billion in their facilities in ultra deep waters. So those wells capped, now they are being revived and given to local oil magnates. In fact, Seplat have taken over the ones I think Chevron or Shell left. And there's so many others I've forgotten the communities now. No, to talk about the Ogoni one. So when they are taking those ones, that's why the oil output has risen from between 800,000 to 1 million barrels as during Buhari's tenure to 1.5, 1.6 barrels today. And with this new Ojulari brought in from the private sector, I think you overpromised though, because I can't see us doing 3 million he talked about. I think he should have underpromised and stick with the 2.1 million we are pursuing. But well, it's not bad challenging oneself anyway. So that is one aspect of monies coming in. And this is where I'm safe in the sense that when the oil prices started dropping, I panicked. But looking at the terrain, I also discovered that, well, it wouldn't be problem too much for this regime because they are just not looking at the oil sector. The tax alone through the National Revenue Services now is in only just one purse. Everybody, MDAs, everybody put your money there. In fact, with good governance, we may be able even to know at the end of closing hours every day how much went into federal coffers. And of course, there is 30% corporate tax now that will be enforced religiously. It's not going to be business as usual, the 30%. Because if you look this year, all corporate bodies in communications, in banking, and industry, they declared 200%, some even 250% profit before tax though. All of them declare profits, enormous profit. So imagine harvesting 30% from all those parties. That will also add to the coffers. And of course, there is the LNG, which most people are not looking at. The Southeast fields for gas, because the Southeast is not about oil, it's about gas reserves. And when he went to Anambra a couple of days back, he said, well, they are going to pipe all those things. Because like the Southeast has never been in contention when it comes to harvesting of those gas resources. So all this, and I remember at the Nigerian Summit Group campaign, debates, or do I call it debate? Because the candidates were only separately given 1 hour. He said, look, my focus for all the monies I will spend to aid my program, my campaign promises, will come from oil and gas resources. And that's the direction he is going. He is not an established oil man, but I know he has honed himself in knowledge of that place. And he
but
has
he's O and O now. It's an
now you
established man now.
go
He's
to corporate this thing and bring out his signature there or his name. Now you sabi one man. You see, one of the problems he is solving mostly quietly out of Aso Rock purview when he leaves to go to Paris. The OML 255 or 250, he solved that problem. Obasanjo couldn't solve it. Neither Yaradua, neither Jonathan, nor Buhari. 4 administrations couldn't solve that OML 250. But he came, he attacked it, and why they couldn't is because they were just poking at it throughout their tenure. And those people who are ripping the country off, they just drag the issues, knowing that by maximum you will only spend 8 years and leave. But he was clever. He tackled it in less than 1 year. in his administration, pinned them down in Paris, all parties. And knowing full well that he has 8 more years. So they made the calculation. Those ripping us up made the calculation that, look, this guy is clever. If we start to bog him down now on this, we can't sustain 8 years of this. So they drop their gauntlet. And that problem has been solved totally. No more problem. And the assets has been bought by O&O. That's what you call O&O. O&O bought the assets. For, I think they paid their $800 million for it. Whether they underpaid or they overpaid, that's another question entirely. And then now we are not importing much. It's a deliberate policy. It's a deliberate policy of this government. That when you are, they don't come out to say that no more import, no more this, but they put a lot of impediments on the way of importation that it is naturally discouraged. So we had to look inward, whether we like it or not, which we are doing now. Because they say we are not manufacturing. It all depends on what you are looking as manufactured goods. Because Manufacturer Association of Nigeria has been crying in the last 6 months that they have too many things in their warehouses they cannot sell to the tune of over $1 billion. So I asked myself, what did you manufacture is up to $1 billion that is in warehouses you cannot sell? Is it flip-flop slippers? Is it singlets? Are they plastic wares and things like that? I've not been able actually to come up. But the fact is, if we have goods worth $1 billion in warehouses, that means we are manufacturing. Could be low tech. Yes, manufacturing is manufacturing. So don't believe those lies that say Nigeria is not manufacturing anything. Because what do they have in their warehouses? They manufacture. So, and that brought me also to the fact that 1 or 2 months ago, one man asked me, I was not on the panel, he talked about a guy who said, look, I earn $300,000, yet I can't balance my account. One man who asked me that day wanted me to come and explain how could somebody be earning $300,000 in Lagos and yet he's not enjoying his life. There's this thing they call in economics, I think, master theory or something like that. It depends on how you want to live your life. Because a man that earns $300,000, that's averagely about $25,000 salary every month, if he meant annual salary at $300,000. Is the way he wants to live his life. So in master theory, it's like, okay, I earn only 70,000, not excluding of my rent allowance and transport allowance. Do I need to put into, or do I need to go and eat at Mama Ushi's buka and spend 1,000 every afternoon? I can cope with that. What do I do? If I have to leave home at 5 a.m., why don't I wake up at 4 and my wife prepares something for me, like they do in India? If you watch the clip of how people pack their lunch pack to railway stations every afternoon, you do your breakfast and lunch or anything, put it in a pack and take it to work and eat something sumptuous. You save money. If you want to live in your house and live like a big man, fine. If you've been taking Coca-Cola every day, well, you stop it. take water, and make adjustments. The man who earns $25,000 a month could probably be staying in a koi in an apartment and paying maybe about $10,000 every month. So how will he balance when almost 50% of his salary has gone for rent? So that's how he chose to live his life. If you want to eat aroso or you want to eat the ikene rice or anything, it's your choice. There are rice for 100,000, 80,000 per 50 kilo bag. There is rice also at 40,000. You may say rice is not rice, but I buy the 40,000 rice. I wash it twice. After half boil, I bring it out, wash it again to remove the starch, and also take it back to the stove. It will increase in volume. It will also end up as parboiled.
All right, Baba. Do you want to speak to some of the talking points a little bit?
Yes, for the security, for instance, I remember it was, I think, Shegumi, about 4 years ago. He said the terrorists should also be paid and compensated and settled like the people in the creek. That is, giving them scholarship, sending them abroad to learn skills and stuff like that. Sheikh Gumi said that. That was when he was going into Sambisa forest with some group of activists to talk to them. They wanted to use the Boko Haram as a way of fleecing the state. He tried to justify it, but we all knew he was talking rubbish. Because what does a terrorist know? He wants to go and learn how to do underwater welding, or he wants to go and learn how to do AK-49. So these people are doing these things deliberately. They are just giving Badaru a bad name in order to hang him. It has nothing to do with Badaru. It has everything to do with northern elites. They are politicians. And they are so foolish. They are trying to use the same thing, taking from the same page and using it, what they use against Jonathan, they want to use it against this administration. It's not going to work. Because they've started rehabilitating. I think 3 weeks ago, 280 that are terrorists that were rehabilitated were given some money and asked to go. There are rumors that some of them are even being recruited into the army. I don't know if that is true. So we've had a governor in the north who came out to say, look, our people are complicit in this. He said it and cited an example in a remote village in a state where the head of that village received 650,000 naira from terrorists to come and harass his village and take over his village. A governor said it. Maybe we are not paying attention. So this is why I don't have sympathy for them in the north. I don't have sympathy, one scintilla of sympathy I don't have for them in the north because they know what to do. They know what to do to stop this insecurity. We can mention 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 politicians offhand right now that had been talked about, of their complicity has been discussed. Some unproven, though. And I wouldn't want to say anything concerning maybe what the presidency is thinking about. But we have Mufwala, the Benue governor, I can't pronounce it, Mufwango, what is his name? He received about ₦1 billion every month, unfailingly for security. In his security meetings, he has DSS, police, the police, the all manners of security out there. What does he do? They said he only distributes to each of them 20 million each every month out of 1 billion. How will he secure his state? You are blaming Tinubu.
5 more minutes, Baba, so we can move around.
Yeah, we are blaming Tinubu. For a man who has 1 billion in his pocket and only disbursing 20, maybe just 100 million, he pockets the remaining 900 million. Where in other states, they are buying equipment for security operatives, motorcycles, vans, bullets, communications, materials, and everything, spending it, keeping their state secure. And you are giving 20 billion. Whose fault? You want the federal government to come and then do everything for you. And you're keeping the money. Who are you keeping it for? So let's put these things in their proper perspective. Why should we be rehabilitating Boko Haram insurgents? It is a wrong policy. Why are you feeding your enemy? Why are you feeding your enemy? Because the politicians here, they want it. Now, Zulum, seeing that road is becoming dangerous for them, the Borno state governor, now he's saying, look, I'm disbanding all the IDP camp in my state. Everybody should go back to their villages. After many years of giving the country a bad name for having IDPs, now woke up this one morning and say, okay, disband. Is it because the federal government largesse to pushing that IDP funds are no more forthcoming? I don't have any sympathy for them. Let them stew in their own juice. That's it, one man.
All right, brilliant, excellent. So thank you, Baba. We're going from you, Baba, to Prince Daddy. So Prince Daddy, you're up next, Prince.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, great. Hello, everyone. Like, share, and subscribe, and love the show. Yeah, one man. What is the topic again? I saw you show a bunch of videos about Tinubu, right? So
yes, that was actually Tinubu from back in the day. That was one of the clips was actually his first entry into the Fourth Republic. You know, when it was just in 1999. You know,
99, yeah. Yeah, it was quite eloquent, stated his position
did
clearly.
you see that? Did you notice the deterioration in his speech pattern from there to now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I noticed it. I mean, it was quite eloquent, presented his position clearly as a solid politician. So, but anyway, but his vision was not. I mean, you can grow and lose some physical attributes as you get older, but his vision never diminished actually, and that's a testament to one that has a vision. So that is good. Sometimes it may take you longer than you would expect to get to a point, but yeah, you give a lot of credit. He said something in 2015 about what the student scheme loan program.
He actually said in 2015 about the fuel subsidy that it's not sustainable, that he was going to remove it. So that was in 2015. But during the campaign, they had this they called all the candidates individually to a Lagos Business Summit. And during that interaction in that space, he said he was going to craft a student loan system that can work off its own steam, in perpetuity. And that's what he did when he came in,
Yeah, that's great. Sometimes this is the bane of African leadership. Sometimes you don't have to reinvent the wheel or create something new. All you have to do is look at your environment, your society, and just try to apply or things that would work for you or things that have worked elsewhere and just bring them to your space and customize it if you have to. And I think Tinubu is doing a great job with that. Um, yeah, he's doing a great job. The same people, I guess, on your platform that support Tinubu would um, out, outrightly reject Trump. Okay, but I see a lot of similarities between the two of them in terms of their leadership style and when they choose to want to do something, how they go head first, regardless. And I was having a conversation with somebody earlier, and many other people, including Colata for that matter. Um, Trump's tax tariff thing, you know, a lot of people are criticizing him for poor execution. Fine, and we all can criticize anyone in hindsight what they're not doing very well. But that's not even the point. To me, the point is that it's a problem acknowledged by a lot of politicians in America on both sides of the aisle, including the prominent Nancy Pelosi, for example, debated the issue on the Congress and floor, and even I think Clinton and many others. But none of them, just like Tinubu, had that cojones to actually embark on that project and get it rolling. Okay, like Tinubu did with a fuel subsidy, which is great. When people were trying to criticize Tinubu, also I kind of stood by him. You are telling, you know, actually, there's a lot of parallel between Tinubu and Trump right now. When he removed the subsidy, a lot of people on your show were saying, "Well, yeah, the subsidy had to go, but the way he went about it was not the right way, and all this other garbage." And I said, "Look, my point has always been, look, if there's been a problem, not a phenomenal problem, but a problem that's been around for such a long time, like fuel subsidy and the trade deficit in America for like over 40 years or so. And in Tinubu's case, he chose to do something about it. A project that's not popular. We all know that it's not popular because we saw the what you call the attacks and the harsh criticism that came about it. But it didn't look at that. Tinubu went ahead and did it. So I'm not the one to blame somebody that actually took the initiative to take on a tough project. Um, yeah, again, we all can criticize at the end of the day. You should have done this and that, but to me, that's irrelevant. The fact that he did it, it gets a lot of credit, and I would not reject nor condemn such a person. If anything, I would listen and maybe offer advice along the way. But to try to come out like you know better, the point here is that Buhari was there. There were many other leaders before Tinubu, and they didn't do nothing about it. They all paid lip service to it, but they never did it. It was only Tinubu that's doing it. And just like I said, no, a lot of Tinubu's initiatives and things he has in the pipeline, that true, um, relevance or manifestation will come in his second term, or at least 6 years into his two terms. That's when we're going to see, with continuity, of course, we're going to see the real benefit of this thing. And just like the tariffs with Trump, people talk about, well, you should have not only attacked China and not do this and that to the rest of the world. Well, okay, fine. That will be your approach, but he's the one doing something about it for over 40 years. So you guys should be quiet and respect a leader. I don't. A lot of people are like what I call noun people. They just like to talk and they tell you the best things to do, like rational mind. But I like people that are verbs, like Tinubu and Trump. They say something and they do it, and they bear the consequence. They don't want to be popular and be liked, like Peter B needs to be liked and be praised. They don't care about that, and that's why, regardless of what people term Tinubu to be, Luther of Lagos, as you used to call him, one man or whatever, stole money. Look, what he's doing actually is, at the end of the day, will help Nigerians and save a lot of lives. That's the way I say it. Nobody's perfect, not Trump and not Tinubu, but they are what I call the doers. They are doing something about the problem. Anyways, what else do you have on the menu?
Yeah, we have patient Jonathan coming out to tell us that she's going to be campaigning for Remi Tinubu
Right.
in
Yeah.
2027, saying that she has no intentions of going back to Aso Rock. But then, of course, we know that there's a lot of politics romancing her husband to run. So we're just speculating as to why she came out to say that, and does that then tell us that categorically Goodluck Jonathan would not be on the ballot?
Yeah, I think you made a suggestion that she may be talking for her husband with her comments, right? Um, you know,
Because
rightfully
it's
so.
quite a big statement to make, or if she's not making it with her husband's consent, it's a big statement to make.
Yeah, I agree with you. I agree with you. See, it's quite clear. I said it a long time ago. The Northerners, they respect Tinubu, but they don't trust him, and which is fine. Which is fine. Sometimes respect is paramount when you're dealing with your adversaries. If they don't respect you, you get nothing. They respect Tinubu's intellect. They respect his political, as it says, sagacity and the way it reasons. They absolutely do. There's no doubt about that. That's why El Rufai is running around with someone with his head cut off like a chicken. So they respect Tinubu a lot, but they don't trust him because it's quite dangerous. It's quite clear now, and that's why it looks like since the day he assumed his presidency, they've been running around trying to undermine his presidency and even wanting him to only serve one term. It shows the how much they feared him actually. But in the case of Jonathan, I don't think is going to come back. And the only reason why the Northerners will want Jonathan for anything as a partner in their pursuit to eject Tinubu would be because he's a weak man. We all know Jonathan is a weak man. He is a weak guy. It would be someone that would come to power and actually acquiesce to wanting to serve one term. Yeah, is that kind of a character. Peter B, on the other hand, is just a crafty, dubious human being. He has nothing to offer really, but to you know, just make a lot of noise, just like you always say. So patience, Jonathan. So I think she might as well be speaking for her husband that the man is not going to run, and and even if it did, I'm not even sure how strong Jonathan would be. Anyways, he's not a good politician, and that's why um, uh, people should understand how politics is played. Yes, we do practice democracy in Nigeria, but it's not the same democracy everywhere. Certainly not like that of India, or not even quite that of Nigeria or the UK. But we do have a system, and I think your guest the other day said it very well. I can't remember Shagun, his first name. Nigerian politics it's structurally based. If you have a solid structure, you would do very well and most likely win. I think the other day, a couple of days ago, you had a guest that somebody exposed in one of the videos you played, the what we call the Labour Party would be I'm not even sure if they covered over 60% of the polling units that they were supposed to have agents at. And this is how dubious this Peter Big guy is, and the Labour Party in Abure. They know very well if you don't have this polling booths covered, your chances of actually getting the right results is very is not the best chance. Absolutely not the best chance in a system whereby money talks, where your own agents, even the ones that you had at the right polling booths, will make deals, and that's how it works. And that's how it works. So, um, yeah, Jonathan is not going to run, and if he did, I don't think it would be that of a formidable opponent to Tinubu. Tinubu has everything locked down as it is. The other day we are talking. This visit to Anambra to talk to Soludo. What about it? Um, I think you said well, if he gets three times the votes he had from the last election, that would be good. And I said, to me, that's not an achievement. But if he actually gets 25%, that would be noteworthy. Absolutely. And so on that note, I would say though that I think you mentioned that Saludo would like to go on the national politics stage, and if that been the case, ABGA won't take him anywhere. We all know that ABGA is just a regional party, and more so maybe a state party, one or two state party actually, because it's not that regional. My understanding is that I think APC has two states in the east. Maybe ABGA has one or two.
I
And maybe
think
PDP has
ABGA is actually a one-state party. I'm not sure that
Okay,
they've
there you
ever
go.
won any election outside of Anambra. I'm not sure that they've
Okay.
ever won.
So it's not even a regional party. If that being the case, it's just a one state party. So we all know very well. Saludo has nothing. Anambra cannot offer Saludo anything again once it leaves that state house. So it's going to the national stage.
Prince, you started. You said Sodo has ambitions beyond the state level at the federal. In what capacity? What do you think he wants at the federal level? I mean, you said he wants to play with the big boys beyond the regional politics. So, in what capacity? What do you think?
Good question. I mean, Saludo happens to, unlike Peter Obi, he is more credentialed and is eloquent and is a very smart man. In other words, I mean, it can give the South people a run for their money when it comes to maybe being a VP on the ticket. Somewhat, I think is that of a good candidate in that regard. So that'd be a good start to be a VP to someone from the north or the northeast or west or.
This is why I asked this guy if he's a VP on the ticket as a political party. Let's say APC, would you trust that he can pull in enough votes for you from that region to win the election? That it might be maybe he's a good guy, he's brilliant, he has all the credentials, but can he get you enough?
It will pull votes nationally, BT. Just as
but Nigerian politics, even if you can do it nationally, your own region comes first. That has to be priority for any political party. If you cannot pull votes from your own area, nobody will even consider you. That's just the Nigerian political.
In 2031, I suspect that I suspect that maybe just after the elections, it may well cross to APC, and if it does that, then that tells us what his ambition is. I suspect that Nuhu Ribadu Soludo ticket, I suspect that will be attractive nationally.
Prince, do you agree with that? What's his name again? Ribadu Soludo ticket without work on the APC, but do you think that is something that you can win in 30?
That looks like a formidable ticket, actually. Yeah, I can see that.
For the intellectual, it is, but for the average vote, I don't think they're gonna consider their credentials. Is what I'm saying.
Right. See, this is the thing. Hopefully after Tinubu, right, is he has some residual political power left, to help the next person that he chooses to run, be it Ribadu and Saludo, for example. That'd be great. And Tinubu has to do some work, just like he did for Buhari also. But to your point about the Southeast, according to Ekene, for example, Saludo is not that popular. It appears even in Anambra State, much more the entire Southeast. If that been the case, it's proven quite clearly in our political system that you don't need the Southeast to win a national election. So we might as well write it off. And us, the only thing that the Southeast, would be disinterested in the coming election in maybe 2031 and not show up, which would be good for Saludo and the other and his partner if they run, that'd be good. So they can in the Southeast disenfranchise themselves from the political.
But I'm saying that to your point and to one man's point, if it's true that you don't need the Southeast to win an election, so the incentive to even pick somebody from there decreases, right, drastically, because you don't need, if you don't need that region, so there's no point even picking anybody from there.
Yeah, but Soludo has national cachet, though.
How big?
If it's cachet,
One man. Hold on, stay with me. This so-called national cachet, has it been tested on the ballot before? How do we really know how huge? We might like him as a person, but have we tested that? What you're saying? So do you want to risk? My point is,
he has national name recognition and national respect.
does it translate? Yeah. I'm saying if I'm the North, if I'm running for president, will I want to risk that? The unknown. You might have the name, but nobody, the value, does it? Can you get people out for me? That's
but BT,
I don't know. We don't know that.
On that note, what about Kashim Shettima? Okay, he won what Borno State, right?
He was a governor. Was a governor and a senator. So that's a different. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
but it's still popular in the region. I'm saying is he popular in the north? It was popular in the northeast prior to even being picked. I'm saying contrast that to what people like Ekene and others are saying about Soludo in his own region.
Babati.
Yeah.
Babati, look, don't pay attention to what all those Ekene and all of those folks are saying about Soludo. They are saying that because they hate Soludo because of his politics with Peter Obi.
Okay, that's okay.
So what Soludo is doing now, do not forget Soludo was CBN governor at once. And people keep forgetting the fact that Soludo has been very close to and with Tinubu, not just yesterday, not just last year. They've been together for over 10 years. Right? He was even one of those people that actually recommended Soludo. People should go and find out. These are facts. So they've been very close together. And the Shettima you are talking about, Shettima was in APP, right? That moved. So when CPC of Buhari, the APC of them, Ali Modu Sharif, when they merged with ACN, right? And the faction of Okorosha's Abga, when they merged to form APC, Shettima came with that APP family then. AMPP family then. So on Soludo's part, when you are talking of Soludo now, right? What Soludo is trying to do, when you carefully read that his op-ed before the election, when he started having trouble with the obedience, now the thing is, look, right from time, right? Abga has been adopting and then playing with the national party at the center. But what Soludo is trying to do now, it is very clear. How we said it here, even immediately after the election, they at the peak of their hatred for Soludo, right? I say things will change, and Soludo, they will have no choice, right? That Soludo will probably coast home landslide, and the situation has played itself out, because when you see Val Ozigbo, who moved from Labour Party all of a sudden to APC, right? These are high-level political strategy, because if Ozigbo had remained in Labour Party, it would have been a very big plus, a very big minus, very big issue to Soludo, because they hated Soludo already. So now the obedience are confused. The Ozigbo that they were thinking will remain in Labour Party to get their vote, he has moved to APC that they viciously hate, right? So they wouldn't want to vote for APC's candidate, Nicholas Ukashuku, one. Number two, they are not sure of the current Labour Party guy. What's his name?
So basically, you're saying that
because hold on, because Labour Party candidate now just moved from APC 4 months ago. You know what I'm saying? So the current Labour Party gubernatorial candidate moved from APC 4 months ago, and that guy is very close to Tinubu. And Ukashuku is like a placeholder for APC just to do the bidding of Soludo. So they've played out everything in favor of Soludo now. And what Soludo has been speaking for the past 3 years is, look, we have to morph into the national politics. So when you are looking at people like Dave Umahi, so reasonably people will be thinking that the politics that South played against them, right, in 2023, and they are consolidating towards 2027. They should be matching them now, right? You understand what I'm saying? Because don't forget that Senate presidency was snatched from them by South, and South they are poised to retain the Senate presidency.
No, they didn't snatch it from them. Now they didn't vote for Ken in the money. That was the guy that was supposed to be the Senate.
Well, you could say they snatched it from them because of the
They
type of the rubbish politics they played. And so it fell. It was snatched from them. Let's say that. So 2027, South will retain that Senate presidency, right? And they will consolidate with what they've been able to gain to bid for the VP ticket. That will be a straight fight. That should be a straight fight.
Logan, sorry, before because we're taking Prince's time. Just quick question for you and Prince before so you can continue. Sorry, Prince.
Yeah.
If it comes down to, because one man brought up national appeal, if it comes down to Soludo and Umahi for VP ticket under the APC banner 31, who do you think gets it and why?
I think so far so good.
Sorry, enigmatic. You answer that question first, BT.
No, because you brought up the national appeal, and what my bone of contention, I don't know how big this so-called national appeal is. How does it translate to votes? So I really don't. I'm on the fence on this one. Honestly, I'm not trying to be. So I'm really asking just to understand y'all's perspective on that. So I'm not. One man. So Logo and Prince, then Prince can continue because it is time between both of them, because I like both of them actually. I do.
Yeah, they are fantastic guys. I think I'll allow Prince to. I think I'll be speaking after him. Then I'll take it as part of my conversation.
Yeah, all right. Prince coming, but let me just add a little soupçon. Just what you said there. It's a very tricky one, like you said. Dave Umahi is immediate and now, and it's at the national stage, and is doing achievements after achievements. You know, all of these things that this guy is doing, he has such a strong brand now. But then Soludo has historic brand and is doing such wondrous thing. It's a flip of a coin, isn't it? It's just a flip of a coin, that question.
Well, I know who is going to get it, but let's
sorry, Prince. Back to you, Prince.
Let Prince continue, so I take her.
Yeah. Well, my Soludo, at the end of the day, if they're going to be second fiddle to a northern candidate, then the accomplishment it will play a second fiddle also. So it may not even matter. It may not matter. But between the two of them, it could be a toss-up actually. But again, it depends on who is more appealing on the national stage to be on the ticket. That's how we say. To wrap it up, one man. It's been the student has been populated right now. The young lady that I was talking about, the next election was based on merit. I wonder how many young people like her that are thinking the same direction and not just plastered to one party like the Labour Party and supporting Peter B blindly to the next election. And I can see what the lady's saying actually, because Peter B's luster is fading. He talks too much and it goes around. It may be overexposed as a politician because the guy never rested since the election. He never went away. He never did anything. But I think Atiku was quiet for a little bit, but Peter B remained on the scene forever. And he's probably lost a lot of touch, as a politician. And I'm just wondering, how many people are thinking of like that young girl because she's not in our culture.
We're seeing it increasingly, Prince, of that young demography, and I don't subscribe to this thing that they are propagandizing that the youth are with Peter Obi. The figures don't tell us that. But even if that were obtained, a lot of young people now, if you look on TikTok, if you look on Twitter especially, they are all pumping out things to say like, look, this guy is doing a job, Tinubu, And we're starting to tire of this campaign of calumny, running down this. I think they're starting to turn against him a little bit, but I don't think he's picked it up.
Well, that's quite interesting now. Then Peter Obi has, yeah. Yeah, BTs, right?
No. You said because you mentioned that they said if he can get 3 times the vote he got initially in 2023, that would be an improvement. So where do you think Tinubu can at least make, let's say 5% in Southeast, some states, 2 states where he can at least get to 5% of the?
He will get 5%.
He said 5%. What does it matter? It's 5%.
I mean, he said improvement from the last time, so I'm trying to. I looked at the numbers for.
No. I was using one man's analogy. I think a couple of days ago, he said if Tinubu gets 3 times the vote he got in the last election,
that was 5% of the numbers. I had to go look at the sales number from.
He thinks that been an improvement, and I kind of disagree. I said no, it has to be 25% to make it anything of work.
Yeah, right. Yeah.
But we are not factoring in. Sorry, Prince Daddy.
Yeah, go ahead.
We are not factoring in the Nnamdi Kanu factor. It is a factor in the Southeast politics of 2027. Don't discount that.
For who, Baba? If I may ask.
Yeah, but how do you factor him in? How do you factor him in?
Okay, let's theorize for the president. Let's theorize. Yeah.
Baba, forget it, Baba.
No, I know you've written it off that even if the street of Southeast is laden with gold, they will never.
Those people,
but I think, this is my theory. If he's released, we know there is this conflict between IPOB, owned by Nnamdi Kanu, and the obedience of the East. The desire of the East is to attain Biafra. IPOB.
Where did you get that one from?
Say?
Where did you get that
desire.
Baba, you are just wasting your strength. Forget all those. Let me just.
No, hold on. Oh no, enigmatic. Don't be too quick to dismiss what Baba is saying.
I will dismiss it every time.
No, Kanu is always going to. Kanu is always going to be played as a political tool. And there's
exactly.
There's a permutation that permutates him into 2020.
Yeah, I really want to know, but can you give us a timeline how do you think this plays out so we can follow what you because I always want to let's see what he has.
Okay, this is the thing. It's in court. If you observe, they are accelerating the process like it's never been done before. So it's likely that case will be concluded this year. 2 things. They could free him on technicalities, or they could sentence him. If they did sentence him, the president pardons him with some conditionalities. They kind of brief him, because if they drop him in Southeast today, most definitely, Obi is toast.
Yeah, but they can't drop him today. BT was asking for a timeline. I think 2020.
Yeah, that's the timeline I'm giving. That the case will end this year. The case will end this year. The Nnamdi Kanu case
Baba, that thing you are saying is not correct.
Baba, with due respect, sir.
Okay, correct me. I mean, that's my theory. I said my theory.
Let him finish first now. Look,
no. Baba, with due respect, with due respect, let me tell you one thing. Do you know why they hate? Do you know when APC was formed? Let's start with that.
2013.
2013, okay. They had their first election in 2015, right?
Yeah.
Okay. We started our is this fourth republic? How many republic now? Since 99, right? Before 2015, when you look at the voting pattern in the Southeast, it's always been PDP dominated, right? Okay. So 2015 was the first election of APC in Nigeria. Go back and check the first candidate of the prominent candidate, right, of APC in the Southeast in Anambra State. Ngige and go and look at the campaign that Peter Obi ran against him. So what I'm trying to tell you from day one, right? They ran a very powerful coordinated campaign of calumny against APC. They tagged APC Fulani. Look at there was banner where you have Tinubu, Buhari, and you have Ngige, and they termed it Fulani Yoruba Party tried to enslave the Southeast and Islamize them. That was the first time, and that was they implanted that hatred, right? And they took it from there, and they've never looked back. So anybody go and bring Pope to Southeast. Why do you think Ozigbo moved to APC? All of a sudden, they backed away from him. Why do you think any Southeastern politician who is in the APC is like an outcast? Why do you think so?
That is not the reason.
Hold on, Mama Zita. Because you will see that they've never governed APC until I think even Ebonyi started, right? When this guy moved to APC in his second term, a year before he left office, and he handed over to Nwifuru, then the guy in Imo State. So when you look at the trajectory from day one, they have this natural, let me say, APC does not appeal to them naturally. And then cap it now with an individual like Tinubu, right, that they viciously hate. Let Tinubu release Nnamdi Kanu, right, and say, Nnamdi Kanu, come and be my chief of staff in Aso Rock. He will probably get the even lesser vote than what he got in 2023. Go and write it off, right? Right.
Baba, the only issue I have Baba's point is that when he said there will be a fight between obedience and Daipo, I'm like, they're the same people now. That's the same.
Why do
they're not the same people? They're different ideologies.
They are not.
Yeah.
Honestly, look.
So
that man is young. MNK is young.
He will be
but
released.
They listen to him. Enigmatic. They listen to him.
No, I'm asking you, sir. So when do you think they will listen? So I'm asking. So I asking about the timeline. How that?
I started with the timeline that.
Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Let him round off because it's not rounded off properly. So let him round off, and then you pick it up. So Prince, round off your thoughts, and then Enigmatic picks it up.
That's fine. Enigmatic can continue. I'm good. Thanks.
All right, brilliant. So that was Prince Daddy. So thank you, Prince Daddy. So Enigmatic, the floor is yours. I feel Nnamdi Kanu will be a factor in 2027, and that court case is never ending anytime this year. Nnamdi Kanu will come into play in 2026, and that's when they are going to release him into the Peter Obi space. That's my
early or late 2026.
Okay.
But not longer than the second quarter now, because the election is it will be run about a year to the election.
So you people believe that if they release Nnamdi Kanu, Tinubu will pick a lot of votes from the Southeast.
It's not even.
No, that's not the theory. It will reduce from Peter Obi's influence.
Yes. It's not going to reduce anything.
It's not going to reduce anything.
It will.
No, it will.
It will.
Okay.
Wait, let me wait, Enigmatic. Listen to me. Who aided Obi to collect over 90% of the votes in Southeast? IPOB. Am I wrong?
You are wrong.
Okay.
You are wrong.
Do you know what went down in Southeast during that election?
Obi got 90% of his vote because he's an Igbo man. Forget it. It's not IPOB or anything.
No, it's not because he's an Igbo man.
It's because of that.
Okay.
No, it's not.
Okay. But Tinubu is not getting anything better than what he got. It's probably going to be worse.
Anybody that says Obi got the number of votes he got just because he's an Igbo man.
No, in the Southeast. In the Southeast
is because he's an Igbo man. The person is just, out of several factors, he's just picking one.
Okay.
Actually, what made Obi to get that vote in the Southeast The iPod, we are just swing. They swing to him. Not that they are the only one that voted for him. That's if actually those votes were. Let me keep that one aside. One thing is because of it is the turn of the Igbos. When people make political gains in their utterances, their propaganda, and their policies, it's good we listen carefully. What got Obi 6 million votes is not because he's an Igbo man. It was a propaganda that was carried that Igbo man has no ruled. It's an Igbo man's turn.
No, limit it to Southeast. Don't talk about the 6 million.
Southeast, Mama Zita,
the 2.4 million he got from Southeast. Limit it to that.
And he was the only Southeast man standing at that point.
No,
so they went to him. That is one.
The former justice was from Southeast too. The former justice that was on the ballot too. What's his name? One man. There's one justice from, I think, from Anambra or forgot a retired.
Is that Dumebu Kachuku or something?
No, one.
You don't understand what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, Morocco. I think you don't even know the name.
Let's understand the political terrain. By the time the election proper started, the campaign hit the road. People start propaganding and rallying and knocking on doors. It was Obi that was the only Southeast candidate in all of them. And there were just 4. It was Obi, Atiku, Pampanzo, and Tinubu. So he played out for him. Okay? Then secondly, most people were irritated by the Muslim ticket. And if you know Southeast, we are not Muslims. So if anybody comes to Southeast to tell them they're going to be Islamized, obviously the person gonna lose votes. So for somebody to come and say, oh, pick up those votes in the South, it's because it's an Igbo man, that's not true. Yes, partially, he was the only Igbo man standing, and there was a campaign that he should at least go to Southeast. Then the third thing was the anger for the establishment coming from the Igbo, let's say, Southeastern region. The man that is leaving office was the one that arrested their Lord and personal Savior. And he's leaving the seat without releasing the guy. So if somebody come with a propaganda that these are the same people who locked up Nnamdi Kanu and they're not going to prison, they don't want us to speak out, they don't want freedom of speech, they don't want freedom of agitation, then they're going to win votes. So when people are campaigning, it's good we listen carefully so that we will not say they rigged the election. Because it's when we don't listen carefully, people are making suggestions and promoting how Tinubu might win some Southeast state. And I laugh. I said, this guy won River State. And there were a lot of things put out in the internet, cut in to show that he never won River State. And some people sniffed it into their head today. Even when the body that has the right to declare a winner, declared him a winner of River State, still some people have it in his mind. They will come out and argue and abuse you that he won, P2B won River State.
Okay, so Zita, factor in Nnamdi Kanu's release.
Let me finish.
Into your theory.
Okay. Nnamdi Kanu, as I said before, is not the problem. I repeat.
Sorry, Zita. Sorry, Zita. Enigmatic has the floor, but I'll continue with what you're saying. But
okay,
what Baba no, Landa, I think because we're all wanting to know where you're driving it to. But what Baba is asking you is, will the release of Nnamdi Kanu play a factor in the upcoming election? Let's say, for instance, they release him by March next year. So will he play a factor in the 2027 elections? And if he is going to play a factor, how would that play?
Okay, let me tell you why I said Nnamdi Kanu will not play a factor. If he says, I've been released, you people should calm down and vote for Tinubu, he will be so hated.
God bless you, Mama Zita.
And they will make him irrelevant. And then if he come out again and start agitating against the government of Nigeria, maybe probably they will pick him again, or Tinubu will not win a single vote in the Southeast. So as it is now, he's not. I don't know how to say it. He
if he comes out,
anything.
sorry, Zita, if he comes out and he continues with this Biafra narrative, will that not pull a huge chunk away from Peter Obi?
No.
Because a lot of Ipobians are with Peter Obi at the moment.
If he come out and continue with his Biafra, Peter Obi will still gain a vote. Let me tell you why I say Peter Obi will gain a vote in the Southeast. The ideology of an average iPod member is what the propaganda, underground propaganda for them is, let's vote an Igbo man. When he go there, he give us Biafra. Because you people are staying all over the world.
I think you are wrong, Zita. You're wrong.
Why am I wrong?
Who IPOB facilitated that number of votes for Peter Obi in that election? Listen to me. You have your floor for so long. IPOB facilitated it. Not because Peter Obi is an Igbo man, but because they want to exert their authority. And we know what went down in the East. Because the governors that were not Peter Obi backers and everything, they had their faces, eggs thrown at them because they were supposed to deliver for APC. In Imo, for instance, they were supposed to deliver, but IPOB was too hot for them.
In Imo, Tinubu got 11% of the vote or 17.
Yeah, not enough. Not enough.
Hold on.
But they cow them because whether we like it or not, IPOB is very, very powerful.
Baba, you are not getting my point. Yeah. If you bring out Nnamdi Kanu and he's still agitating for Biafra, and the Obi contest, those boys will vote for Obi. By the way, who are the IPOs? IPOs are Igbo people.
God bless you. So we have them on this platform.
Let me tell you, the ideology, I don't know who sold it to them, which is not possible, but they believe that if an Igbo man goes in there, he will give them Biafra. I don't know how it works, whether he will give the Biafra and then leave Nigeria and come
They even thought Donald Trump will give them Biafra.
But that is the ideology. So if Nnamdi Kanu, the only thing that will make Peter Obi lose some vote, if Nnamdi Kanu come and go the side of Tinubu, and his ardent supporters follow him, he can tell them something, confuse them, and they follow him, then the vote might be divided. But I can assure you that Southeast will be very chaotic.
Tinubu got 14% in Imo State.
14?
Yes, I told you he got 11, between 11 and 17%. I just said it now. And that's the Southeast state he got the highest number of votes.
What did he get in Ebonyi State?
I don't know.
So, Mama, okay, let me just look.
Because Imo State is a swing state. There are places you don't come to, like my town. You don't come and dangle all those bullshit in our place. There are Imo State that are heavily learned.
He got 13%. He didn't actually do that awfully. He got 13% in Ebonyi State. 13.
Okay, Umahi.
Because of Umahi.
Yeah.
Do you know? Okay.
There's a good chance
there are some things that are not for cyberspace. Cyberspace
on a very good day, right? On a very good day, if not because of their politics, right? I'm not sure I can't really speak about Imo State, but in Ebonyi State, if not because of their type of politics, Tinubu would have made at least 25% in Ebonyi because but that 11.7, that one is surprising to me.
Okay,
very, very surprising.
Why would you believe that River State election was rigged, but you won't believe that Imo and the Ebonyi was rigged against APC.
No, it's not. The entire South is. Did we not see all the way we have people on ground now in APC? They never allowed them to vote. APC and PDP, they muzzled them out. They never. So that's why when they start
It's
shouting,
not even only voting. The written result was wrong.
it was we know people when they couldn't even mobilize. APC couldn't even mobilize in the entire Southeast. We saw it on the video. But sometimes, when people want to say rigging, right? They only speak about the opposition's rigging, but they don't speak about their own. How could you explain in where PDP has been dominating for over 20 or 16 years thereabout, Atiku could not even get at least 25% in one state in the entire Southeast, and only one person had over 90%, and you say you want to explain to
and all of the structures belong to the PDP.
belong to the PDP.
Yes.
And then you guys you will be saying they rig in the north, they rig in the southwest, they rig everywhere, but they did not rig in that region. Does that make any sense?
No, that shouldn't surprise you.
Okay.
Because the people that voted for P2B are actually PDP people.
Yeah, so but the fact remains that Mama Zita, the fact remains that you can't rationalize the fact that you are claiming rigging everywhere else, right? Where it is, if you go and look at the north, even as polarized as the north is, it was even, right? Atiku got some numbers in the southwest, Obi got some number in the southwest. They shared even the north central and even the core north, but it came to only one region, and you had only over 90% to only one person. And you want to explain that rationality to, and you have two APC governors. Let's assume that you even did all your own zobu thing, right? Even this Ebonyi, I'm still very surprised that Tinubu got. I thought Tinubu got less than 4% in all these states. But let me just. I think I will start with. To be honest with you, one man, and Baba, let me just. You guys need to moderate your expectation, right? Moderate your expectation. Soludo, is going to win landslide. Is going to be re-elected because these folks, right? They are so confused. They cannot vote for APC under any circumstance. So, as much as they hate, as much as they love Shimamanda today and Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala, let them go to APC today. You will see the way they will turn against them, one man. That is you need to know the nature of how they think politically. So what did Soludo do wrong? The same Soludo that they've been hyping all these years, just because he said something against their overnight package messiah, right? They hate Soludo. They hated him to the point that people were already expecting his failure. But I said it here that Soludo is going to win the election because they hated him during the general election. He won. He has the majority of the House of Assembly. His people won on the ground, right? Now that everything has been played, right, against them now, because Val Ozigbo that they expected to stay back in Labour Party, Val Ozigbo has ported to APC, so they are confused. They can't vote for APC candidate Ukashuku, who is a placeholder for Soludo anyway, right? Then the guy who is in Labour Party now, he just moved from APC 4 months ago. And go and look at his history with Tinubu for the past 12 years. He's a Tinubu guy that just moved to Labour Party. So they are not sure if they should vote for that guy. And we know they will never vote for APC. So they will close their mouth, close their close their nose, close their eyes, and turn Prince for Soludo grudgingly. And Soludo will win because they will rather vote they will rather vote for anybody than anything APC. It's not because of APC.
The only way Soludo will lose the election is they take the primaries from him.
The primary is already done now, so
that's what I'm saying. I'm just saying.
Yes, except the only thing that could have ensured Soludo had a very bad day was Ozigbo, but Ozigbo, messed them up at the dying minute, so they are so confused. So they don't have a choice. That guy they hated viciously now, right? Or they hate viciously now.
Anambra cannot go level.
You have to close their nose and their mouth and vote
Even
for
if
him
they put a
eventually.
very good candidate for Labour, Anambra will not be Labour Party.
Well, why not? What stops that from happening?
Let me tell you why it will not happen.
If Anambra belongs to Peter Obi now, if he backs the Labour, if they have like Valo Zigbo, for instance, if Valo
Woman,
Zigbo
this is what we are telling you about the sudden package of this guy. He has produced Val, Oseluka was his SSG. He failed, right? Ozigbo was his guy. He failed. So, and even his candidate in the do not forget when may her soul rest in peace, Dora Akinwili, right, at the peak of Peter Obi's administration, in conjunction with the PDP National, when Jonathan was the president, they had the power of the federal government, right? They couldn't defeat Ngige for the senatorial election. This will show you how they hated this guy. This they are now Messiah. How they hated him seriously. Any candidate that comes from that guy was always voted down. Even Akinwili, as powerful as loved as she was, she lost the senatorial election against Ngige. So when you look at this, when you look at the dynamics and things change now, and they are hating on Soludo because of he's taking a certain position. They are not hating on Soludo on principle. They are hating on Soludo. Okay, look at the time that Tinubu went to Anambra State. Soludo did not mention Obi's name one time, not at all. But all he said was that the last time a president came to Anambra State to commission a project was in 2012, and it was a brewery and some private businesses that does not belong to government. Then they started again all over that Soludo was bashing Obi. Did he mention Obi's name? So they have this Obi, they have this Soludo phobia.
Sorry, enigmatic. Let me bail out, hand over to Choma. It's getting quite late, even early. So after enigmatic, Zita Dewale is there as well. Hopefully your crew comes in. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. No super task to report. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow. Over to Choma. I'll carry on enigmatic.
So that's just the situation, and I think I will speak briefly on the next topic. So look, the thing is that the heavens have aligned politically, for Soludo, that God has put confusion in the camp of his enemies. They don't have a choice than to help him, get his second term, because they cannot go with they can manage Soludo's the enmity they have with Soludo as against the vicious one they have against Ukashuku, or the guy in Labour Party that they are not even sure.
Eddie Martins, the problem I have with people who are supporting Obi is that they want to give Obi Nigeria, but they don't want Obi to be in their kitchen. That's actually the problem I have with them. Because if you trust his sense of judgment and the way he handles things, you love him so much. If he point at somebody and tell you that person is good and qualified, you should quickly vote for the person. But I noticed that they don't.
So,
during the 2023 election, that's actually what gets me very angry with Edo people. During the 2023 election, Edo people carry Peter Obi for head.
Those one no get sense now. Forget all those.
They made all manner of noise.
Do you know? I found that strange, even till tomorrow.
They noted the Oba after everything. Say the Oba na fagot.
I find it strange. Their support.
Just for that Obi to bring a governorship candidate in Edo State, run around the whole of Edo, campaigning for the man, and the man got distance thought.
Even in Anambra,
and I said you can't trust his judgment.
Even in the
neighboring, but you want Nigerians to trust his judgment.
Mama Zita, even
anyway, they don't even talk to me again. What do I care?
In neighboring Enugu State, right? They've all Labour Party guys. They've all emptied themselves into PDP now. Even their last gubernatorial candidate who almost won the. Even some people believe that he won the gubernatorial election anyway. He has even moved back to PDP. You can move back to PDP. They don't care, right? Because anyway, they are PDP light. They were all in PDP until this their graduate moved to
You see?
the Labour Party. But when you move to APC, you've committed sacrilege. Just like when Ozigbo decamped from Labour Party to APC, they were crying, "Oh, why did you?" But they've forgotten that the same thing that all his master did. Obi can move and decamp and commit every political hypocrisy of decamping, of being an unreliable person that will move from party to party to party.
So
But
how
it's
many seats did Labour Party get in Anambra House of Assembly?
I think it was. I know Soludo's party have maybe 60%. Or I know they are the majority in the house, and they are even moving to those people now. So if they look at even their contingent in House of Rep, the only senator they have in Edo State has moved. The only senator they have in Kaduna State moved. Even their Okada candidate, their Okada House of Rep member moved. So
no, why I'm saying it is because you remember when they did that House of Assembly was at the peak of the time they hated Soludo so much.
But he delivered his candidate, and they hold the majority of the house. That's what I'm talking about.
Okay,
So,
now they said they will vote him out.
Okay, let them vote him out now.
Sure,
Okay,
this November.
It means they will have to vote either of the two APC candidates. The one in APC, who is a placeholder anyway for Soludo, or the one in Labour Party now, right? Who is considered Asiwaju guy that moved to Labour Party.
Who is the PDP guy?
Ago. PDP, I don't think PDP has a candidate. So they did not.
PDP no get money again, no.
Who won't sponsor them? They are taking they've taken rivers from them, taking data. So
what did President Jonathan say?
So okay, let me just speak to. I think I will speak about maybe just three topics of the why Tinubu, where people asking where is he getting money. Then I'll speak briefly about Jonathan, and then how we expect that they should listen to Soludo and then support people like Dave Umai and Soludo and these individuals that are thinking this long-term political national politics because when you look at it now, Mamazita, the Southeast now they've become more or less like a master class in political self-sabotage. If you look at the way they are doing it, while their neighbors now, the South is playing a high-level classical political chess, right? Ensuring even that they secure the Senate presidency from they snatch it from them, and then aligning with the center right now, as we can see, for their long-term political advantage and political gains. In the same vein, the Southeast, they are busy crying, they are busy blaming, and then throwing tantrums all over the place, of perceived injustices, politics. Politics is not therapy, it is strategy. They need to understand that. And the South now, the way you are looking at their politicking, right? They've I say the South they took what belonged to you guys now, right? And they will keep it in 2027 again because nobody is going to take that Senate presidency from them. And by 2031, they will be eyeing the vice presidency, while the Southeast, with their Peter Obi nonsense now, they will keep marching in circles. It's going to be like a vicious circle for them. They will keep chanting this outdated slogan of marginalization up and down, and they will keep, clinging to a man, to a graduate, to a package fraud, right? Who all it does is it sells emotion up and down, and it does not solve any solution, and it bases his argument on populism that doesn't actually has any political patronage, nationally. So, and these are the things that Soludo is trying to let them understand, and the types of Dave Umai. So instead of building this national coalition that people with political sagacity and political dexterity could actually see beyond time. They keep waging generational grudges and generational political innuendos against against the Southwest. And it is very difficult for you to even play any political get any political destination when you cannot align completely with the Southwest, because it's like a pathway directly through that, and you see the South is taking that position now. So, and instead of the political strategy now, they keep serving the victim mode through Peter Obi. Now they've been crying since 2023. They've not stopped, and they will keep crying from 2027 to 2031. So another round of cries and wails and then whining, right? We are going to experience it again. They will cry again about rigging. They will cry again about marginalization. They will cry again about betrayal. I don't know who signed agreement with them. They are crying about Wike's betraying them. Did Wike join politics because of Peter Obi? Did Wike sign any agreement with Peter Obi that I will deliver anything for you? Or who is the politician that signed any agreement with him that I'm going to deliver something for you, that they keep shouting about betrayal almost every time, right? But they don't understand the fact that the real betrayer is they are the real betrayer of themselves, because they keep inflicting on themselves this political miscalculation every time. They keep playing themselves out of the political equation. Now, are you aware of the fact that there is no relevance to their politics at the national stage? APC does not need them. Tinubu does not need them. And that's what I was trying to tell about. Buhari became president twice, right? Without winning the Southeast, not even one state. Even Tinubu was worse. Tinubu performed woefully in the entire Southeast. He's the president. And I anticipate that Tinubu is going to perform worse than what he did in 2023, regardless of all this chieftaincy title and all these things that they are. No, I believe he's not going to win a single state yet again in 2037. But he's going to win his re-election, and he's already charting that course for himself. So and we said it earlier that Peter Obi's and when you look at that Soludo's op-ed, and this is why these obedience are crying almost every time. Peter Obi will sell them, we set them back, right? Many years. Eventually, we are going to have a fantastic president from the Southeast, very fantastic one that will be nationally accepted. Because this one, he cannot even call out IPOB. He won't call out IPOB. He's so sectarian. He's so myopic. He's so mediocre. He's so pedestrian. It's not there, and they are not seeing him. You can wear all those his Indonesia outfit or Singaporean outfit. He can eat.
Is he having identity crisis or what?
He can even come and eat iftar with us in the mosque, in the Ilekewe and everything. It doesn't mean that we don't know he's a pretender. He's a pretentious, two-faced, bigoted, Badger. He knows that himself. So they need to preach their tent, right? Peter Obi will not be president in Nigeria. Soludo, Umai, they have more chances of becoming president 100 times before him. Because when you even talk of competence, can he compare himself with the achievement of David Umai in Ebonyi State? He can't compare his achievement with even Sullivan Shime, right?
They don't do politics like that.
No, I just
if they do politics like that, Peter Obi will not have 6 million votes.
Of course, she'll get. But the dynamics of politics are quite very different. But that is that anyway. So on the issue of Jonathan and the Northerners, I think it was 2 days ago. Was it 2 days ago when I came to talk about the Northern people trying to convince Jonathan to throw his hat into the ring, because it seems to be a plausible, easy way for them to go back to Aso Rock. But I like what is actually happening to them now, because they seem to be the missing link in the rotational agreement of Nigeria's presidential power, right? They are the one that, okay, Buhari was in power for solid 8 years. You remember when Buhari was running for his second term, nobody, no candidate from the southern part of Nigeria, south, southwest, southeast. Nobody came out against him. Even in 2015, he ran an election with an incumbent president then, good Lord Jonathan, right? So after that one, in 2015, everybody just left them alone. But they are the one who will never be patient enough to wait for their turn. They will always want to scheme. Even the National Assembly politics, they will always want to scheme out any Southern Senate president. You see the way they caused problem when PDP was there, and it was the turn of the Southeast to produce the Senate president. They kept causing chaos and problem. But when Ahmed Lawan was there, even Ahmed Lawan was there for 4 years. They cooperated with him. Saraki was there for 4 years. They cooperated with him. David Mark was there for 8 years. If I'm not wrong, they cooperated with him. But whenever it comes to the South, these people cannot be patient. They always want to play as if they own everybody else or every other region in Nigeria. But when you even look at the how they sabotage Jonathan, these the same individuals now, and I think that's why Jonathan's wife is giving them middle finger now, because what everybody know, if you know Jonathan very well, you know when his wife speaks, that is Jonathan's has spoken. So if you know when Jonathan was governor and deputy governor, so to speak, you cannot chase out my
No,
husband.
you are not right.
Okay.
Let me
Okay.
tell you, you see all these comments politicians are making and they are jumping up and down the campaign. It is when, until the election day, if you are a very good politician, you don't take anything for granted. Until the election day, all over the world, though, I'm telling you, you will wait the ones that will stick to you till that day. Everybody is going to vote. That's when you will know who said they are campaigning for you and who said they are really coming to vote for you. Not make talk. Some people might campaign with you halfway. They will. Don't worry now. You'll be hearing it in this next election.
Of
Somebody
course.
will be campaigning with you. All of a sudden, you will hear that he has decamped to another party.
Of course, we saw a snippet of that now in the last
So
election.
it is on whatever Jonathan is saying and his wife. You have to wait till the election day. Even if they're campaigning for Tinubu, you have to, because this thing is called, to me, I see it as money racketing. That's just what I see politics as.
Yeah, so if I have
Some
to,
people says their conscience, their everything. In fact, it has affected some of them, like P2B. P2B left PDP to ABGA. ABGA back to PDP. PDP back to Labour. And only heaven knows where else he's going.
you can't go to apply again.
When you behave like that, you might irritate some people. Honestly, sincerely speaking, you might irritate some people. But the important thing is that until that day of the election, that's when you will know who is for you. So President Jonathan can say whatever she wants to say.
So on the value of what she said, right? Try to rationalize her thoughts, basically. So when you look at, I think she's speaking in support of maybe rotational presidency, right? She has basically emphasized the idea of maybe turn by turn leadership, which they didn't allow. I mean, it was still very fresh how they disgraced Jonathan then. So far so good. We've not seen a president that has had that treatment.
You're enigmatic. Sorry to interject. You are not taking her statement holistically.
No, that's on the face. That's what I said.
She's basically telling us that the husband is not running. It's not about who they support or not, because the husband has been placed in the political purview of the nation of late, that he will be presented as a northern candidate to run for one term. And this is the second time she's coming out emphatically that she didn't leave anything back in Aso Rock, that she's going back there to collect. She's not going back.
And that would have been a very the most plausible, the plausible easy path for those northern folks, because they know Jonathan would run only one term, right? And then they will have.
So you people believe if they put Jonathan will win.
No, we are not
that's
saying
what they think.
We are not saying he's going to win or not win now. We are just saying that is their own political calculation. That it's easy for them to have Jonathan that they know by constitutionally will only go one term, as against somebody who they will even sign an agreement with. Say, okay, you do 4 years, then your second term you hand over to. I mean, when they're not using head, play ping pong. So and I think Jonathan is just. I mean, Patience say whatever she wants to say, either it carries weight or no weight. They would have been assessing their, because I know.
See, Egrimatis, let me tell you something. Do you know why I keep saying this thing I'm saying?
What?
Do you know why? If you people, when I talk sometimes, you people will say it doesn't apply to
I'm not, listen to me, Mama Zita. I'm not saying, when I say on the face of it, either we like it or not, right? She has said something. But we have to take it
that is how
surface.
That is how Barack Hussein Obama said it.
No, on
he
the
said he will not run. 7:45, Viam, he entered that place and become the president of United States. So
nobody.
I don't care what anybody said. Even his wife.
It is a politics, like I said again, except people who are stupid, right? Who will take politicians in their word who like an asinka. And that's why I say on the face value. So I'm not saying who did Obi not, did he not tell Atiku? Did he not even go he attended Atiku's whatever now, and then maybe 2 days later or a week later he ported to Labour Party, right? Did Wike not say something that he did something differently? Have we not seen politicians? Okay, did Ozigbo, was he not running around with Peter Obi the other time? Did he not move to the same APC they were campaigning against? Right? So Peter Obi that left PDP, did he not call the same PDP that he was on the ballot? Did he not call the same party a party with a structure of criminality? So they are all politicians, and that's why I say people who started following politics 2-3 years ago, right? We can excuse their mediocrity and we can excuse their ignorance, right? But we cannot excuse the fact that they don't want to learn, because 2 years is enough for you to learn the language of politicians. So a politician that has not been stable in his life, that has moved from one party to another, move back and forth, and that politician, you are still vouching your life for that type of politician, it means you are the one who is stupid. So that's why I use the language, underline it, adjective, like on the face value of what she says, because we know for a fact they've been cutting Jonathan. They cutted Jonathan the last in 2023. I said it here maybe 2 days ago, if you listen, that this is the possibility of what they are trying to do. They have first option, second option, and they don't want the coalition to run through Atiku, right? Atiku is their last option for the coalition. So Atiku is not in the priority list of the coalition. It is when things have hit the fan that they don't have a choice again, that Atiku will be an alternative. Because you saw the governors of PDP, they took a position. We are not supporting coalition. The Labour Party people, either you accept Abure or you don't accept Abure. They said they don't want coalition, right? So these are the things that we are talking about, Mama Zita. So now that and then the person they are dealing with, he always has option A, B, C, D. He would have calculated all the aggregate of all the possible candidates against him and know how to fix himself ahead of their plan. So we are just having conversation about that. Nobody is going to take any human being serious on their words, especially politicians. So that's just the way I'll speak about Jonathan's wife. Whatever she says, that is on the surface of it. Time will tell if her husband is going to throw his heart into the ring or not. So if he throws his heart into the ring, if Peter Obi is still going to run, then it's going to be Peter Obi, Tinubu, and Jonathan from the south. So three of them they will play it out. But as things as the status quo now is that we know that two of them, Tinubu and Obi will be and Chuore will be contesting from the south until Jonathan finally make up his mind. But the thing is that the thing that I want to read is that it has undermined the opposition's strategy, that we like it or not. Because even by saying they are aligning with Tinubu, who is from a rival party, all those kind of things. So, but whatever she wants to say, she can say. She's a politician, that will tell. But let me just speak about what Tinubu has been doing, or probably where he's finding the money. It's not really a rocket science. If people are open-minded to follow what has been happening, the DK Simba, right, of Anambra State, the Jagaban Bogu of Africa, the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, the CNC, Jagaban, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, is fiscal wizardry. It's not just based on chance. They are based on certain elements and the components of his administration and the
By
way
the
he
way, why are
managed
you
them.
saying it like that? You are making them feel uncomfortable. For what?
Okay. So he's been courageous, right? On the subsidy removal. He's been courageous on the monetization of the forest differentials. He's been able to focus on efficient revenue collection, and he's been prudent on debt strategy. And then, of course, the transparent and rule-based distribution of FAC allocation. When you look at it very well, the reset does just it doesn't just happen by chance, right? It's reset in Nigeria's public finance, the way the public finance architecture now. It's actually created. It's making both the federal and the government, federal and the state governments financially solvent, as we can see. That even the state governors, they've been able to reduce their debt profiles with significant numbers, and they've been able to honor their debt obligations, while in the same instance, some of them are investing in economic growth. So when you look at what he's been able to do so far, or what has actually created this type of trickle-down effect, you see the tripling of FAC allocation to the states, the disbursements which has surged. When you look, the last time Buhari's last FAC allocation was 760 billion in 2023. Now it has grown to 3.2 trillion. So you can see the margin from 760 billion to 3.2 billion by the end of 2024 alone, and it has actually increased beyond that in this 2027. This is a remarkable increase. So which we can see now that it has attributed to the key economic reforms, which is notably attributed to the removal of this fuel subsidy. Do not forget, annually Nigeria spends almost $10 billion, right, financing this fuel subsidy alone. So if you take $10 billion, and then you are able to recapitalize it with all these governors, and it trickles down to the allocation from 760 billion that is shared by 35 governors, and then now they are sharing 3.2 trillion. You can see the effect. So when people like us are telling people who want to rant, they say they want to do 30 days rant. Have you taken time to rant to your state governor who has a quadrupled FAC allocation now, excluding IGR from the state, or some states in the south and Niger Delta, that they take 13% derivation. You know what that means? And they have humongous Niger Delta Development Commission's project funds, and they have this humongous FAC allocation. So when you look at all these aggregates, it has resulted in 43% increase in total FAC allocation to all these state governors now. Most of them, particularly, I think there is a governor that has almost 80% increment in his FAC allocation. So, and then when you look at the enhanced debt servicing capacity that Nigeria has now, and the capability,
Enigmatic.
yeah,
Enigmatic, sorry. Can
yeah.
you let me pose you a question with this allocation.
Excuse me.
Sorry,
Excuse me,
let me.
Patosi, are you moderating?
I'm not moderating. I'm just trying to interject. I'm
Okay, I'm
posing the
just making
question.
sure because I thought you were supposed to get permission from me.
Okay, I thought I had to get permission from the person speaking.
Oh no, I'm in
Want to
charge.
interject. Okay,
But
so
Martin is not in charge.
please, can I interject?
Yeah, you can interject.
Okay, thank you.
Thank
Now,
you.
when I've heard people talk about the state governors getting more money and stuff like that, we all know majority of our revenue come from oil, right? And the revenue are denominated in dollars, and then this revenue are shared to the state, between the state, the federal, and the local government, whichever way. I know that Tinubu had made some savings in in through subsidy. Now the point is that we have grown our oil revenue not as much, but we have so much in naira value, the amount the revenue we get from the state. For example, look at assuming the state before we used to get $1 million, right? And then we have not grown that $1 million, but suddenly the naira value of what we get and what we share to the state has increased. I believe that we have saved money through subsidy, but I think majority of the money that goes through the states nominal increase because of the exchange rate differences. That's a very big impact there. The exchange differences because if you convert what they used to get with their into dollars, given their exchange rate as at that time, and you convert what they get now to dollar, given the exchange rate now, you will see that there's not so much difference. But you will say, oh, they are not spending dollars, but the revenue is dollar based. So yeah, Tinubu has increased allocation, but in the recency, most of the increase has come as a result of the exchange rate that has impacted in naira terms the revenue. You understand? That's what I think has happened there. But I see a lot of people your state governor is getting. I know the state governors are irresponsible, but that increase is too astronomical. And the only explanation I find for that is that exchange difference. So thank you.
Yeah, so let me just give you an example of what why Nigerian youths, they are they can be distracted with some silliness, and I keep repeating it. When you have a state, just listen to when you have a state 2 years ago, right? That the FAC allocation was between 4 to 6 billion every month, and all of a sudden the FAC allocation becomes 17 billion, from 4 to 5, now 17 billion. FAC allocation alone, the base. Now the same state receives 13% derivation, another almost maybe 4 billion. Then it's a part of NDDC, another maybe 6 billion. So a state that the FAC allocation was between 4 to 5 billion, the 13% derivation at a point was in maybe 800 million. Now it's like over almost 5 billion. And then at the end of the day, you are having almost 36 billion every month from that state that used to have maybe total of maybe 10 billion, 9 billion before. Now total of almost 36 billion, excluding the IGR of that state. And the state is struggling to pay gratuities of retirees, pensions of retirees, right? And in 1 year, you can't really pinpoint a significant value added to that state through that governor. And this governor takes all this money every time, including almost 3 billion or 2 billion of security votes, right? So when you look at that, don't forget that 40% is held to the federal, and 60% is distributed to the subnational. and they've cut out the local government from all these individuals now. So you could see the humongous jump from that. And there, of course, where you will see that is how they've been able to a Jigawa state. Can you imagine Jigawa state paying 92% of their debt off already? So you can see Nigerians, if they really want to rant and they don't know where to channel their ranting to, then it means they are not serious.
Yeah, Chi, may I interject the speaker, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. You see, that arithmetic Patuski just postulated, it's a very wrong arithmetic.
I didn't even want to even go there. That's why I gave the raw figures now. So you will see what the governors are. I'm speaking about the governor that I know. The governor that I know that has that you can't point to anything significant. This governor ran an election, right? He won the election. The entire
If you can please just allow
Daddy
me to
Magic,
interpret.
let Baba put more flesh on that thing. Me too, I have something I want to contribute based on that.
Yeah,
because that thing has been flying around, and it's better to correct that impression.
Yeah, I just want to even rush so that somebody else will speak. I don't.
Just give Baba 1 minute to just.
Baba, go ahead. Baba, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. See, the Nigerian economy is denominated in naira, never in dollar. The federal government, being a custodian of our earnings, may earn in dollars and earn also in naira. But what they exchange is what they disburse. Now, the state governments still pay their salaries in naira, still pay their contracts in naira. And everything they do is denominated in naira. So when you say, the way you say it, Patuski, is like, okay, everything they do is like in dollars, so they are not gaining anything. And no, they are gaining a lot, because as far as their expenses remain in naira and they receive surplus in naira.
I didn't say all they do is in dollar. No, I didn't say
No, you didn't. No, you didn't say that. You said they
So-
should be factored in that the revenue they receive, if denominated in dollar, is still the same thing as it were 4 or 5 years ago. That's what you said.
Baba,
Exactly.
Baba,
And
in addition to what you are saying, because I was just trying to even give the figures of how useless the governors are, and people are letting them run away from with their uselessness. When you look at the exchange rate unification, right, by extension, monetizing the forex gains, basically. When Tinubu unified the multiple foreign exchange windows into a single market-driven rate, right? What that did was it increases the naira value of dollar-denominated oil revenues that we have. So the strategic, that strategic policy drive actually boosted our revenue, which is accruable from oil exports. Then it makes our naira more available to these two arms of government now, the federal and the state allocation. And as a result of that, even though the oil production hadn't really drastically increased as expected, right? But we've actually had an increment in that. The revenue from oil has skyrocketed, and that is what you see that has taking shape with the allocation with the government with these individuals now. For instance, as of I think today, if I'm not wrong, maybe this week, Seplat was able to raise production in Q1. I don't know if you know that, Baba, to 130,000 barrels per day from 70,000 barrels per day. 70,000.
and many other marginal fields too.
You know, that's 130,000 from 70. That's almost double, almost 100%. And this actually increased it raised gas production by 50% already. So, and we still have some idle, wells restoration program. I think we saw like 10 of them were restored with combined production of 11,000 barrels of crude oil per day, right? So now, Seplat reported that they have over 200 idle wells, and they were able to actually restore their program within just 10 wells. Imagine if they are operating at full capacity with those 200 idle wells. Imagine what could have happened, or what would happen. So the restoration of idle wells is how when we are able to, like, for instance, restore those 200 idle wells now, Nigeria will comfortably achieve the over 2 million barrels of crude oil production in a day, not necessarily even drilling more oil wells. That's what
Enigmatic.
we are talking about.
Can you give me 1 minute?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. I want to ask Patuski, when they are talking about debt servicing, that we are using 7% of our money for debt servicing, and now we are using, like, let's say 60-something%. What is your own understanding of that? When you say that our revenue did not increase, what is your own understanding of that?
No, that means we have
Okay.
saved money in that area now.
Oh, so is that not more revenue, more money?
I think you people didn't notice the caveat.
No. No. Let me
Hold on.
finish. You answer
Hold on.
one
I will
after
allow
the
you.
other.
I will allow
Wait.
you. Wait,
Wait
Simba,
now.
please, I beg
Okay.
you. I will allow you. The people that have responded did not notice the caveat. I said, one, I know that he has saved money through subsidy. He has saved money. I mentioned the areas that I could remember. This area you also said is one of the area. Then I posed the question. I said, don't you also think? Because the way you are saying, oh, look at what you say. Don't you also think? I'm getting us to think that we had part of the increase is a nominal increase. I don't know the analysis that you want to put forth, but as somebody that is numerical, I can take it to even Harvard and tell you.
Okay. So
There's
what you
a
are saying,
there's a
that part of the
nominal
increase.
impact is in the increase. Yeah, there's a nominal impact in the increase because of the
You know
increased
what?
exchange rate,
You
and that's
are
substantial because the
learned.
exchange rate moved from 500 to 1,600. Are you telling me that's no impact?
No,
Then where
just
is the
wait.
money?
No, wait now. You know the way you are saying it, you understand other sources of increment that we have. But if you emphasize this one, that is the only one majority understand that the only, if you've been seeing people making that argument now, that in the real sense of it, the money did not increase, the value did not increase, is because of the devaluation.
It's substantial.
But,
It's a substantial increase.
but what I want to also add is this: the exchange rate devaluation is also the margin of increase of whatever goods and services is not like times 3 the way you are looking at it. You understand? If exchange rate move from 700, because it's not actually true. People will always say, okay, we move from 500 naira. But at that time, was there, even the exchange rate in Nigeria was not 500 naira, you know. You understand? So let's say we move, let's say times 3, let's say from 500 to 1,500. But the price of goods and services did not increase threefold. And that is why people in diaspora will just come to Nigeria. What they can use $1 to do before, they can use like 80 cents or 70 cents to do it. So that means the governors should have more money. So don't let us be defending them by saying, hey, okay, what about the value of the money that you are giving? Is that there is no increment? It's just because of the value of the valuation. No. The purchasing power that they have now is more than what they used to have before.
Okay. So I think I just want to give. I think you are the next person speaking, right, Simba? If I'm not wrong. But let me just take some few points and then hand over to the next person.
Just continue.
So,
I'm not even ready to talk long time. Just continue what you are saying. I can cede my time to you to talk.
No, I'll be. I want to. So, but I'm just trying to highlight.
The next person that will speak was Madam AI. Thank you.
Okay. So the next point is the way he's been able to digitize our revenue collection and being able to block some leakages. If people are really following through what And all these things are in his manifesto, but people didn't even say, is it somebody that they didn't even listen to his campaign, or they were concerned about was Bulaba and everything. So he has been able to enhance the tax collection through this digital system, and they've been able to clamp down on the on the systemic revenue leakages. If people are following Zach Adedeji very well, Zacchaeus Adedeji, the Federal Inland Revenue boss, you will see a lot of reforms and a lot of policy framework and regulatory standard they'll be putting in place for compliance, for tax compliance and revenue compliance collection and stuff like that. So you wouldn't be surprised, because I think this Q1, for the first time, I think they generated over 9 trillion or thereabout profit from from collections alone. So what the FRS and the custom, what they've been able to report higher collection, margins due to this technology driven compliance system, which I think I explained this sometime when they were talking about the FAFSA, when we were comparing FAFSA and NEFO on the other day. So the leakages in customs duty, import charges, and all these illicit, forest arbitrage were also drastically reduced. So that's why you see most of these aboki now that they are crying all over the place, because that they are feeding bottle, that burudu change and forest arbitrage feeding bottle are the
Sorry, enigmatic. Chi Adewale is here. He started with us from the beginning. I think we just forgot about him. Chichi, take note of that,
Yes,
please.
sir.
Yes,
Sir, Baba.
Adewale is there. He's there with us from the beginning. He's complaining.
I know he's complaining. Don't worry. I will let him speak.
So
Thank you, sir.
and then either we like it or not, people may have different attitude or opinions about, but we cannot shy away from the fact that Tinubu's aggressive fiscal reforms, right, and even his borrowing discipline has really curbed recklessness in the system, and it has tied our new debt. When you look at the new debts now, they are strictly tied to productive projects. As it is now, you see they flag off a lot, multiple projects across the country. David Umar is all over the place, talking out from the coastal road to the Badagry Highway to all the roads in the south, south, in the southeast. So almost every region in the country is very busy with different different projects now. So, and then when you see the way he's also been able to refine Nigeria's debt strategy now, by basically exploring the exploring concessional loans, and they've been able to explore diaspora bonds. I think sometime quarter last year, they did diaspora bonds, and it went very well. And then, of course, exploring debt restructuring as well. So rather than just relying on the legacy opaque borrowing mechanism that we just borrow, and then they borrow to pay salaries, they borrow from international bodies, they borrow from CBN, ways and means, and everything. So simultaneously, revenue from our non-oil sources like the VAT and the company income tax has actually even surged the way they've been able to have this aggressive fiscal reform now. And of course, we can speak this. We can't get tired of speaking about the restructured VAC allocations, which has actually trickled down into a heavy windfall for each of the states. So, and I'll keep repeating this because I want individuals to have the consciousness of the mind that they need to start checking the activities of their governors, right? The increase in national revenue, the VAC allocation disbursement to states. Now, I said it again, it has jumped, as it is now. So now we are talking of almost 5.8 trillion in 2024, a 62% increase, right? Even after after deducting 800 billion for state foreign debt, you know, because and this is why we are seeing all this debt, because what they did from source is that there's an agreement that they will deduct from source this 800 billion stuff, for their foreign debt obligation. because even less for those governors. Let them collect FAC allocation of 1 trillion every month. They will not still be obligated enough to even take care of their debt. But they had an agreement that 800 billion, I think a quarter or a fraction of the distributed 62% of distributed increase in the FAC allocation will be used to take care of their debts. And the governor still had record inflows regardless of that, which has actually enabled them.
Can I ask a question?
Hold on, which we see that it has actually enabled them to enabling their debt repayments and increase their capital spending as well. But yeah, you can ask yourself question, but these governors, we need to pay attention to them and what they are doing in their states. Go ahead, Baba.
No, the question I want to ask is this: the local government fund, are those funds being released to the governor too, or is still being held?
No, I think they are at the final phase of that resolution. But the last time the governor had a meeting with Tinubu to convince him that they are supposed to have opened an account just like the FAC allocation account with CBN. CBN will deposit the governors through for their FAC allocation. That is the same template they are supposed to have with the state level, the local government administration. But all these governors, they still want those local government to be subservient to them. They want the local government chairpersons to be the appendage of the executive. And they said no, that if the federal government, does not control your FAC allocation, you have an account, a dedicated FAC allocation with CBN. So the law the law and the Supreme Court that actually guarantees the independence of this local government administration, and the law has actually required them to have a dedicated account with CBN, just like you guys have FAC allocation with CBN. So their funds should go directly to them. So they've been trying to walk around that, but of course they've not had their way because everything is gazetted and they have to follow the law. So what they are doing now is that they are following through. When you listen to Fagbemi the last time, he said they are the last stage of implementing all this, implementing the local government administration policy, that they are going to tie them, right? They are going to tie them through NFIU and ICPC and EFCC. So eventually, the governors, they have immunity. So you local government chairman, you don't have immunity, right? If you allow the governor, after they've transferred your fund directly to your own local government account through CBN, if you still allow the governor to have access to your account, or you withdraw the money and you hand it over to the governor, then it won't go without. So there's a guardrail now, right, that goes through a certain technological driven process that it will allow the NFIU, the EFCC and ICPC. That's the last phase they are working through now through NMIC and this Boston Tijani's ministry. So they are trying to more or less like technologically codify those local government administration, that when they tamper with the funds, then they get themselves into trouble. So that's where they are now. So basically,
okay.
Yeah.
If I can make a quick summary, just a minute summary of what I noticed about increase in our revenue.
And if whoever is the next person who wants to speak and take it from there after you, Ola.
Okay.
So yeah, I'm done.
So the thing about it is, it is controversial, but it's better you open mind and accept it. This government has been the most fiscal disciplined government since 1999. I know it may sound controversial to you, but in reality, that's the way it is. Because one, this is a government that when you combine the savings from that floating naira floating, and that of first subsidy together, so that is approximately $20 billion saved. You understand? Around that quarter. So, and we are talking of about $20 billion that goes to private pockets. You understand? In the name of providing social services. And that is where Nigeria means things. what is supposed to be used for your social services, what's supposed to be used to avoid debt for the future generations. Some people sat on it, they use it to enrich themselves, to promote themselves politically. So those are eliminated for now. And for the first time, for a very long time, as last year, Nigeria was having uh, uh, balance of payment surplus to the tune of around $7 billion. You understand? They are not only doing this, but they are doing this alongside paying debts of that country. So this is where we should understand exactly what is happening. Now, how long this will take now to start coming to reflect on a being power status is left to be seen. But on average, when you are having some kind of fiscal policy like this, it's not what you see the impact in 4 years. Sometimes it takes between 7 and 10 years for you to see the full impact. But once the full impact kick in, it becomes difficult to reverse, except if Nigerians are politically naive, because that's it. Because it's going to be difficult for someone to come tomorrow now and start subsidizing dollars to for some people. It's going to be difficult for Nigeria to people to come tomorrow now and say, okay, you want to start giving petroleum subsidy. No, you have to look at other services that are coming alongside from these savings. Now, as a student, you can have access to student loan, and some other services will come with time. So this is where I want us to open. Even the governors we are talking today, trust me, or let me say, trust your ability, trust Nigerians, trust the system. They will have no place to hide. Just give the system like the next 2-3 years, they will have no place to hide. So that, because
But
what is
Ola,
happening now,
the thing is that you can't placate those uh who who uh who will continue to say they are Ebi Power, because if Ebi Power in 2 years of a new administration, that administration is not your problem. Your life has a problem already. It has a dysfunctional problem. So if your life is not tied to government or tied to any policy ideas of any government, there's a reason why you shouldn't. There shouldn't be any reason why it should be fired in 2 years or a year of administration. So go and fix your life. It's not the administration or any government that is causing your problem. Those are not causing problem in America now. So all of a sudden, if your life is turned upside down, then go and check your life, not Donald Trump. That's just the way it works.
you know where those people will be silenced. I asked a question about the local government administration. Immediately you start disbursing to local government, some activities will automatically kick in at
No,
that
no,
local level.
Sorry, Ola. By that statement, I would say government policy does not impact the quality of life of the people. When you say, if you are complaining that Ebi Npa àwọn èèyàn, and you say, okay, it's not government, that means the government is useless now. If the government
Did I
decision
say
doesn't,
that?
no, that was what Enigmati was trying to say.
Yeah,
Some
so
people are
that person is
no,
useless, not the government.
no, but I stand to be corrected. I think that statement could now another way to read that your statement is to say that government policy does not impact the quality of life of people. That's what
If
it
you
means. Because it means that it's on you. If
of
that
course, Pato,
no, it's not totally on the
if your
people.
life
Even the
is
rich
value
people,
proof,
even people who are rich and are working hard, they have government policy impact their lives. Even in the West, there are some people with the policy will improve their lives. Some people, the government policy will finish their business, finish everything. It's possible. Look at what Trump has done. Some businesses are suffering,
that's
and
their
quality
business
of life
now.
of some people are suffering.
Like I said, it's their business, right?
No. Do you know why Nigerian situation will be different from America?
America is different from
Currently, in
Nigeria
Nigerian
now.
situation, we are not allowing the wealth to trickle down to the local government. Once it trickles down to the local government, you can expect a lot of things to kick in. The old farm settlements may start resurfacing, because agriculture used to be mostly rural before. Now it will start happening that people, all those cluster of farm settlement lost, they start resurfacing, because see, local government
Okay,
administration is beyond.
excuse me. I would like for Mr. Adewale to speak.
Let me at least, I consider the man to let me land first of all. Now I'm not taking I'm not taking the show. I'm not taking over. Let me just round up. I'm just interjecting.
Okay,
Okay.
1 minute.
All right. Thank you. So the thing is, when you start giving the money directly, it goes beyond grading road and doing all those. So, because the most thing to placate all those rural area is to put them in cluster again that used to have all those olden days agri credit, farm settlements. By the time you start having the local people, then the problem will now be how to market our product. I think that is the way to go. So the story of being power, by the time you start growing those local food, then we will now see what political merchants want to use. Because it being power, yeah, people are hungry, but political merchants, they are using that as they are weaponizing that for their own interest. The like of Yesufu, Yesufu and co. It's just a matter of time. Give them like 2-3 years, they will have no job. Thank you, Shoma.
You're welcome, Mr. Ola. Thank you. So the next person that will speak is Mr. Adewale. Mr. Adewale, are you there? Mr. Adewale? Okay. So, Madam AI, are you there? Madam AI, you're not here. So I'm going to jump to Mr. Remi. Mr. Remi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Good morning.
I mean, that came after me. Imagine, I'm suspecting you. Okay, now. Go ahead.
Okay. On a lighter note, Chema, are you from Anambra State?
No, I thank God I'm from Imo State.
She's from Imo, Mbise.
I just want to use this opportunity to commend what Governor Soludo have done in that state so far. And because I deliberately watched the video, I'm thinking maybe one day Ekene will be here. Ekene that always said that governor does not construct one road, does not do anything. Apart from the beautiful government house that they just commissioned, they have a very landmark project, which is they call it Sun City. It's like amusement park. It's quite big, very, very big area where like people can go and have fun. There's a lot of game, just like when you go to this kind of Paradise City, when you go to this kind of amusement, they are very famous in Western world. I think it's just a replica, and it's quite beautiful. And I think most of the major roads there are quite constructed very well, and I think he has done wonderfully. I think nobody is going to take that opportunity to. I think it's going to be related one way or the other. So I just want to put out there. Anybody, if you have a chance, you can go use your YouTube and check the new Anambra State, especially Awka, their capital city. It's wearing a new look. I think Soludo.
That thing shocked me, oh.
Yes.
That thing shocked me, oh.
Hey, guys, shut up. What Soludo done in Anambra State? Shut up. Build government house. Is it the achievement?
Guy.
Shut up your mouth. Shut up your mouth. You talking rubbish.
Excuse me.
I've taken him to the background. You can't just come here and start harassing people. We see, guy, when you come, try to be civil in the way you address people. You are even coming, you don't have a fact. We have a fact here. Someone has constructed 326 primary schools, and you are coming here, they say, has not done anything. Someone has constructed 5 new hospitals, and you are coming here, he has not done anything. Someone has employed 1,000 medical professionals, and you are coming here, you are just ranting. When you want to counter someone, come here and counter, and stop playing like Agbiru, all those dirty politics, and just start harassing everybody. It's not the most you must come here to go and come and give an opinion if you don't have anything to give. So if you do the same thing next time, we kick you out. Don't just do that. We have intellectuals here.
Okay. What I'm just trying to say is that I'm not totally. Who is?
Okay, hello. Excuse me, hello.
I've kicked him out. No problem.
Yeah, okay, I understand. But before anyone gets kicked out, I'm the moderator. So I'm the
So
only one.
who
Shoma,
is this person?
no, wait. Shoma, it is important that you are the moderator. Why I agree with that. That
Okay.
doesn't give
Well,
anybody room to come in and harass. So
I
that's
know.
why we have several moderators too.
I
If
think
you
we
want
should
to come
bring him
in,
See,
back
that's
and
what
talk
we're
to him
not gonna
first.
do. We're not gonna have several moderators when I'm moderating. I don't do that.
Okay,
Unless
Choma.
like that.
Choma,
No.
please should.
I'm talking. Please, no one should interrupt me. So the person should come back, Mr. Patrick Uche, but moderate your language, sir. Thank you. And Ola, I'm the only one that can kick anybody out. Because I've heard
Shoma,
say worse.
I
I've
take
heard
exception to
people
that.
people have told me to shut the F up. What did you do?
Oh,
Nothing.
wait.
You told me to bring the person
That's
back
not the
that
issue.
said that I know. Listen,
Wait,
somebody
Shoma,
on the panel told a moderator to
you
shut
are
the
the
F up.
one moderating. Why I respect that.
So no,
Look,
I'm trying to let you know that I've heard worse. Okay. Someone told me to shut the F up, but you said, oh, we should bring him back. So just so you
okay,
know,
that's
I
fine.
am the
Okay,
moderator. And I will
okay,
choose
I
who
got your
I
point.
will remove. You
I
let
got
me
your point.
discipline him. Thank you,
Okay, I've
sir.
heard
Continue.
you. I've heard you, but I will tell you that I do not appreciate this type of disagreement. Okay. See,
Okay.
let me tell you something. We are to make air to be cleared of doubts and some miscreants. If you
Okay,
don't want
so
me to
when I'm
come,
moderating,
wait.
I
If you
don't
don't
want
want me to
anyone.
come, if you don't want me to come while moderating, that's good. There's no problem.
No,
I
you
can
can
restrict
come, but
myself.
just don't do
No,
my
no, no,
job.
no, no. Just let me land. Just let me land.
No, I can't let
But
you land. I'm the moderator now. So you
no,
can't.
you are the I'm a co-moderator
We're gonna
too.
move the.
Oh,
We're gonna
Ola,
change.
drop it. Let's move ahead, please.
Yes,
Ola, I
thank
beg
you.
you.
Listen to Baba, please. So the next person that will speak is definitely not Mr. Ola. Mr. Adewale, are you still there?
I've not finished, and you jumped to Ola. So because I've not even touched the topic at all.
Okay, go ahead and speak, Mr. Remi.
So can you just give me what is the topic all about? Maybe one or two. Then I will quickly say something, and Ola can come after me. What is the topic all about? Who can lead me? Chema.
So so if you read the headline on top of your screen, right? It says Patience Jonathan.
Oh, okay.
Returning to the Aso Villa.
Oh.
I will campaign for my sister Remi Tinubu. Amongst other things that we were discussing, like how P2B.
I think that one to me is just a statement. That one, nothing to really talk about that one. But I'm interested in what they are discussing about enigmatic, Ola and the rest. And I'm also interested in people saying Ebin Pangwa or something like that. One thing people should realize is that even before the start of this new government, as Nigeria, don't we have poor people? Is Nigeria an El Dorado that everybody is buying 50 kg of rice every month? So sometimes if a nation want to develop, you don't listen to people that make noise a lot. Sometimes you got to do what you have to do to make life better for the citizen of a country. And the people of every country should also sacrifice. I know they have tried, but we keep on trying, we keep on pushing hand until we can turn it around. And if you continue to complain most times your leaders are terrible, what about you, followership? Are you also better? At least from them, from the followership, we always have the leadership. So as you blame your leader, anytime you blame your leader, you are blaming yourself. Whether you like it or not, you put them there. I don't want to be hearing a lot of excuses and complaint. I've seen that, 50% of Nigeria, they dwell on negativity. Too much, too many. It's all about not wishing their country very well. And if you're not wishing your country very well, indirectly, you are not wishing yourself very well. Because Nigeria is a country. It's just a country like any other country. To make it better, it's the people of that country that make their country better. So, ebi o panyo or ebi o panyo, life must continue. And the point about life is that if you see some people that are doing wonderfully well, you should be truthful enough to say it out. And
no, but how does government get feedback now?
What did you
Let
say?
me tell you what we are doing with this. It's like somebody who is selling a product and your customer say, this product is giving me problem. You are saying it's on you. You understand? How does government get feedback? I'm not in support of criticizing government the way we does and go to outside and put down the.
We are saying,
and attack individual. But we are saying don't muzzle these people. It's like
we are
you beat someone and you are saying you not cry. These people are paying.
We are saying.
Let me just land. I will leave. I will leave you now. These people, they are beating and say they should not cry. These people are in that country. They are also paying taxes there. They deduct money from there. Whether you say Nigerians are not paying or not paying taxes, there are people who pay taxes there. And you are saying they should not talk.
No, I'm not saying that. Don't misquote me. Don't misquote me.
If they are hungry, they should say it. They're not saying the man should feed them, but the man should
relax.
Hey, Shoma, why you remove me? Huh?
Who is talking, please?
Excuse me.
Me?
Wait, hold on. Who
okay?
Is that Ola?
No.
Who is Ola?
Patrick? Hold on. Patrick, I did
Who is
not
Ola? Why you remove me?
Hold on. Listen, I did not remove you, right? I was not the one, but you still have to moderate your language. Just comment.
Listen very carefully. Let me tell you guys. If you know from Anambra State, keep your mouth shut. I'm Anambra State. I'm here in Anambra State, suffering now. So don't talk anything about Anambra State. So it's zero in government. As I'm talking to you, let me tell you. As I'm talking to you, since 4 years now, I never go my village. I never enter my village because of the security. My people now is IDP camp. Newi, isn't it? Here I say Soludo is working. Working where?
Tell them.
Where Soludo is working?
It's not your turn. When is your turn?
Government house?
No, Remi, let him
Building
finish.
government house, is it achievement? Building government house, is it achievement? Only Oboko General Hospital, Abacha, he built a commission. Is it is the standard hospital? Why are people talking propaganda every day in this forum? Since 4 years now, I never enter my village. If you don't know, people like P2B today. I don't know P2B because people like P2B because of what P2B do in Anambra State.
It's not your turn. Shema, please can't you moderate it?
Let me tell you. I'm from Anambra, so I will tell you the reality. I will tell you, people, there is P2B brought democracy in Anambra. Before, nobody can rule Anambra 8 years. If you say 4 years cannot rule Anambra State, this young man come to Anambra State and fight. So you don't benefit today because of P2B.
That's right.
I want to tell you people every day.
What you are doing is unfair. How can you
let me tell you, I'm here because I want to tell you, guys.
Can you please moderate? What you are doing is unfair.
Continue, Mr. Patrick.
No, what
if you know that, if you know Soludo, please help me beg Soludo. Let my people go back to village. They killed my brother last 2 months. Every time they keep everybody in that village. I don't want to mention the village because when I mention Eznifte, it will know the village. My people run away from the village, go IDP camp, Eznifte, Newi. Nobody is my village now. If you say my king run away, my king run away. Where's governor?
Patrick, why, if I may ask, please? Patrick,
governor?
Why? What's the reason why your village is empty?
There's no security now. People killing people every day.
Who are the people killing them?
They will kill you. If you talk, they will kill you. If you talk, they will kill you.
No, Patrick, calm down. Calm down. Make us understand.
Ebubago, something. Governor of Imo State. Governor of Imo State created Ebubago. Ebubagu leave Imo State, enter Anambra State, come and kill my brother? Because of what? Because of my brother is an FT doctor. You know, they catch my brother.
What percentage of Anambra would you say it's not secured? Is it 80, 50%, 100%? What is it?
My brother from here, Asia, Mbosi, Osumoro, Iseke, Lilu, everywhere that area no going anywhere. Ebubago is killing. Military is killing. I don't know. Soludo is not working anything. It's not working. So help me to call that Soludo of man of the governor to help us. I want to go and see my family.
Okay, sorry, I don't, Mike, or what's your name?
Patrick.
Patrick, I will address you soon.
Thank you for your wonderful submission,
Patrick, I will address you soon. Chairman, I want to address you first.
You cannot address me. I'm the moderator.
I will address you. Listen, you are not Alpha and Omega. I will address you. I will talk to you first. First and foremost, what you have done is unfair.
I'm just telling you, wasting your time.
Listen. Patrick is not the one talking. I'm the one talking, and I allow Allah to speak also. And he just jumped in and continued to talk because of his emotion or whatever is happening in Anambra State. So you should not do that, please. Next time, don't do that. I don't like people doing that. And to you, Patrick, what I have in my mind is not what you are saying. What I have in my mind is the achievement I saw. I know there is an insecurity in the Southeast. The insecurity is being brought by the people of the Southeast upon themselves. I'm so sorry that they buy your brother. But at the same time, you should moderate yourself the way you talk in the platform. You cannot come and tell people should keep quiet or keep short. Your state is not the only state in Nigeria. And everybody is free to talk or to speak about any state in Nigeria. You cannot say because that person is not from Anambra, then you should not talk about Anambra. What about people that talk about Lagos every day, or talk about Ogun or Sokoto or Badagry or Bono every day? So you cannot come here and say people that don't come here, they cannot talk. That is the problem.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Some of us, because there's not that many Igbos on the panel, some of us are really tired of the lies that Enigmatics speaks here all the time. Specifically,
that is your own personal opinion. If you have a contrary,
Remi, between me and you, if you speak to real Anambra people, then they don't speak highly of Soludo. So it's annoying to hear this every single day. So when he came in agitated, I was like, yes, honey, yes. And I love it.
I do not come here to
borrow me some seconds, Remi.
Because we need we needed opposition. No, I'm still speaking. Because we need opposition, an opposing viewpoint. You cannot be doing spewing the same lies all the time. Someone needs to tell you the fact. That's why Patrick came in.
But what he told me,
Remi, give me a minute. Give me some seconds, Remi.
Sorry, Ola.
Give me some seconds. Give me some seconds. See, Shoma, there's a big difference between bias and fact. Someone telling you something that someone has not done anything, you allow the person to say his own part. The next question will be, provide your
my brother, what Soludo does. Can you tell me what one thing
Patrick, I beg you, I beg of you, please.
Can you tell me what?
I say God begged you. Just let me speak.
Go ahead and
speak. When you are saying someone is speaking facts, where are the facts? That's just opinion. Some of us that we are speaking here, I have my fact loaded at the back end here that I can prove, I can project to the screen for people to see. I've told you, if it is for air to come and give propaganda, trust me, I won't even be here for a month. I've been here now for 5 years. What we've been doing here so far is we talk with facts. Many times I've talked and people contact me. Example, 3 days ago when I say Kwakaso didn't do anything. Immediately they told me that Kwakaso did this. I said, I apologize. I said, okay, make una no verse. That was a serious error from me. But when myself and Simba was speaking, I said that intentionally for people to bring out facts. You understand? We should be humble enough. When we don't know, let's say we don't know. When we don't have facts, let's say we don't have facts. Don't come here and mislead people and let innocent people just be on the street and start propaganding nonsense, jargons, and start creating hatred on the streets.
Okay, so
of Nigeria.
who's misleading who? Where did you get that from?
Now, someone is telling you that it's in Anambra, I this thing. Give your fact. There's a word,
He did, unless you're not listening. But anyway, who's next? Is it Remi supposed to finish his submission, right?
You didn't allow me to finish nothing. Do you allow me to even talk?
You can finish now. We have
okay.
You can talk now,
Okay, just the most important thing is that in every nation you have poor and rich people. We know that Nigeria have problem now because of mismanagement of resources of that country more than 40 years ago. But at the same time, you cannot also not say that you see some progress in that country. You cannot just say that country is jaga jaga. No, you can't say that. If you want your country to be a better country, you have to portray that country in the light of good in the international community, because government is a continuum. Today, this man might be your president. Who knows who will be your president in the next 4 years or in the next 10 years? You can't continue to be fixated on one particular thing every now and then because the person you supported, the people does not pick him or choose him. And I believe that in every country, the government have create an environment for people to prosper. As we are talking today, some people in Nigeria are still prospering even if you are saying, okay, people are suffering in that country, some people are making it. Their life is improving. Why some people is static because they see negativity, complain every time. And we are talking, even if we talk about from last year December to this time, the price of food has been coming down. It might not be insignificantly, but it's coming down, and people attest to that. So, and people also have to adjust their lifestyle. Where I live, the cost of living has also increased, and I have to adjust my lifestyle. The Western world is not like that, but inflation is also rearing its egg here, and which we must follow all the laid down rules and regulation of this country. We don't even care who is the president today, because with his own policy, if the people does not like, they can vote him out. That is what the people have a power. But when you are coming here and you see governance as emotional attitude, you should continue to pity people. So if you say it's about pity our then let's share the resources now. Give them 1 million naira, and then let's see what will happen. Government is not done. You push people to, you say, okay, let people go to the farm. Say you can't force them. Let people do this, they can't force them. Our youth, look at, for example, they are recruiting police in Nigeria. The whole of southern state, they cannot get 1,000 people because they don't want to join the police. And this set of people will come around in the next 4 years and be telling us it is our Hausa people that are in top, or Fulani in top in the police force. If they want to recruit soldier, you won't be interested. But if they want to recruit some jobs that you are not qualified for, the simple one, that's what you want to do. I've never seen some set of people I'm sorry, some of us are extremely lazy. We don't want to work and we want to reap the reward. We should stop all this sentiment about being power. When you yourself, you're on this platform, when you are growing up, can you tell us that even you yourself from your family, maybe some of our family are not so rich like that. We put in the work, and today things turn around. So if you are just coming here that, okay, being pound, even some of our youth that are very creative, some of them have become instant millionaires. Where are the rest? What are they doing? Look at the JAM result. The standard is so low. Is it a big pound or no? They can't pass the exam. I rest just with another person. I hate people that give excuses every time. Excuses today, excuses tomorrow. Complain today, complain tomorrow. I'm tired, man.
Sorry for being tired. So the next person to speak, will be Mr. D. Mr. D, are you there? Doug? Okay, Doug, your thing is muted. So let's see. Do we have Mr. Ola? It's your turn to speak. Mr. Ola, are you there? You can unmute. Okay. So let's have the Midwest people.
Hey, madam, good morning.
Good
I greet
morning,
you.
Mr. Midwest. How are you?
Meanwhile, if Choma, I've been here now since.
Yeah, I know you. You still be here.
Even Remi and
Don't worry,
Greg
you
came
speak.
after me. You have brought them.
Yeah, it's because you were interjecting. So, but
Because
you
I'm
still
what?
speak. You've been
No,
interjecting.
you
So,
brought them before me. You brought them in before me now.
Patowski,
Don't
I'll
worry,
let you
continue.
speak. Thank you. Don't worry, I'll let you speak. Mr. Midwest, you can go ahead and talk.
Okay. What I want to say is that I've had Remi, and the other guy, trying to go front and back about the achievement of governance and what the government are doing. But what I want to tell Remi is this. You said for the past 40 years, government have failed. That does not mean they are not doing anything. And the truth of the matter is that what they have been doing and things we are clapping for, they are not feasible. These guys are just deceiving us with all this project that they are doing, except we have to put our heads together and try to figure out what I call know-how. We don't have it. We have lost it. I think we lost it during the Civil War because most of those guys that were highly trained, because of that war, they never returned back. So we have been guessing in, guessing out, and not year in, year out. The way the country is going is becoming very questionable. The thing I want to tell you, if the federal government of a country cannot recruit a citizen or encourage them into policing, they cannot encourage them into army, then something is wrong with that government. That's just the fact. These same guys who are rejecting government services, if today you call for them to be state police, you're going to see men coming out. And may God also forbid that other no state actor decide to hijack them, like what this guy is saying, security. We understand that ESN and all of them play very negative and Kanu brainwash them so long, insulting them, talking ill about their leaders, their people are not doing it the way he expected them to do it. So these guys were highly intoxicated with those pains and they end up, doing what they're doing. It's not only them. Fulani bandit everywhere. Crime is in everywhere. It's rising. Some areas you see human being like I don't know whether I wish word I could use all these human back they'll say na ritual those kind of things. So it they happen. So the whole place is somehow if you really carefully analyze all of them and all of them as a result of government failure. We should stop clapping for all these guys. They are just making their money. They are not doing anything. Those few things we clap for. They build this one, they build that one, they build this one, they are doing this. If at the end of the year we don't see the fruit of those things, at least we're in this platform where we're praising refinery. Tinubu is working now. 2 refineries already producing. Oh yeah, problem is over. But the truth of the matter is, those guys appointed by Tinubu they've made their own. They've cut their own cake, and that's all. Billions is gone. Where are the refinery? And this is what I keep on saying. I'm not saying Tinubu is bad. Neither Obi will be bad or Obi will come and do magic. The system is completely bad. Very, very bad. Very rotty. That when you put anything good, the tendency for that thing to become bad is very obvious. So we need to look for the know-how and start putting structures in place. All these ideas that they are building, I don't know what they are building that is going to change tomorrow. So the government should be worried about the future of the country. If people are saying they don't want to join the army, they don't want to join the police, that sense of belonging is no longer there. That's why it's happening. The patriotism is no longer there. That's why it's happening. They tell people to defend their land. Maybe you're going to see millions. That's why you Southeast. You see those guys coming out to defend their land. All those places where people don't want to join police, they will come out.
So it's not good because Nigeria government have to change the way they govern their citizens. People have endured for more than 50 years. Any president that come in, we praise Obasanjo, we praise since 1990 date, we be president, we be seeing their policy, we be seeing their effort. But at the end of it all, if you analyze everything from 1990 date, the kind of problem they have created is more than 80% more than the good we point to. Today, before they came in, we don't have the Fulani bandit, we don't have ESN, we don't have all this back taking place everywhere. They were not there. So at the end today, when you talk of our businessmen, you say people are making millions. You don't even know how they made their million. So let us not be intoxicating our people. Somebody has just invested, he has made million. A place where you run business, you run a whole business. At the end of the month, the government itself doesn't even know how you make your profit. There's no structure on ground. So if anybody is a millionaire, you are important to be. Somebody that just stole 200 billion from can you blame only the president for that? He has poured money into education now. What is happening? So complain.
Mr. Midwest.
Yeah.
You see, Remi, this is why it's important to have a moderator. If you had asked me, I would have,
I
So,
think
Mr.
the rule,
Midwest,
sorry, Choma, I think the rule here is that if you want to interject, you have the speaker ask a question. I don't need to go to you again.
Mr. Remi, you can come in. You are free.
You can say yes or no. Why are you doing that? It's simple.
Because of time.
Well, I'm able to interrupt him for you. That's why you need to ask me first.
Let Remi just say what you want to say.
Please. I want to ask you some questions. The first question I will ask you is this. The context I'm talking about of Anambra State is not about insecurity. It is what I've seen on YouTube video about their new government house as some set of road at the commission. And I said we should commend him because some people have said it's not doing nothing. That most of the road in their state is being built by private. And I wish Ekene was here today. That is the context. I am not talking about insecurity in that place. Everybody knows there is insecurity in that place. And they are fighting for their own agitation. And because of that, I don't know, the Patrick guy was agitated because he lost his brother. And I pity him. It's not good to lose someone close to you. That is the context I was talking that time. It's not about insecurity. And then when we talk about the government, and I talk about people complaining every now and then, and I say people used to complain a long time. If you want your country to develop, there must be some people that will sacrifice for generation yet unborn. And you come here and say that Nigeria have not improved. So the question I will ask you is this. Who built Third Mainland Bridge? Who built all the international airport we have in Nigeria? Who built most of the connecting road from one state to another state?
Most of these things were built by colonial master.
No, that is a lie. That is a lie. That's a lie. It is Babangida that built this thing. It's Babangida that built Third Mainland Bridge. And as we are talking today, we have 2 terminals in Lagos. Before we used to have 1, but they already built another.
Excuse me, Remi. A terminal bridge is the development infrastructure you are talking about. I agree.
No, you said they did not do nothing.
You cannot neglect people. You don't invest in people.
You cannot say.
Wait, Remi, you put money into education, student loan, support student. At the end, few people will just take the money, share it among themselves, and nothing happens. Year in, year out.
No,
are you deceiving?
No.
You want to build refinery, money there. You don't even, as president, you don't even have anybody to work with. Everybody is just evil. So, my dear, there is a big problem. You cannot be pretending over.
Listen, now you said everybody is evil. That means both leadership and followership, ordinary citizens, we are all evil, right?
Because the government itself has failed. There's no proper structure. The question you have to ask yourself: you live in abroad. The minister's office where you live don't have access to money.
Okay,
you should have that one in your mind. The president office or the prime minister of your country where you live has no access to money. The governor of your state their office was never created to handle money. So these are things we need to campaign about so that it changes.
Can you tell us how many years does it take the country you are living to build the system they are using to a near, I cannot say perfection, because there still be some loophole.
Because
I know that.
if you go back to their history from day one.
If you go back maybe more than 100 years or maybe more than 150
No,
years.
if you go back to their history
Remi, you
from
don't have to
100 years.
reinvent the wheel now.
Wait,
You
No,
can
I'm not
copy now.
reinventing the wheel. What I'm just trying to say
It
is
doesn't
that.
have to take you the same long length of time that it took them.
Okay. So,
Yeah, it
so
doesn't
what I'm trying to say, I will stop now so that you can come, Patricia. What I'm trying to say is this: no matter what you say, we have seen some pockets or we have seen some progress, whether you like it or not. Maybe we are not there where we're supposed to be. We are not there. But my own thing is that if you are blaming your leaders, you yourself, you are also terrible human being as an ordinary people. Because you cannot tell me somebody that was 25 years old in 1999 and today he is the governor. I live from the youth. Why can't he change the system? So that means the people themselves are bad people, like the Midwest just said. So if you are blaming the leader, let's blame everybody that we are bad and evil as well. Because we are the one that put them there, whether indirectly or directly. So, Patricia, you can go ahead.
Remi, the thing is this: you beat people by identifying a problem and look for a system to do it differently. This idea of whatever we need, I haven't discussed with Mr. President, it is money. It's not working. The insecurity we're talking about here, all these service chiefs and all of them, they are not billionaires. You can't even question how they use these weapons and a whole police of a country. So, my dear, let us be honest. This idea of just giving them money anyhow.
Midwest. If I may interject, you know, the challenges I have is we are not supposed to be criticizing. We are supposed to just to critique whatever that is happening. If we say they are not doing anything, then we are not citing example of what they are doing that others can emulate. If it's all about nothing they are building. You know, earlier before you came, I was in some kind of discussion with what Soludo did. And I know someone that was telling me here that Soludo didn't do anything, whereas I took time to compile my facts because I was away when Shoma was calling me for my own presentation, but I just wanted to be very sure that I'm coming here with facts. Now, you are saying this guy, like when someone is saying these people are not doing anything, probably we may say, okay, this is what they should have done. That is honestly, that's an honest assessment. I will agree. But if you are saying they are not doing anything, then we are just playing to the gallery. We say, okay, you have a billion, you've done something that is not worth more than 300 million. It's understandable, right? At least some people don't even know what to do. But when you come here and you say, okay, this is what these people are doing, and others should emulate, however, you can do this thing better and be more cost effective. It's different from, oh, they are not doing anything. Like when you were saying, okay, you said something there now that Nigeria inherited third million bill from a colonial master. That's not true. Never.
No, I never saw 10 million beach. I said the airport. Okay. I said airport.
Okay. Sorry for that. Okay.
What do you mean the airport? Since 1999, they built 4 new terminals. We are talking about only the airport. Is it not terminal? Is it not airport terminal? Is it not where the
British were where they built 100 terminal now? The British.
Midwest.
What do you mean British? They did not do nothing since that time.
My presentation is on Soludo, and there's a reason I followed Soludo since 2003. He's a person I admire a lot, and he's a guy that I've seen that he has done a lot, not for only Nigeria, but for the international community, including IMF and the World Bank. So it's just like when I'm talking of of late Professor Sam Aluko, that guy took the economic blueprint of a country, and tomorrow is a Nigerian that is being revered in that state, that country where it developed the blueprint. So we cannot just castigate everybody in Nigeria. Everybody is not Yaya Bello. Let's get it right. Now, back to this Soludo we're talking about now. You understand? The fact I have here is this. Yeah, he has constructed a new hospital because there's a place called a Fegi specialist hospital. You understand? So I thought the place is in the Odisha South. The people there, even from the social media Andrew and this, they said that's the first general hospital ever to be built within that region. And I went online to see whether this thing was a lie. And my friend, I saw the thing from the construction and to where the thing is today. And the fact that you are living in Anambra, I know those people that live in Anambra too. So everybody we know, those people that live in Anambra, nobody has monopoly of someone living in the city or in the state in Nigeria. We all have people. I have people live in every state in Nigeria. So we can always have this thing. So is it a lie that this guy hired 8,000 teachers? You understand? We should check that. Is it a lie that this guy rehabilitated 326 primary health centers? The drone views are there. So the drone views are there online. So is it a lie that this guy employed 1,000 medical professionals and trained them? You understand? So what are we talking about here? Is it so? The thing is,
see Ola, see the area me I'm talking about. You know, we have to be honest. The system of grant is not building people's lives. Sometimes we give praises. When Yaya Bello was on seat, everybody praised him. So nobody said he's bad guy out and they left his office. So likewise to most of these governors as well. But what I'm saying is this: look at our
No,
country
a
generally.
lot of people does not give praises to what do you call it now? Yaya Bello. No, it's a lie. People don't
I'm
lie.
not even praising.
No, no, I didn't.
I'm not saying now. Wait, let's listen. I didn't say now.
No, Remi and West, get me. I'm
when-
not even praising. I'm saying when you want to criticize someone, give the positive and the negative. I'm not praising. But don't come and lie.
Get my point.
Don't come.
No
Not
matter
you. Not
where
you.
to.
I'm telling people generally,
Wait,
don't come and lie.
Ola, no matter what they are doing, they are not spending their money. They are spending people's money. That is
I'm
government
not
money.
arguing about that. Nobody's arguing.
Okay, now look at it. Every one of them, they always receive praises. They always say, oh, this governor is building this, he's doing this. And year in, year out, what happened in the life of the people? Nobody talks about that. One, let me give you an example, my brother. We always campaign for good governance. Or people can come here, Tinubu is very bad, one guy in Nigeria. But me, I see things from different angle. People are hungry. The president did not fold his arm. He said, take rice, share for your people. The people did not see rice. Majority of them. All these governors, okay, take money, security vote. Almost $1 billion monthly. It goes to the governor post, no accountability. Okay, now we don't have petrol. Okay, this refinery, they call it refinery for many years. The story we are hearing that they're saying a blend, it cannot refine. I don't know which one is true. I start to be corrected. It's okay. How much? Here is the money. Now story. The other day, security everywhere. Oh, God, we will buy this, we will buy that, we will buy this, we will flood them. Take money. My brother, we have to come to a table to say, look, all this money. Now, so we put it on. The answer is no. Most of these people deal with documents. That document enable them, enable government to trace whatever they are doing as a government instruction. But in Nigeria case, is not like that. This is the area I'm talking about because they are not improving Nigeria. The citizens' life. Nothing we are benefiting as people. That is why nobody want to join the army. How do you promote your army? What is their welfare? How do you pay them? How do you insure them? All these things, if you go there, they will call chief officer. You talk like
Cool down. I got your point. The question is this. I'm not saying what you are saying. I'm not saying they are not valid. But when we are analyzing, don't give praise. I'm not after giving anybody praise. Let's forget about those praise now. But when we want to analyze the situation, let us analyze properly. Okay, someone is saying, no, Tinubu now, he removed fuel subsidy, he float like that. We cannot see the where they're channeling the money to. That's a lie, for example. Why I say it's a lie is number one, suddenly you paid IMF loan 100%. Suddenly you reduce the revenue the revenue to debt to debt servicing that used to be 95% to around 62%. You understand? Someone that is saying they are not doing anything, that's a lie. Suddenly, the allocation to the state increased, and people are saying, "Oh, they are not doing anything with it." That's a lie. Suddenly, they started paying the backlog. Maybe not everybody, the backlog of some of those people that were being owing pension, and people are saying they are not doing anything. So those are the things. We are doing the service to the coming generation. We are not teaching them on how to handle political issue properly. We are joined in line to them. So that's why I'm saying that when we are analyzing,
They didn't pay that 100%. I just want to
they pay the principal.
You see some problem that we have now. So maybe later.
Wait now.
I pray they pay it 100%. But maybe tomorrow, don't be surprised. It will also end up like the so-called refinery. We did not pay all. It was only the one we loaned for. What is it called? COVID-19.
Listen.
But he has tried.
Listen. When Patoski is saying they didn't pay, that's why I quickly come there that it's not correct. Because Nigeria pay, when you pay the 100% of the principal, you are no longer accruing any interest. So even what is left to be balanced is insignificant compared to what they balance. So when they pay the principal down, is they paid it. So yeah, they will pay the outstanding with the schedule, with the interest accrued and some service charges. That I understand. But will the IMF be lying against Nigeria that they pay their debt? No, definitely they won't do that, because it's going to question their character tomorrow if they are corroborating that, right? So the thing is this: these guys, they are supposed to do more than what they are doing. I agree, but don't let people come and say they are doing nothing. Yeah, should we be pressing them? Probably no.
I've never said that.
Are they doing that with the public fund? Yes. There are some people. There are some that they have that fund, but they use that to pay the school fees of the children for like 5-10 years. Yaya Bello, an example. There are some people that when they got that money, that they went overseas to start that money, and when they were coming, they dressed like a woman before they were caught in the country. So that's what we're saying. When we see something, we can now say, okay, this hospital was built 1 billion. We can start saying, no, this cannot be 1 billion. That's an intelligent argument to me. But I say, oh, they didn't do anything. They didn't do anything simply might mean that we are not even doing our due diligence, but we just want to come and just say, okay, these are not doing anything. It's not me promoting them, but it's me saying we should make our argument, you understand, fair, not because we are trying to castigate or talk against these people, because we are trying to teach people to know how to analyze situation and to know where to focus on. When someone was saying yesterday or 3 days ago that we should focus on the governor, absolutely, we should. What are they doing with the money? We are having security at the level of say, what are they doing? But when it is time for them to defend themselves, yeah. But for me, plan to say, okay, they are not building school. When someone will go to that school tomorrow and see schools there, I can say, don't mind that guy that's speaking there. He's a stupid guy. He doesn't even know what is happening. Because we, over time, we lose credibility by the time we even start saying what is not existing. You understand? Oh, Tinubu didn't build hospital while he was this thing. Tinubu didn't build infrastructure. And someone now went to that place and can see some things. Who am I? I look like a stupid person. So we should make our argument credible. That's my point. That's my point. It's not just for the sake of criticizing anybody.
Okay? Ola, in addition to what you just said, during Buhari regime, is the one that constructed the standard gauge line from Lagos to Ibadan. We can see them, the one from Aba to Port Harcourt. So he's the one. Even tried to rejig the one from Kano. Now they are taking cargo from Lagos port directly to Kano and Kaduna now. So sometimes we must balance it. But you want to come here and be telling us they did not do nothing. Can you tell me your state capital was like that in 1999 compared to now? Anywhere you are from in Nigeria. So you cannot just come here, they're not doing, you can say maybe it's not enough. And if you want, they should just not do nothing, just give the money to the poor people. Give allocation, give it to the poor people. Let them go and manage it. Because I've never seen a country where there will be not some people that their life is not improving. Some turn it around, some did not turn it around. If it was share money, the president followed the constitution of the country. Have to do whatever he has to do. I've been complaining for a long time that we should hold our governors accountable. People say, no, it's not governor, it's the president. Will the president come and help your governor to do whatever he wants to do? Look at Osun, compare with Anambra. Osun State is also collecting money. What did you have? Nothing. The same thing with Oyo, just on pocket of progress. If not because we shouted on the state governor, it started working now. It's the people. And people will stay dormant like that. They don't do nothing. Yeah. Go ahead, please.
I was gonna say that was exactly what Patrick was talking about when he came in here.
Well, Patrick took my own thing out of context. He took it out of context. Totally. Patrick was looking at it from the insecurity angle. I'm not talking about insecurity. I'm just talking about what we can see physically. You, Chairman, when I started, I asked you, are you from Anambra? I said, no. At least you are from Imo, not very far to Oka or Nisha. Whenever you go home, you can also ask your people, what is the man doing there? So I also check Imo too. The guy is also doing wonderfully well. So for God's sake, when you see something, say the truth. Don't come here.
Remi, let me add to this. What people don't understand about me is this. See, we may be doing some kind of tribal politics here, but if you don't know today, you understand. I told you, and I've never aided in this thing. You know, there are some guys that I really adore when it's come to Nigerian politics. You can claim they are from your region, state. I don't care. As far as I'm concerned, they are public figure. We all own them. In fact, we will do fight to finish because of them. Soludo, Dora Koyeli, Okonjo, Iwiala. Honestly, if you try to mess up around with those two people,
you have to hide Umai to it. Umai is doing what
I don't know Umai, but those three people I can fight to finish just because of those three guys. For you to know, I'll be following Soludo and I'll be praying for Soludo to be successful so that I can have my political correctness and I can have my bragging rights. So when someone is saying that Soludo is not doing anything here, he's just playing a very dangerous game with someone that I'm following. See, I follow to the point that when they say they are constructing, I can use Google to just go and pinpoint and look at the building there, to look at the area photograph there to see whether this thing is genuine or not. I have tools to do that. So when people are just waving things, be very careful how to wave it, because some of us, we are going to put that data out. Don't come here to lie. We are going to. So when someone is just talking random, don't say, you say area of security is not doing anything enough. In fact, if you told me that my governor is not doing enough in the area of security, I would say yes, because I have facts. I was discussing with Simba 2 days ago that I have some kind of fact that you don't find on internet or what is happening around the Kitty North axis. They don't speak about those things, but I have the facts, evidences. So when you know you don't have any evidence to show for anything, just talk about the area you want, but you say it's only building government houses. But the hospital that he has built, nothing. The healthcare center, primary healthcare center, he has rehabilitated, nothing mentioned, just to Abba. That's not the way to play politics. It's a very terrible way. And some people are still telling me that
I know where
Chioma
Chioma is coming from. Chioma is jealous of Anambra. That is why I said, no, I'm not from Anambra. You can admit Anambra is doing better than Imo. Chioma, it's fine, no problem. We have also admitted that Lagos is far away ahead.
Remi, you know about IMSU? Do you know about Owerri? Do you know about, like, we're even closer to Port Harcourt than I know. Like, do you know that where they're happening, people in the East, Imo State
I
people?
don't know. You have to show me.
Do you
Prove
know
it to
that
us.
the most beautiful girls in the whole Nigeria is from Imo
I don't
State?
think so. I
Do
think
you know that?
Enugu is even better than
You
Imo.
know that, huh?
Enugu State is even more beautiful more than Imo. Enugu.
Now I
Enugu
know that
State.
you're being biased.
I'm not
But
biased. I did my youth service in
relate.
Enugu State.
That,
And I know
that's
it's
something.
better
That
than
mean
Imo.
okay, then you don't know anything about Nigeria because everybody knows that IMSU girls are the best. Like Imo State.
No, nobody knows. Maybe Ola can tell us because Ola live.
Allah even knows. I'm sure he knows. Ask
I didn't
anyone.
know
It's
what.
the
What?
fact that
On
IMSU,
Imo State?
you know
No, I'm
IMSU.
not. I know.
Imo
I leave
State.
you out here, Remi, to be talking about that. And
Don't
so
mind Remi. Remi
I know
is so
Imo.
local. He doesn't know what's happening.
I know
Imo
Imo
State is
because
a place to go and like what?
I used to have my former general manager is from Imo, so so I won't talk. I
Exactly.
know,
So
so I
Remi,
won't
I
talk
want
to
her
you.
to talk. I want her to go. I'm pulling her leg. I'm pulling
yeah.
her leg. I'm pulling her leg. I know she
Remi,
will
we
come
need
out.
to take you out.
So you can say
Oh,
she quickly
okay.
defend herself.
Do you know the hospital that they generally call a Solution General Hospital at Opoko? I don't know whether that's the right way to call the name. So they say it's the the first general hospital in that of Baru local government area in Anambra State. You understand? The first general hospital they ever had here, and this came under Soludo. Now the thing is this: I understand. Life is not about food only. People are missing this point. Now, healthcare contributes to life expectancy as much as food. You understand? As food is critical, health can be more critical than food because somehow you will still live. You will still have someone to still give you food. But health, at the critical, when it gets to a critical condition, cannot be attended to, is going to eliminate everything. So, healthcare is a very good social infrastructure, right? Education is very key. Being power. Do you know that if you know what you are to do, then you can do something to feed yourself? Many Nigerians today, as a matter of fact, they don't know what to do, even though there are opportunities right in front of them. Am I blaming them? No, I'm not blaming any Nigeria because it is the duty of the government to build the citizen to know what to do. Because I found myself in a situation where I didn't know what to do. And this is a real life situation. You understand? You have everything, you have everything, but you still don't know what to do. That is where government will come to your rescue. So, yeah, the issue of hunger should be solved, but life is not about food and food only. You understand? Education, healthcare, other social infrastructure like road. You understand? They are all there because everything when you add everything together is what is going to give you that state of prosperity where you are going to have sound mental health. Because when you are in the right, when you have sound mental health, then that is when you can be more productive. So food is not food. Food alone is not going to do that. So to me, we should be asking for more, but we should ask for more intelligently. You understand? Okay, you build schools. Okay, Baba, you build school. What are you doing? Okay, what about technical school? At least I want to be mechanic. So you should enable me. That's a serious argument. I want to be a carpenter. Your school should not be to me for me to go and be doing integrated science alone. I want to learn that carpentry, and I want government to enable me. Here now, after you learn your apprenticeships here now, for example, you can put your paper together and government can fund you. It depends on your capacity. Patoski, if I'm lying, just tell me. You can access government funding up to 500,000. Depends on what you want to build. So those are the things that I think we should find a way to be pushing. That okay, it's not enough for you to build technical school. So when you build technical, so what? So so what, you build technical school now? Okay, I've learned how to do this thing. What next? I will agree with you. But over time, I know, because I'm really desperate for that local government reform to kick off. Because to me, that's the best way, that's the best area for the citizens of Nigeria to direct the impact. Because with that with that level of funding that will be available, oh my goodness, I expect, to me, I have hope in Nigeria. And the type of hope in Nigeria, everything around, everything about my thinking at the end of the day is about security. But when I talk about security, it's not about carry gun alone. Security from food, education, our healthcare system, all those things are part of my own security architecture. So to me, analyze, don't praise. You don't have to praise. So Ludo has done this, I done this. It's not a praise. Then you should have done
But
this.
Ola,
I'm not praising it.
Ola, what I noticed because I could see even the Abia State governor, the one that they are praising all over the place, is the best governor all over Nigeria, because he's a Labour Party governor. He's having issue with his predecessor. These so-called government house are big government house, are big government house. I want to ask, if I could remember, all these states have been created since the time of Babangida. Why are they just building government house now? Where have they been?
They are doing miracle center.
No, forget about all those things, Remi.
I even wonder about that.
Because the reason why I'm asking this question is that it's like it's not as if it is better in my own. But I can say governance is better in the southwest than the southeast. I'm very sorry to say this, because even my own state, Osun, as far back as 1999, during the time of Akande, they built their own government house, even secretariats. So you are not talking about almost 30-something years of creation of a state. Then the governor, in fact, the OT, the one that Ikpeasu built before OT came in, he said he's going to convert it to an hotel. So that means he will now have his own architectural design for another one. He will inflate the price and get more money from having another project. What is wrong with the one that is there? If the guy has not completed it, complete it. Why are you now converting the government house that you have never used to an hotel? Governance in Nigeria, I think, is maybe because we are not used to good governance. Any little things we start praising and we start yelling about it. I just don't know.
I'm not even, like I said, I'm not even saying they should praise, but don't lie to me. That that thing triggers me a lot when people lies, when people tell lies. The thing is, so you can,
you should know the kind of people that you are dealing with. Now, why should you allow yourself to get triggered by people that don't analyze it?
It triggers because they are
If they
using
don't,
that thing
let me
to
tell you,
promote
Ola, that was
predators.
why I gave example of OT. OT that constructed 1.5 kilometer road, and they started praising him as if he has constructed the whole state. You understand? Just because they wanted to use him for a purpose. They wanted to just use him to pass a message. Even if there's Enugu, as OT done half of what that Enugu state governor has done, the PDP governor. Do you hear anything about him?
Yeah,
you will not hear.
Simba, you know why I'm triggered when people lies. Now, this thing didn't start today. I'm still angry about how the federal government took away those refineries from Dangote and Otedola. And just imagine the situation if those guys manage to fix that, let's say they took it 2007 and they managed to fix it up to 2013, we probably won't be in the situation we are today. People followed sentiments. They followed lies. Oh, they were giving that to their family. They were giving this thing. This is a national asset. That is what this, is what that. The question you ask yourself is this. You and I know that when they are doing Nigeria contracts, if government in procurement was estimated to be like say $7 billion, like in 1980. Just give an example. You know quite well that a lot of inflation, a lot of padding went to that thing that was not the actual value. Then there's another thing. A deteriorating asset is totally different from improved assets. So when you allow an asset to deteriorate, and you needed to spend significantly, and you are not looking at the book value, what you had like in the early 80s, you are not looking at the current state, and you are using that 1980 just to, because you are using facts, right? But you are using that fact wrongly to whip up sentiment, to cause people to just rise and create that thing. Okay, when Nigerians stood up, when they shouted, when they took that refinery away from them, who suffer from it? The same elite that wanted to be profiteering from that fuel subsidy. They were still the one. You were indirectly working for those people.
Is
Now,
it is
when
it is the
people,
only is Ola is not only the people that benefited from subsidy now? What about the workers that are there that are getting promotion, getting money every time, and they are doing nothing?
exactly. So my problem has always been that when people are just having some kind of mob mentality by not saying the right fact, you are really not fighting you for your right. Rather, you are helping those people that want to use your outburst as a way of political leaning.
So,
Yesufu, for example,
quick question.
I
So,
okay, sir.
so what is the job of the leader or the politician? Aren't they supposed to educate the farmer? Aren't they supposed to, show them facts and then prefer solutions? Isn't that what it's supposed to be about?
B1. I mean, when you B1.
Okay,
You change your name
Babaji.
every day. BT. Sorry,
Babaji.
Ola. Let me just give him a small, because me, I don't talk too much. BT.
Yeah.
When you post, even when they are trying to give them the correct information, what is their reaction? If there is propaganda, it is a lie. The Nigerians are used.
So no, it's like they're not receptive to the information.
They are not.
But I'm saying then you have to then find a way. You have to find a way to get through them. That's what I'm saying. You have to find a way. If you're going to lead them and you know they're very difficult, the onus is on you as a leader to figure it out. I don't have the solutions, but if you want to lead the people, you have to figure it out. I don't know why, I don't know how, but you have to figure it out.
Babati, it's only people that want to learn that can learn. You can't force people to learn.
Okay.
That is it. You can't force people to learn. If people don't have open-minded to anything, anytime they see
Simba,
anything
you
from
have
the
to show
government,
the people results upon result. 1 second.
Yes,
You
Simba,
have
let
to
me
show that
respond to Babati.
successive or consecutive results. People are used to mediocrity. They are used to the government lying to them, bamboozling them all the time. So why shouldn't they be skeptical about the government? So why should they believe them? I mean,
Simba,
you make it sound like they're always telling us the truth all the time and they're doing the right thing. That's not the case.
Exactly. So
is that what Trump is also doing in America? Also
no,
telling them
let me don't do that. It's
why
going to
do
go.
do that? It's the same thing now.
It's going to go left now. But just start. Let me add this to you before you go ahead. This is the best example I've given in regards to what Simba said. It's like, let's say a 9-year-old was enslaved and became a sex worker at 9 years old. And all she knows all her life, and you got to her when she was 21 years old in sex trade. And she's always known, that's all she's always known all her life. to rescue her, you cannot just say, "Oh, sex work is bad and prostitution is terrible. Let's go," and you drag her away, and you don't provide the tools for her to recover, therapy, and all those things, because she's gonna then go back to what she's always known. So what I'm saying is that if you want to help the average Nigerian, it's a rescue mission. As a leader, as a politician, you want to save them from themselves. They don't know any better. So you have to then do the hard work. It's on you to do the job, to figure it out.
Let me educate people that are ready to get it. You can't educate a pretender that is pretending that he doesn't know.
You missed the point. Psychologically,
No, let me give you for example. MOP will come here with some fallacies, and then you will tell him, he will not say, "No, that is what I want to believe. I don't care. That is my own belief, and I don't care about whatever
I got what Baba T is saying. Let me respond to Baba T. See, Baba T, it's not as if the leaders are not communicating. Just hold that one. You know, the problem we have today, we are in the era of big data, era of internet. So the veracity of information is the problem now. The truth is competing against the lies, and these are the handwork of the elites. And the elites, for the purpose, for the selfish purpose, for the selfish interest, they always go for that. Okay, how do I mean? You know, in those days, at the world level, people used to know what was happening, and we used to listen to all those radio stations. We used to know the government program, and you will see it there openly. Then the local people, they know. Then the problem in Nigeria now, the people carrying propaganda now are the international people, the elites that are serving the different purpose. Now, when they are saying these people are not working, you'll be shocked that the project that these people are doing, you'll find it on YouTube. Simple Google will show you picture. Those people that know how to use tools, they know how to bring those facts out. Those people that know how to read financial statement of a state, they know how to do that. But you know the problem? People in Lagos, just for political correctness, and because of the political leaning, they can use their bigger voices just to drone what is happening there, despite all those efforts. It is now the duty of people like us here now to keep shutting down any.
Ola, I am with you. I just don't want to go down the path with Simba. This idea that Nigerians are that we are irredeemable. That's what he's saying. That you cannot save Nigerians. That's just the way they are. No,
No,
it is very difficult.
sorry, BT, Simba is anti people. So when he talks like that,
I won't go
that's
that
the way
far. I won't go that far. But this notion that we should give up on Nigeria because that's the way they are, that they are irredeemable, that no matter what you do. No, it is difficult. I get that. So we have to figure it as leaders, as those that desire change, have to find a way to save them from themselves. That is the solution. It's hard, but it's possible, Simba. But you cannot give up on them because they don't know any better. That's what
it's possible. That is exactly what we are seeing here now. Like, you know, the other time when someone else said, "Oh, Soludo has not done anything," you know, even funny enough, Shema even allow.
BT, I kind of share your point of view, BT. See, I don't believe that the responsibility of the leaders.
Excuse me. I heard my name. Did someone call my name?
No.
Yes,
I
call your name that you are one of the elites intentionally misleading the masses, the innocent masses for that matter. When you allow.
Okay.
I don't believe that the
Allah,
followers.
leave your mind alone. We didn't mention your name. Go and sleep.
I don't believe that the citizens have equal responsibility as the leaders, as Simba does. I don't believe that. I think I believe just like you do, BT, that the leaders or the people in charge have to do more to sensitize the people and make sure they're well informed, and they have to show them some progress. Okay, that's the way it works. Not just point fingers to what.
Let me ask you, all this your soft-spoken thing that you are talking about, even in America where you are, people choose what they wanted to believe. you, an adherent supporter of Trump, and if you see somebody who is the adherent supporter of Democrats, you have different belief, whatever. So the so-called education is sometimes is a relative thing. Is people choose what they want to believe. So the
I
class
think I have to agree with Simba on that. Because
so what are you
one
people
funny
saying?
thing?
They choose what they want to believe.
I don't know what is going on within my local within my city. I only know small. Even when my prime minister changed, I did not
Well,
even
the
know.
problem didn't start today, Simba. The problem didn't start today. People choose what they want to believe. Sometimes it's not about what they choose. It's not about what they want to believe. It's their perception about their leaders. And don't pretend that we have like hopeless leaders or leaders that are not worthy
It's
of
not,
leadership.
forget about it. Let us even use where you think that things are working. I can use as an example. Whatever
Please,
Democrats
Daddy.
did, they will never do anything good in your own belief. Whatever they do, you have a reason for you to condemn
Well,
them. And that is how people
that's
believe.
a
That
different
is the
case.
nature of people.
No,
That
that's
is
a
you.
different case because
It's not a
okay,
different
Simba,
case.
please,
It's
Daddy.
the
Simba,
same thing
hold on. That's a
everywhere.
different.
Forget about
See,
it.
the Democrats are evil. They're demonic.
Oh, can you
So
imagine? Can you see now? Can you hear him now?
so they
Please,
can't.
So
Daddy.
forget
They can't
about
do
this thing
nothing
that
good.
people are talking. The leader has to do. Let me tell you, this is information. I mean, the ICT age. People have information, and people will choose. It's not my responsibility to go to your brain to now reset your brain and say believe this and don't believe this. People will choose whatever they want to believe.
Prince Daddy, like I said, our duty. I was just telling Simba yesterday that the only reason is it's not as if I cannot speak on other forum, including channels on X, Twitter space. The thing is this: I come to where I think I can I can tell people about the facts, not the truth. I live by fact because truth is subjective now. So the thing here is this: as much misinformation that I can correct, that is the exact reason I'm here. You see this thing, all this project that all these governors, the media people, they mention this thing on Twitter, they mention it on
Ola,
Instagram.
give me 1 second. Ola,
You
if you don't mind, give me
you see
1
now.
second.
You see, Shamana,
Hold
the way
on.
he quickly shut me down now.
Hold on. I'm doing my moderating duty.
Mhm.
So, Soli, your device is not connected. And also, you come in the studio, behave. Thank you. Okay, now it's connected.
Let me just say one thing. 10 seconds before you go ahead. Ola, let me make an exception to what I said earlier. I said I believe Nigerians are redeemable, except for MOP, because MOP still believes that the Lagos, even until 2 days ago, the man still said the Lagos Calabar highway is AI, it's not real. So that one, you can't save that one. That is gone.
That one.
So
You
let
know,
me make an
it's
exception
a
for the MOP.
deliberate thing, BT. People deliberately believe what they want. So forget about it. Information are there. There are so many information out there. You choose whatever you
I
want.
made just one exception now, just one. I was
It's not. It's just
you see one thing,
MOP is an average.
Simba,
Represent an average Nigeria.
Simba.
There are some
There's
people that are irredeemable. Whatever information you give them, they have their belief, and there's nothing you can do to change it.
See, let me tell you something, Simba. See, sometimes you have to look at the motive. What exactly those people making propaganda, what exactly is it that they want? Now, bring the category of Showore, sorry to say, bring the category of Aisha Yesufu, bring them on board tomorrow. They will never talk of the positive area. Do you know what? They see opportunity in the polity and they want to king in there. They will only manipulate the people to their own side. When you mention the positive side, you've already agitated them. They will raise their voice to drone that sort of voice, except you are ready to match them word for word. Like I keep saying, the best way to analyze is not for you to just go all negative without even saying the positive. You can look at the positive that okay, this thing should be costing us 200 instead of 500. That's the way to say. But to tell people that they're not doing anything, you've already reset people's brains that you know that, oh, this country, I cannot even achieve anything. Okay, just imagine someone that's okay. They didn't build any school, they didn't build any hospital. And you get to a city, realize there's hospital there. And just because someone told you that, oh, they didn't build any hospital, the next thing, when you have an emergency, you are looking at like a 200 kilometers away just because someone lied to you that there's no hospital in your town. You see how wicked misinformation and misrepresentation can be. So we have to be very careful when you see people trying not to mention positive part of any administration, and those people they are into politics on their own, is a red flag. Run away from those kind of people and make sure whatever you have within your capacity, debunk them aggressively. Just because if you keep quiet and you don't debunk all those people, you see. Now, Jonathan was very weak, no doubt. Jonathan didn't perform enough, no doubt. But people that wanted to hijack power, they focus more on the negative aspect of Jonathan. But when they themselves grab power, did they perform better? Okay, Yaya Bello, an example. All those. So the thing is, when people are propagating their own message, we should be very careful to analyze them. What exactly do they want? Which political angle are they coming from? And this is what we should just stop. Because during the day of Awolowo, go ahead.
Okay, I want to respond to that. You see, when you are coming up with this, oh, people, it's like you're basically saying, oh, if you are contesting, never complain about the opponent. Why is the opponent not doing his best? If the opponent has built the best hospitals, right? No matter how much people want to do propaganda and lie, we all know that they have the best hospitals. Imagine someone is going around saying America does not have hospital and they want to use it as propaganda. Will that propaganda work? Definitely not. Why? Because everybody knows they have very good hospitals. Propaganda will never work if you actually do your job. Propaganda will not be a problem for you if you actually do your job. You are saying that people should not stop complaining about the negatives. If all of us on this panel go to Nigeria, what positives are we going to benefit from Nigeria? You are talking about, oh, there is hospital. Is that the standard of living?
Sorry,
No,
just a
I
second.
let you finish now.
No. You are misrepresenting me.
So many positive you can benefit from. Continue.
Wait.
I let you
Sorry.
I let you finish.
You will speak. I gave you the floor now. You will speak.
No, hold on. Excuse me. I'm the moderator. So I will let Soli to finish what the point he's trying to make. Thank you.
No, he interjected me. I said he should continue. So what are you talking about? He interjected me,
So if you allowed him to continue, let him finish.
He just misrepresented me. I just wanted to correct. I'm not really interjecting.
So you can correct him when he is finished.
I said people should not complain about negative. That's not it.
Let him correct me.
You cannot do this, Mr. Ola. Me and you have a problem.
Let him do it. Let him do what he wants to.
Okay.
What
Go ahead.
Which kind of moderator be this? The thing is this. the thing is this. You accused me of saying people should not complain about the negative. No, that's misrepresentation. I said when you want to complain, analyze, don't focus only on the negative. Let us know what they've done and give me your alternative. Don't just say they don't do anything. That's a lie. That's misrepresentation. Just you misrepresented me now. I don't like that. I said people should look at the negative, look at the positive, and then give your solution. Period. Thank you.
If there were any positives, people will not be filling the embassies right now. Just this year alone, I think we've had, is it not over 500,000 people apply for UK visa? So these positives, why are people running away from it? You are talking about, we're talking about, oh, we say there's negatives. He's always talking about negatives that did not build hospital. Look at the standard of the hospital. People are
Can
giving
you
birth.
also sorry.
Can you just let me flow?
Sorry,
Can you just let me? Can you just let me flow, please?
Sorry, I just want to let you take this along. Can you tell us the population of Nigeria in 1999 and compare to 2025? Continue.
That is a lazy man's excuse. As you develop an increase
I'm
in
not
population,
giving excuse. I just asked a simple question.
you ask me a question
Remi,
now.
a lazy man.
Can you let me flow? How will you ask me a question?
Okay. This is why you guys.
Sorry,
you people just love supporting evil. And when somebody is speaking about good, the thing just used to fight your body.
We've been having civil conversation before you came.
That is the evil man.
Okay. So guys, I'm the moderator. I'm the moderator.
I can't even remember your question. You asked me question. I'm answering you. You are interjecting me.
Solly,
well,
you
are
can
insulting
speak
with your response now. You are
no
insulting.
one is going to interject Solly because I'm the moderator. So Solly, you can speak. No interjections. Thank you.
So I can't even remember your question, so I can't even answer your question because you interjected. But let me continue where I was. Look at the hospitals in Nigeria. No matter how good the hospital is, if you are still relying on electricity, women are giving birth. And while they are giving birth, the electricity goes out. No matter how long, even if the generator starts up very quickly or whatever, if they are performing C-section or something, that woman's life is at risk. This happens every day in Nigeria. Every day. And you are talking about somebody should be arguing about the people are buying.
In 1,000 the point here is that what you are saying. Is it? I don't even know where you are going. This thing that you are doing is very easy to do. We are talking about. We are not. Nobody saying
Dr. Simba, we cannot continue like this.
He's just
we don't know where he's going because he has not landed. Listen, I'm going to be putting people on mute. You know, with all due respect, I don't normally do this.
Put Solly on timeout. Tell him how many minutes he has to spend so that other people can contribute.
Okay, well, let him finish on time so that we won't have.
Choma, remember, you are here because we are here. We are the one making you. So don't.
You guys, of course, you guys are my best friends, but still,
so don't stop all this nonsense that you are doing this morning. You can, if you want us to go, we leave it and you will be doing it on your own.
No, you don't have to go anywhere. If you go anywhere, it will be the end of our friendship. But please let Solly finish. Please. This is not one man's show. This is Choma's show. Thank you.
See how the truth is irritating you. See how the truth is irritating you. What I'm saying, is it a lie? You are talking about, what is the population? Imagine the people that are moving to America, and America starts saying, our population is increasing, so we will not improve our infrastructure, we will not improve the amenities, we will not improve the hospitals. There is no excuse. When it is time to steal, look at the increase in population. They were stealing in millions, then they moved it to billions. Now they are moving it to trillions. Why are you not complaining about the increase in theft? But you are complaining about the increase in population as an excuse to excuse your favorite criminal and thieves. Let's say Nigerians, so most Nigerians that support criminals and thieves, let's say they had integrity, right? They will not be looking to cut corners, looking for how to dribble, to defend thieves that they are not benefiting from. Look at the population of Yoruba people. The amount of people begging at airports. I will always use that. Yoruba people begging at airports keep on increasing. There are solutions. I post an Instagram post of what Gossip Mill posted. Wike's son spending River State money in millions of dollars. And when Nigerians found out, you know what he did? He removed all his posts and made his account private. If what he's doing is good, why did he remove his posts? It's because he feels guilty. They know that they are stealing from Nigerians, but you people come here and you defend the father of these thieves when even his child knows that he's a thief.
You come here and you defend him, knowing that people are buying based on the little things that they are doing to destroy the lives of Nigerians. You are saying that have people not been jackpying? So that should be the way of life as a Nigerian. We should be born in Nigeria, and our goal is to be living Nigeria. That is our level. To be going to Iraq, to be doing Mage, to be going to Dubai and be staying under the hot sun. That is our life goal as a Nigerian, and we should continue to follow that step, and we should keep quiet. And if we come in opposition, we should not talk about the negatives. We should be comparing the little good, if there is any good.
Okay, thank you. Can we now respond? I think you finished.
Give me 30 seconds if you don't mind. Let me respond to you.
Yes, you guys can respond.
So, Remi, dúró náà, mo ń béèrè permission lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀. See, let me tell you what I'm saying is. Now just give me 30 seconds. Solely what we are saying is this. When you want to analyze properly, you say Nigeria and Japan. Now, to the ratio of the population, there are more Britons in the United States than Nigerians, right? So we can't say because UK is bad, that is why people agree. So no matter the level of that country, people will still Japan. And don't forget that people that are Japan that you are talking about, they are those people that are already stable already in Nigeria, okay? What we are saying is this. Critic, don't just keep criticizing and focus on negative. When you finish that, give your solutions. That's what I want. Don't just say, oh, people are buying, people are doing this. Okay, you've talked. Then your solutions. Since you say they are not doing anything. Period. Thank you.
Okay, you know what?
Okay,
you said that, let me quickly respond. You said that the people that are jackpying are people that are already well made of. So the people crossing deserts in the Sahara and going to Libya, those people are already well made of, right? I don't see any British person crossing the Mediterranean Sea or crossing the desert to go to America. I don't see that.
Let me respond to you. When it comes to the issue of immigration, or when you want to leave your country, that decision is yours. You can either go if you have the money, you go for the visa and you get a ticket and you fly out. If you don't have the money and you are willing to leave your country, even no matter what, some people are well to do in Nigeria, but still, they still want to jackpot. They believe that if you go to that country, then you will make it very quick. But it has shown that it's also not easy in the Western world. All of us that are on this platform, we all know it's not so easy like that. You have to put in the work. Now, when I was in Shanghai, I checked that daily an average flight to different cities in America is about 20 flights that go to the US, only from one city in China. When you now combine Beijing, Guangzhou, so many like 10 international airports, that they have an average of 10 flights to different cities in America. Then I asked my Chinese friend, what are they going to do there? Some said that they are going there to jackpot for life. Some say they have a job there and they are going to work there. Then I said, China is good enough. Why are they looking for other opportunity? And the answer I got is that some people are never satisfied. They still believe the Western freedom and they like the freedom. So when people jackpot, it's not because your country is not good. Before today, I remember in 1984, there is Andrew Checkout. If you know, when Buhari came into power, that was that slogan, I want to jackpot, Andrew Checkout from the country. So this is not the first time that Nigerians are jackpotting. The point about Nigeria is that the country might not be good as all of us want it to be, but people have a choice to either live in Nigeria to make it or to go abroad and make it. People like Ekene will tell you that no matter what happens, I will not leave Nigeria. So when you say people are jackpot, you also have to consider so many other factors. That means probably people that jackpot a lot by buying free tickets, their economic have improved, or they have a way of sourcing that money. For you to get a return ticket from Nigeria to most part of Europe now, you get 1.5 million and above as a return ticket. So if most people are getting on the plane to go to all these countries to look for better opportunity of life, you can't blame people. You cannot say because the economy is not good, that's why a lot of them are jackpotting. Even if the economy is good, people see japa. I remember, even I have a lot of uncle that japa when the economy was good and they never returned back to Nigeria. So don't just always come here. Let us balance it. There are some people that japa because they want to improve their life. There are some people that japa because they are tired of the country. No matter what happens, they just want to leave. And there's some people that japa for luxury lifestyle. So coming here to say, and I mentioned about population. The population of Nigeria 20 or 30 years ago, it's not the same population now. Whatever you can say about that country, people have opportunity because of globalization to look for elsewhere in the world and move around. Some people stay in Nigeria and working remotely, and they're making it also. So for me, I think individually, apart from government giving an enabling environment, individually we should also look for opportunity by ourselves. It's not everything government. Wherever we find ourselves in abroad, is it the government that is giving you the job in Europe or in America or Canada? Are you not the one looking for a job by yourself? You make a living. So I stop here so another person can pick it up.
It's very, you are saying that people are traveling out because they want. We all know, unless you want to deny it, or unless you are lying to yourself, majority of the people jackpying and living from Nigeria right now, and I'm not talking about minority. I don't argue minority. Arguing minority is nonsense to me. When you are talking about majority, people are living because of insecurity. People are living because of lack of power. People are living because of lack of enabling environment. When you say that is it the government that is giving you job in America, it's the government that is creating an enabling environment for people to be able to start businesses, to be able to give you a job, to be able to create good power supply, to be able to create good road networks, to be able to create good transport system, to be able to create good sewage system, to be able to create an enabling environment, which is the key thing, and good security, which is the key thing. Even the people that have money that are jackpying, most of them are just scared for their lives. They don't want to buy. They don't want to buy early. They want good health care, so they are jackpying. Is this so much to ask for? Ordinary security and electricity, ordinary health care, ordinary road, simple road. Is it too much to ask for? It is not. So when you said that, okay, some people are making it in Nigeria, how many percent? How many percent? It's like playing the lottery. You are putting your life on lottery. If 5% or 10% are making it out of 200 million, that leaves 180 million that are suffering. And you are saying that some people are making it. You're in your mind. In your mind, that is a good analysis.
Let me ask you this, Solly.
Just because you were lucky. And is it not the typical Nigerian attitude? As long as it's not affecting
it's okay.
you, I don't
You don't
care.
need to
As
abuse
long
him
as it's not
because he has
affecting
a
you,
contrary
you don't
opinion to
care.
your own.
You are saying, and some people are even saying that, oh, am I on my menstrual period? Just because they are not in the deserts right now, crossing the border. They
Okay,
so
just hold on. Let me say this.
Solly,
You that is your problem. You keep on ranting and ranting. Other people want to talk. You not say they do not allow them to talk.
Let me finish? But I let you finish.
When are you going to finish? You are repeating the same thing every time. You say you are going to finish. What are you finishing?
Okay, but I gave you the due respect to finish, right? Did I not give you the due respect to finish, right? Did you see me complaining about how you are talking? Did you? Did I complain
this
about
is not
how you
Remi,
are
this
talking?
Simba.
Did I complain
This guy don't come again, oh.
You just
you know me, I don't like to fight. You know,
Oh my God.
I'm giving you respect because you are older than
everybody
me.
be coming down.
Agbaya.
Oh boy, I
This guy.
Okay, guys. Take it easy.
Wait, hold on. Hello. I want to apologize to whoever received that insult, or I'm so sorry. But Soli is backstage. I'll bring him back in, but he needs to calm down. So, who's supposed to speak next?
Let me say this, Chuma.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, what I want to say, nobody is saying the country is good, and nobody is even commending any politician that is stealing. But what I want to say is this: what Nigeria is going through is not only Nigeria that is going through it, but the way Nigerians are portrayed their own. Let me give you, for example, if you go and search the migration in Africa, Nigeria is not even in the first 10. Egypt migrate, Egyptians, the North America, the North Africans, they migrated more than Nigerians. Ghanaians, they migrated more than Nigerians. Okay, so if you now see this fact, will you not adduce it to because they don't have good road, they don't have good education, they don't have that's why people migrate. The Indians, they migrate more than any other person. The Chinese, they migrate. So migration is not a factor that you can use to say, okay, your economy is good or not. That's what you are just saying. If you are talking, it's not as if anybody is promoting any ill, any bad leadership or whatever. But when we are talking, you won't see the Kenyans ranting the way we rant and condemn our country. Because, in fact, the Ethiopians, let me tell you, if you have ever boarded Ethiopian airline before, from Ethiopia coming to Saudi, the only people you see on board are their girls that are coming to come and do maid work. Have you ever go online and see the Ethiopians complaining that okay, they don't have good economy, and then their girls are doing a menial job in Asia and other countries? That's what we are talking about. It's not as if, so the way you people just project the country as if it's only Nigeria that have economic issue.
Simba, let me add to that. Solely, let me tell you why I said that.
You will come here, you start abusing people. We are talking. It's communication.
Simba, you're getting responsive.
You can't be cutting me off.
This is what I'm saying.
When I'm not cutting
No,
you off.
Solely,
If you want
this is what we
respect,
are saying.
respect yourself. Respect yourself.
Why are you saying Komabino? Why?
No.
What are you trying to promote?
Wait,
you are telling him not to Komabino. You're a Yoruba man. Why are you behaving like this?
Baba,
Ebi wọ jùlọ yẹ kó bá sọ tọrọ ní pé kó máa ṣe sùúrù.
Why are you begging him?
I am the moderator.
If the guy
respect, you lack respect.
Guys,
you can see. I will not engage in that kind of, because I'm not in the same level with you, so I cannot be that kind of.
Can we respect the moderator, please? Okay.
Okay.
I apologize for the little boss, even though it was funny. But yeah, Miss Ola, what were you going to say?
Okay. Apologies to Simba and Co. So when I say Mabinu, sometimes it's just like so just what I'm trying to say is this. When I say when we try to analyze, we should just analyze in such a way that it's not going to be injurious. Let us analyze in a creative and innovative way. That's what I'm saying. Look at it this way. Nigeria is bad, right? Assuming that when Flutterwave wanted to bring his business to Nigeria, he said, Nigeria, let's assume he has the mentality that Nigeria is bad, there's no power, there's nothing. And given the fact that Interswitch started business in Nigeria in 2002, so and you look at how bad Nigeria was according to many Nigerians, so it won't bring Flutterwave to Nigeria. Although I know that Interswitch may be keeping something, but as we speak today, Flutterwave is almost times 3 more valuable than Interswitch in quotes, right? Because that is the public figure, right? That is available. Those are kind of Nigerians that sees that irrespective of the infrastructure challenges and all those things, that they still see opportunity in that terrible, in that God-forsaken income, according to some Nigerians. Nigeria today, Flutterwave started that business and is today more valuable. The same way we have some Chinese nationals, the same way we have some Indians, we have some Lebanese and co, that they are coming to Nigeria that lack power. The same Nigeria that lack infrastructure, power infrastructure, is the same Nigeria that Dangote will establish his own power for cement, for his auto manufacturing and those things. See, guys, you and I at this level, we don't have money of Dangote. Information we put here encourages or discourages. That's why we have to be very careful. We cannot always talk of something negative. Someone came here today to tell us that Soludo is not doing anything, and I have evidence of 2 general hospitals built by Soludo. Now, when you are telling average mind, maybe someone want to go to Anambra now. Is that so? They don't have hospital there. Why should I even go there? Maybe you want to say tourists want to visit that place. Someone want to build tourism. You understand? You want to build like some business, tourism business there. But they are telling you there's no AK there. And you are keep telling it's mosquito. When you go to that place, so you catch mosquito. By the time you get to America, you will die because there's no hospital that will treat you. That's a lie. But whereas there is a general hospital that is there, that if anything happens to you, they are going to take care of you. That is how to do constructive criticism. Not, I have someone yesterday, and there's no hospital to go. The person just pie. That's a lie. That's why I'm saying that let us be creative and innovative. When we say Nigeria are running, I'm not saying Nigeria are not running because of economic situation. Get me? But I tell you, Canada deport average of 300 to 500 United Kingdom citizens every year. Ask me a question. Why deporting the UK citizen? The UK economically is bigger than Canada. But ask yourself, how come that Oyibo is living illegally in Canada? There are so many illegal UK residents, British, French national, living in the United States of America. Ask yourself why. So immigration cannot be the yardstick, even though I know people are looking, it cannot only be the yardstick to measure that Nigeria is not okay. Ask yourself question, there are, okay, what about some other foreigners that are coming to Nigeria, they are living in Nigeria illegally too? You understand? Nigeria is not bad, but those people, if you ask them to go back to their country today, they are ready to fight just to make sure they stay in that country, in Nigeria. Some of them don't go back, they don't want to go back. I met someone personally that said, okay, you thought you don't see Oyibo, you never see Oyibo. He said, I've been in this country since 1968. And I gave back to all my children that I'm not going back to my country. This is my country. I don't have any other country than Nigeria. So, see, it's neither here nor there. I just want our argument to have substance, to have element of the truth and nothing but the truth, not just to now peg along the side of negativity. When you peg along the side of negativity alone, that's a lie. When everything you are seeing is negative, it's a lie. You must see both positive and the negative. Then don't just talk alone, now provide your solution. Because when you are not providing your solution, anybody that talk is not providing solution, I'm not taking you seriously, to be honest. It's just one of those ranting. That's what I'm saying. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ola. I want to know if Mike, I want to know if Mike is there. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, what's up, man? What are you guys talking about?
Okay.
I didn't follow you guys earlier. I just yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so Stoli, go ahead and respond, and then I will reply to Mike in a bit.
Okay, please, nobody should interject me. If I'm allowing you to flow and I'm not interjecting you, I'm showing you respect. If I show you respect and you want to disrespect me and expect me to keep quiet just because you think I'm Yoruba or I'm younger than you, I will disrespect you back. I'm not your family member. Okay, thank you. Now, you said Soludo built 2 hospitals, right? If he built those 2 hospitals in Canada, will he be allowed to run it? Because I can also say that in Ekiti, they built airports. Look at the standard of the airports. You are coming from Canada, but in Canada, you will never respect them if they build that 2 hospitals in that Canada. However, your fellow man in Nigeria is supposed to appreciate that substandard hospital that electricity can go out of at any moment while people are having surgeries, while people are giving birth. I understand that, okay, maybe because nobody you know, right, is going to that hospital, you don't care, right? But I care. Other people care. It is not a crime to care about other people, even if they are not from your family, even if you don't know them. It is not a crime. So don't try to shame me because I care about other people's health.
If a USA governor or a Canadian governor builds that shitty hospital, do you think he will be there for another term? The truth is, we know he will not. Some people even try to take him to jail. You can't say that, oh, because it is Nigeria, people should start building houses with mud and leaves, because that is the standard. When you want to build your own house in Nigeria, you will look for the best land if possible. You will look for the best cement if possible. You will look for the best roofing, the best tilers, the best plumbing, the best of everything. The people that have access to resources build shit. And you say that, oh, we can't say that they didn't do anything. At least they built shit house. At least they built shit hospital. We should appreciate the shit. We should close our nose. We should close our nose next time we enter the shit hospital, and we should just take it. Meanwhile, their children are spraying money, Nigerian money. And I posted proof. If you say that you want constructing, I posted proof. Chioma has the Instagram post. A long set of video of how Nigerian money is being sprayed in clubs, sprayed on top white people, being spent on white people in other white people's country, enough to build standard hospitals that other people from other African countries will be coming to Nigeria to get their healthcare done. They are spraying it in club. That is what we should be defending. Just because our family members are not entering the shit hospitals that Soludo built. You are talking about, and again, I don't understand. We keep on coming here, and I see people older than me, and I expect them to be wiser than me, arguing about the minority. You are mentioned, and this is not a disrespect. I'm just pointing out what you guys keep doing. You are talking about China, India, Dangote. This is a minority in the population. These people come with backed finance that the average Nigerian will never, most Nigerians will never see 1 million naira in their lifetime. And you say that, oh, Dangote, is he not doing something? Did he not see the benefits in the country? Why is the average Nigerian supposed to even find 100,000 naira to start with? What can 100,000 naira do in this economy? And we're surprised that people are selling their votes. You can't tell people how to grieve just because you are sitting down comfortable with electricity all the time. Your internet is there. See how you are live streaming with no problem. Do you know how much this live stream, this money that you spent on this internet, if you give some people in Nigeria, they will roll on the floor. And you are telling those people how to grieve. You are going to their funeral and you say you don't like the way that they are grieving, that other people are grieving this way, that can't they just constructively grieve just because it is not your own funeral. You are trying to tell people how to grieve at their own funeral. How do you is it that people don't care about you, so you don't know how to care about other people? Because I noticed, especially people from the UK, they are so heartless. Is it that the white, I've never been to UK, but is it that the white people in UK treat you people like animals? That is why you think it is normal to treat other people like animals. In this Netherlands, if anything happens to me as a black man, the police will call me and they will even want to give me health assistance to care about my mental health. I don't know how the white people treat all of you in all those other countries, but I suspect that they treat you like subhuman animals because of the way you treat your own fellow human beings in Nigeria like subhuman animals. And I'm talking passionately about people's lives, and you are mocking me. And you expect people to pity you and care about you and respect you. I just don't understand your logic. Don't you have some shame when you go to Nigeria and you see, and I'll keep on mentioning it, you see Yoruba people begging. You enter the airport, the first thing you see is Yoruba people begging you like urchins for scraps. You say you care about Yoruba people. Or Igbo people go there, they see Yoruba people begging them. Hausa people come there, they see you begging them.
Let's not integrate. Let's not speak bad about any tribe, please.
And then you come there and you
Sure, why did you come when you mention Igbo?
About your own tribe.
No, he was speaking Yoruba. I said no, I don't like tribal problems.
Shoma, just give me 30 seconds to respond, then I
okay. Did this problem start yesterday? Did people start? Wait now. Please, just 1 more minute. I'm begging you. Somebody said, did this problem start yesterday? So because it did not start yesterday, we should continue being fools tomorrow. right? Why don't you build your house with mud and leaves? Since the people did not start building house with mobs and leaves yesterday, why don't you build your own house? Adewale Olusegun, why don't you build your own house with mud and leaves? Why are you trying to improve? Since people were building with mud and leaves before, why is your own issue more important? Build your own house with mud and leaves, because it did not start today. Build your own house. You this.
Okay.
My brother, my brother, I salute you. I salute you, my
Let
brother.
me say something. Let me say something solely. You see, one thing is this: I believe you are well educated and you did at least basic economics. When you have resources, you allocate. That's why they call economics. They say scarce resources, and you have what you want to target, and you have alternative for gun. We don't have an ideal situation where you achieve all your purpose every day, including the most developed nation in the world. They don't have a target today and achieve everything. Now, we have a very interesting situation in Nigeria that, okay, at the level we are now, probably we should be ahead of the position like 500 times. But based on what we currently have, when we see something going on, you don't have the resources, but you are building an hospital. You understand? I'm not saying these leaders are not corrupt, but suddenly you want that hospital to be like standard you find in the UK, in Canada, or in United States of America. That's a kind of a weak and poor argument. You analyze things based on your own political environment. You don't just suddenly start comparing Nigeria. Okay, now the budget for the university in my city is more than it's more than the entire southwestern states. Just one university, and we are now saying, okay, one of those states is building an hospital. All of a sudden, you are saying, oh, why not it be like the children's hospital in Calgary? Like, seriously? See, when we want to argue, we have to balance our argument with reality. That is how we educate ourselves. You understand? It's just like someone that's okay. Well, maybe you heard from China now, they build hospital in the sky now, just because they have something to suspend. Suddenly, you say, Nigeria, why are we not building the thing in the sky too, like that? Like, seriously? It's things that analysis, you don't do analysis that way. You look at what is obtainable, the resources you have. You now compare what is obtainable within your polity. You don't just necessarily jump outside. Yes, we don't have power. And if you know quite well that you want to get power today, even to the tune like, let's say 70,000 megawatts, honestly, the entire budget of Nigeria, if you want to focus on power alone, we cannot achieve it in 5 years. What are we talking about? So we have to be realistic in this. That's why I'm saying that when we discuss like this, sometimes we are giving political scavengers, political predators. Those are the people we are working for indirectly, because they'll be positioning themselves based on our grievances, and they will come to you tomorrow and they will say, okay, oh, don't worry, I'm going to give you 100,000 megawatts of electricity in 1 year. Don't worry, we are going to pay minimum wage of 200,000. The question you are not asking yourself is this: what is the entire revenue of that country? Don't forget it. Yes, people are looting. I'm not saying they are not looting, but don't focus too much on that. Why I'm saying you should not focus too much on that is that I'm not saying you should not fight. You should not oppose those people. That's not what I'm saying. But when you want to analyze for purpose of education, don't let us just start doing some kind of comparison that is so funny. You understand? See, analysis is not about insulting. You understand? You've tried very well today to insult me, but I'm not there today. You understand? I know. So I'm not for insult today. Otherwise, I will forget everything I want to present. I'm just saying we should learn how to present intelligently, based on what is obtainable, based on what is reasonable. Don't let us just have some kind of vague and unreasonable, unachievable argument for the sake of arguing sake. You understand? That's
I would like
where
to
I
push
am.
back a bit.
Yeah, thank you. Push back.
Me too.
Yeah, all right. Yes, I think Remi has run away.
Thank you. Thank God today or they see somebody that can
I did
actually
not run away. Oh, I can hear you clearly. So go ahead. I'm here. Sorry,
Everybody.
sorry. Before you go ahead, just give me 5 seconds. The
All
first time
right,
I
all right.
arrived, the first time I arrived Europe, and I saw the
Mm.
airport, I was like, oh my God, this is just, it's like third-tier city airport in China. So should I use that yardstick to judge that Europe is not developed? Because when you see first-class international airports in China, you would say that Europe is nothing. So can I now say to Europe and America, they are nothing. They are not developed. So you just have to put them in the right perspective, and at the end of the day, make your
All right,
analysis.
my brother.
Thank you. Yeah.
All right, my brother. Yes, I think wherever we are saying that Nigerians don't have the resources to build a standard here, I'll be seeing anybody that says such as somebody who doesn't know what is going on in Nigeria. And the reason why I say this is simple. In fact, I'm using my own case study. Last 2 or 3 months, I have a friend. He actually called me to come to National Assembly. He said there are contracts there that if I can lobby because I'm into solar, and we started doing the whole thing. And do you know when we get there, the option they give to me is for me to pay 30% of that contract. I'm talking about me. I'm not saying somebody said it to me personally. I have to pay 30% of that contract before an honorable can give me a letter to go to the agency to go and collect the contract from them, because he's the one that will give me the letter, because they already allocated those projects to the assemblies members, senators. So they are the one that will give you letter. But before they give you that letter as their contractor, you have to drop 30%, solidly 30% of that contract, not profits. The whole hoop money, the 30% of it, you are going to submit for them before they give you an ordinary letter. And I will not lie to you. This is the reason why I just left. But I actually go with a guy that later go in my back to go and do the contract. Okay? Because I can't live that life. Because I look at myself. Why am I taking contracts? And I'm paying 30% of the contract. And yet I still have 13% of the VAT to pay back to the federal government. Now I will still pay agency 5%. So automatically, I'm already paying almost 48% of the contract to the corrupt system. Now
Well,
I'll be left.
Foley. That's why now I understand when people get contract, they don't do anything. So after you pay your 30% pays back, why should you pay anything? Why should you do anything?
Why you won't do anything? And by the time you know, before you can even get your money out, a lot of accountants will be asking you for money, everybody. Before you know, you won't get anything, and the contract will not be solid. So if we are talking about we are doing off standard contract here, that is the reason and the brain behind where those things is happening. And the so-called contractors are actually doing those things. Then too, they have accepted that corrupt space for them to drive their own way of survival. Okay, them too, they will collect it. Now when they collect, they will go and do their rubbish, the rubbish that you want them to do. And unfortunately, the people that will actually do oversight are the same senators, are the same assembly members. They will just approve it because they know that the bulk of the money is already in their pocket. So nobody will push it back that you have not done it. So I think when we are discussing here, if anybody is saying that Nigeria don't have money, we have a lot. We have money. Is this what's it called? The seeds that we have, which is corruption, that is making us not to achieve anything. In fact, anybody that is doing well in Nigeria today, that is not complaining today, must be part of the system or corrupt system. Or maybe you are even doing your own business. Or you buy something of 20 naira and you can sell at 50 naira or 40 naira or 500 naira because you know nobody is challenging you on how to stabilize the price. So when you are talking about things are difficult in this country, in fact, Each time I want to go out, I look at myself. Why am I going out today? And this is us that will normally go out ordinarily before to go and source ourselves out, to go and look for something to do. But today, before you leave your bed, you have to calculate, because as you are standing up, you are actually taking 30,000 naira without even knowing what you are doing with it. Whether something is coming in or not, you don't know. So when we are talking about things are very difficult for Nigerians, when in fact I will look at myself sometimes. If me, I'm complaining about this system, what about those guys that doesn't even have anything to survive on? How are they coping? How are they coping?
Okay,
In
Folibi,
fact,
Folibi,
yes, my brother.
Folibi, I got your point
Yes,
about
sir.
corruption. We are not saying there's no corruption in Nigeria. This is another angle entirely. You understand? Yeah, probably corruption is not allowing us to achieve what we are supposed to achieve, right? I told you that maybe they can embezzle money. But what I'm saying is that we should not necessarily exaggerate. And I'm saying that solving the problem of corruption in Nigeria, I've said it over and over, it's not what we are going to do overnight, it's what we are going to do gradually. I started an example. I know people are not happy with that. How did Tinubu eliminate a fragmentation of collection in Lagos? Why is it that we have Lagos now generating the highest revenue in the country today? It's not because of the population. They were worse for it in 1999 when this man took over. He put technology there. Now, the payroll in Nigeria, ghost workers, they are not well pronounced. They are still there. I'm not saying they are not still there, but no longer like they used to be before, right? Then the fertilizer fraud that these people used to do when Akiwumi solved the problem. We are going to get this thing over and over and over. It's not going to be something that is going to be done with fiat. Even when military came with their power, they promised to eliminate all those things. What happened? They left the government be more corrupt without putting a system. As a matter of fact, the little integrity we had, the little institution we had, they drag it down, they dismantle everything. So you don't rush, you don't declare the way you are doing. Okay, now have we not removed the first subsidy now? Okay, our refinery not coming up in the country today. Those refineries that are coming, those are the things that will remove that subsidy in totality. Now, people are shouting naira floating of naira now. Oh, we can't get money. Yeah, people are shouting that. But 10 years down the line, the like of people that made over 9 billion so that will not make that. So system is gradual. So when we compare,
So my brother, let me push back a bit. Sorry, let me push back a bit
I know
as well.
you push back. Just give me 10 seconds now.
All right.
We can't be comparing ourselves to America, for example, that got independence 1770. If you America in the 30s,
What
you want me
about
to show the
Singapore?
picture of America in 30s?
What about
Do you want me
Singapore?
to show you the picture of America in 30s? You'll be
What
surprised.
about Singapore? Use Singapore as your example. Use Singapore as your example.
Okay, what about Singapore? Singapore didn't have the type of disruption we have in that country. You know how many to go? You know, assuming that Awolowo and Co were the one going, that time it could be different. So that's why I'm saying you have to look at your political environment. We were disrupted by the military. How many times was Singapore disrupted? So
In
those are the
fact,
factors.
I'm not, bros, my brother, my brother.
You
my,
know,
my brother, please, let me help you. Let me help you to push back a bit. Let me help you to push back a bit. Sorry, I think let me ask Mr. Adewale. In case, let's assume you are traveling. You are traveling on a ship. Oh, okay, sorry. Maybe you are traveling on a ship, and your ship have issue in the middle of sea, and you have to repair the ship. Are you going to drop all your people, all the passengers inside the sea so that you can repair it, or you allow them to sit and provide alternative for them, and you repair your ship? And where I'm going is this: if a country is bad, and you want to put a country in a successful path, and I think the best thing to start from is to look at the people in the country. Their well-being should be paramount when you are doing other things you want to do. Not when you are doing things to suffocate the citizens to death, and you are promising them a future that they might not even be part of. You are asking me to tight my belt for my incoming generation, and yet I can't live to give birth for that generation to come and enjoy what I'm suffering for. What's the essence of me doing that? In fact, whatever we are trying to talk about Nigeria and how to fix this country, and I will tell you, because we were here the last time, a guy was telling me they were eradicating, what's it called? What's it called? They are giving amnesty to the terrorists. I laugh because the consequence of that amnesty is even more dangerous than putting the children of today in school. Even you can even give them free of charge, free school today, and give them life. Because those guys you are giving life today, they will automatically dislodge those guys that are grown to be a terrorist in the future. But mind you, today you are using the resources that you say we don't have to radicalize the terrorists, and you still let the incoming one on the street as well to grow up to be another terrorist. In fact, Yorùbá ní asunkùnsímú wọn ló ń sún asunkùnsímú wọn ló ń sún asunkùnsímú wọn ní ó ń sún ọjọ́ ikún síwájú ni wọn ní tí ò bá ní kẹ̀lẹ̀bẹ̀
You are moving the argument. You are
no,
moving the argument.
I'm not moving it. I'm just telling you where the way things are going in this country. Whatever we think we are doing, and whatever they think they are doing, they are promising us they are doing. My brother, the consequence of whatever they are doing now is more dangerous than what we are experiencing now.
Wait, wait.
Yes, my brother.
Even after citing an example of how the government has managed to do something silently without making noise, I gave a beautiful example of fertilizer, how they managed to solve fertilizer subsidy. The issue of fraud within diesel subsidy, that one was solved long time ago, and it has become stable now, right? When we are telecommunication, we didn't get communication the way it is. Government just solved the problem silently. Cement importation in that country that used to create problem for people, that people will not get job, the government solved it silently. It is the issue of refinery now that is being solved silently without making noise, without making some bogus.
Please, what are they solving about cement? Please, what do they solve about cement? Please, can you enlighten me on that? I want you to enlighten me on solving it.
Before, what used to happen in Nigeria before is this: guys used to import cement from China.
Hey, Ola, sorry, I have one question. Maybe what is it with Nigerians, and the moment they start making a little more money, they begin to have more babies? Like, for example, me and my wife were talking today.
Mike, you don't start again. Mike, you don't start again. Stop.
No, I'm not. No. I'm just. There's one thing I came. Me and my wife was discussing today about some people like that in Nigeria, or that the guys, right? When I met them, they didn't have anything. They were like didn't have much. They were like kind of big. So I give them opportunity job, right? So they're doing work. So they're now making good money. I was paying them. They're making good money for what they were doing for me. In fact, I paid them, make sure they are making enough to be fine. And the next thing I noticed, my wife was telling me that she found out that they're getting some ladies pregnant, So now, the money I'm now paying them now has become money that's not enough, because now they have, when the guy first had his first baby, I was like, this guy, now he had another one, now he got another girl pregnant. So now the money I'm paying is no longer enough, because now he's made more babies. So I'm like, oh boy, I don't swear for people at least, man. So at this point, I'm like, there's no way I can't solve his problem now, because now he's created more problem. Because initially I thought I fixed his problem by making sure he's paid enough, because I kind of calculated his survivor, what it would take for someone to survive a month. So I was paying him more to make sure it's good to rescue him from that position. But now he's created more situation. Now he's in more where what I'm paying is no longer enough. So I'm wondering, and then when you ask, why do you have to make more baby? They will tell you,
it's the problem of productivity. It's the problem of productivity. That is why you see people working in oil and gas. That's why you see people working in oil and gas, banking. They don't have time. You know, they wake up around 5:30 in the morning and they are coming back around 10 p.m. They are tired already, they will sleep. And some of them, their wife will just say, Oga, you are not performing your duty. I beg, let me sleep. You know,
Well, he
but
wasn't
those
making
people
baby
are saying,
before now when he was so desperate. He was, I mean, literally, don't you know by the thing that money was good enough for him to start enjoying. Next thing, the ladies there when they see your money, they want to make baby with you. So yeah, you're supposed to know better. But
they are not
now he's
because
more desperate. He's now in the same position I was in when I first met him, where he's so desperate now because now he's got babies, more babies to feed. I'm like, okay, so you don't know that if you want to make more babies, you should create more. I mean, start doing. I mean, the thing about the West is they make you think twice because first of all, before you make baby, you know that you have to pay child support. So you yourself, you begin to make sure before you do that, you start making enough income to pay that child support, or else you know you'll be homeless because by the time the government start garnishing your paycheck, removing that child support, you have to calculate. So we here we don't start making babies anyhow. Like my relatives in America, we have the fewest baby, but the ones in Nigeria, they have way more babies than us. I don't even know why. You know, where you have less, you make more babies. The way they have
you know,
more, we are scared to make
you
more.
know, most of us,
So maybe Nigerian
we have
government to figure a way to start going after these men that make babies.
most of us have 2 kids. And we talk too much that someone will be telling you that you say Nigeria is why do you run away? But they won't say you that you are making 10 kids, and some of us that we just say okay, 2, okay for us, and some of us we just say 3 max. So the thing is, the thing is like it's same as if those people that have extra time to themselves, they tend to make more babies than those people that are
Those are one of the issues we have to address, man. People got to control their this thing, man. To be honest, you even go to Nigeria, you see babies everywhere. You will see that woman and the number 9 with that 9 babies, and they are living in shanty. It's not going to work in the mansion, going inside shanty. These are things I think government needs to really start to work with instead of all
when
this
the only thing they
infrastructure.
can think when the only thing they can think of to school their attention is sex. So what do we expect?
You don't mention that in here. You say you don't mention it on platform. I beg.
Can I push back on what you were previously saying about before when you were saying they solve this or they solve that in Lagos? What I've noticed is a pattern, right? When it is time to solve citizens' problems that will not benefit them in any way, it's always impossible. There's always so many excuses. It's always like it can never be done. But when it is time for them to solve things, right, that will benefit them one way or the other, because over 90% of the things that you said they solved, there is no doubt about it. They surely benefited from it. A majority of the population did not benefit Shingban from it. Then
Okay,
you also said
Sally,
that
Sally, a quick question for you. What
please
would
let me
you,
please let
please,
me
please
finish.
take it along, and then you say it together. When you finish your analysis, your submission, can you tell us solution to the problem you have been complaining about? What kind
Okay,
of government suited that country? How would they help the
okay,
poor masses? And where would they get the
okay.
money? So, thank you.
Okay. All right. So now you said we should not focus on theft. I don't know. If somebody is stealing from me, I can unalive them. But I don't know how, you've gotten to the point. Maybe you don't feel so connected to Nigeria that you don't feel like it is part of your money. But I cannot let somebody that is stealing from me go. And I'll just be smiling like, and be excusing it. Obviously, they are going to continue to steal more because we are giving them an enabling environment to continue to be thieves. Then we're talking about resources. Every state in Nigeria has 1 or 2 resources. Why are we not inviting investors from other countries to build facilities for a percentage of these resources? I don't know. Maybe it's because some government officials want to be stealing it little by little, terrorizing people from their villages to be pushing them out of that place so that they can be taking the resources for only themselves. I don't know. Maybe it's because we are excusing theft that they are becoming more emboldened to steal from us. Now, let's look at the case of Soludo. Allegedly, because I'm not really sure, let's say because now you're asking for solutions, and we're saying, oh, don't rush. Me, I don't want to wait till I'm 40 or 50 or 60 before I start getting the what I'm supposed to get in Nigeria. For example, this blue line that is in Lagos, they started that project when I entered secondary school. They finished that project in 2025. That's about, 12, 15 years.
Is this the life that I should continue to accept? Next project that I should wait for another 12 to 15 years. I cannot do that. I'm sorry. My standards have improved, and I know that they have the resources to improve those standards also. Now, let's go back to Soludo. Allegedly, in his state, he receives around 410 billion naira, right? I may be wrong. If I'm wrong, please let me know. Approximately, that money comes down to around $240, $250 million, approximately. Now, let's look at, and I complain about this thing because I studied architecture and I did my internship in a government office. I worked for the government as an intern, and I saw how they were prioritizing their finances. They never let 1 cent go to waste. Everything was audited. Even if they wanted to do sidewalk, everything was budgeted to the last T. And I saw the little amount that they had and how they utilized it to improve their society. That was the day that I became angry at Nigeria, because I realized that if these people had just one single state of Nigeria's budget, their country would turn to Dubai overnight. But Nigeria has this money, and we always make excuses for why they steal and why things cannot work when it's time to benefit the citizens. But the moment it is time to benefit government officials, we start to see everything work. Overnight, everything starts working. They start creating solutions. There is no problem. And then some people start supporting them that they did this, they did that. Something that only benefited them mostly, but did not benefit the citizens. That is what we should allegedly be praising. Now, let's look at that 410 billion naira, which is approximately $240 million. If we look at, let's say, we're looking at a water treatment facility, right? How much do you think it costs to create a water treatment facility that everybody will be able to have tap water that they can drink from their house, not the mud water that the rich people drink on the island? It costs around $1 million to $10 million. How much does it cost to build a world standard hospital that some people said that it's impossible to build in Nigeria, that we should be using mud hospital because we lack resources? I'm still talking about these resources that we lack. This 240 million a year. It costs around 20 million to 60 million to build a world standard. I'm not even saying like the hospitals that you see in Canada, world standard with all the facilities. 20 to 60 million dollars. There's still change. There's still change. Now, let's move on to electricity, right? Per megawatt, if we want to build a very, very big power plant, right? Or let's say coal, because we even have coal in Nigeria. Let's use what we already have. It costs around 2 to 3 million per megawatt, right? So yes, that one is going to be more expensive, right? But we can do it over a period of 4 years. If you get re-elected, it should be completed within 8 years if you are managing your budget properly, right? So all these things are key things that can be just little things that you can do that will last a lifetime, that will improve the lives of people forever. And it will not cause a dent in your yearly budget. I'm not talking about your 4-year budget. I could go into more things, the roads, the sewage system. And these people will still have change, even after paying salary that they don't still pay. They will be owing people salary of 6 months, 12 months. And then you start asking, where are the resources? Why do we always have excuses for thieves? I've given you solutions.
Are you done? Are you done?
I'm done. See how you are angry.
Okay.
See how you are angry. Because it is
also
good.
angry again.
Because it is good.
I
Once
don't
it
know
is
how to
evil, once
respond.
it is evil, you will be happy.
Solly, calm down. It's okay.
Solly, I
okay.
think we don't
It's
know
okay.
how to deal on this platform. You have to be taking it easy.
Because I know the money is there. As my father too has worked for government. So I know the
It
money is there.
pays.
Who are
It
you
pays
deceiving?
anyway.
Who are you
It
deceiving? Do you
pays
think we are
anyway,
all fools?
but
Do you
let's
think we are all
just be
fools?
calming down.
Okay, Solly, calm down.
It's
And the
pays.
This
I
money
know
is
is
it
there. Why are you
pays.
asking where are the resources? The money is
So
okay.
I think
Nigeria
is
can
it
turn to Dubai in 4 years. Stop saying all this. What is the meaning of this now? Are we fools? We have the labor.
okay. So, Remy wanted to say something.
Okay. What I just want to say is that it's easier said than done.
Now
I'm not.
lie. Remi, I don't like that. I don't like all these things.
I've not even said anything.
What
Oh,
is
You guys still
what is
have
it?
to
What
let
is
Remy
it that they
finish.
said and done?
They're
It's
already
easier.
done.
It's easier done said and done, and they can steal our money. Hey.
Folly, let Remy finish.
First and foremost, I'm not saying that Nigeria is where it ought to be. There's still a lot of things to really, really take care about. Actually, what I always look at Nigeria is our institution. If our institution are solid, and because Nigeria, to me, I see that we have experimented all different kind of democratic, constitutional government, from parliamentary to federal system. We don't even know which one that fits that our country. Now, it's a country known for corruption. You are right. Most of our politicians, they also use it, but to me, I don't blame the politicians alone. I also look at the people themselves, because every 4 years or every 3 years, you also have a new set of leaders that come from the followers. I was even surprised when Foley was talking that he wanted to get a contract, and then the legislator is trying to ask for 30%. I thought that Foley would just stick with only Shawara people. I don't know, you can go to PDP or APC or Labour Party to go and search for contract from them. I was
Remi,
shocked.
where are you speaking from? Are you actually
No,
okay?
let me finish now.
Remi, do you
Let
have to
me
go
finish.
there? Do you
I
have to
don't
go
want to
there,
go
Remi?
there. I was surprised. I thought that as a very upright man, you just keep to your business. You
Yes,
don't
I mean,
normally.
I'm looking for a way of survive. I'm not going there because I want to corrupt myself. I'm going there to go and look for my
No,
daily
no, no,
needs.
no. So that
And it's
is
my
why you are
country,
taking.
it's my right. So why are you not making it look like?
No, you are taking it out of context. What I'm just trying to tell you is very simple. I was expecting you that the way you talk, the way you hold yourself firmly as an upright man, I was thinking you are not going to have anything to do with any ruling government or any political party that only yours.
Is that what
Only
is that what
yours.
is that how you are looking at me as somebody who doesn't have a dream?
No. That is the way I look at you. Like, this is an honest man, purely based on his own
So
business.
if I'm
He does
honest,
not.
I should not have a dream because I'm honest.
Calm down.
So you need to try to understand what Remy is saying. He's making sense. He
So I'm
is.
trying to
Okay,
look at
let me
you.
listen.
I'm trying to look at you from a different angle, truthfully, and that is why Babati and the rest are trying to say, carve a niche for yourself. You said people love you. You have done a lot of things for people in your community, and I was expecting, okay, fine. Even if you're in a small party and people like you, they can still vote for you, and then you can make that changes you want. But when you talk about this now, I was surprised that you can go to them, or a friend of yours can
No, you are making
take
a
you to
mistake.
them.
You are making a
I'm not.
mistake.
Okay.
Wait. This is my job. This is what I do for Survivor. And I asked somebody that said, "Folly, there is a contract somewhere. Come." I bid. I tried to build, and the guy said, "No, they don't bid here. You only have to have a meet with what's it called?" And I went to the office, and the guy is giving me their own way of doing it, and I saw that it's not my part of it's not my part in my kind of ways, and I left.
Okay. Let
But
me just finish
yes,
up so that you can
but
come.
the guy that I went with actually go beside me and go and do it.
This is just by the way. What I'm just trying to say. What is name? Solely, I make some kind of solution, but the solution you have to think about the terrain of the country itself, the people themselves. For example, I look at Nigeria that is not well organized, not well planned for a long time. That is why you see that in Lagos State, they have to demolish a lot of houses. Even in Ibadan, that they are constructing a circular road, they have to demolish a lot of houses. Even the Lagos to Calabar, they have to demolish a lot of people's property in which they have to make compensation. And then you have to look at what is the resources of that country. Is it enough to do all these projects you mentioned? How much is the total revenue of the country? How much is our budget? Our budget is not even up to 40 billion or 50 billion dollars. And some of the money we still have to borrow it. And some of the money is what you get, the revenue we get. And we have to look at our overhead costs. Because when you start talking, you are not talking about the people that work for federal, state, or local government. They need to be paid salary. They need to be paid, allowances and the rest. So how do you now shovel this without no increment in revenue, and with our set of mindset, I will not lie, most Nigerians, including me, because I'm also in Nigeria, we are terrible people. We always look at what will benefit us first before we think about the whole generality of people. Some set of people might say, okay, I'm clean, I'm better. Let them get to the position. I think most of the governors we have now, they are new entrants into the position. About 15 or 17 out of them, this is their first time they are becoming governor. Some of them are doing wonderful. Some are not doing nothing. So I just wanted to put a lot of things in the. I'm not saying the country cannot be changed, but with a solid plan and with more dedication and sacrifice from most Nigerians.
Remi, you are the minister of what do you call it? Minister of excuses for government, for the government,
I'm
right?
no excuse. No.
That's exactly what they
Trump,
mean.
sorry, Prince Daddy. I don't like the way I don't like what you just said now.
Can I
I'm
say
not
something
here to
quickly, please,
defend
guys?
government. I'm not here to defend government. I'm just trying to talk about Nigeria. What I know, most countries that have really developed, everybody work in hand.
Remi,
Everybody patriotic.
Okay,
Remi,
before Kenny goes,
hold on one second.
Kenny,
Remi,
please hold on. You go after Remi.
Go ahead. Let Kenny go ahead. Let him go ahead.
I am the moderator.
We
So,
heard that several times.
We have that.
Kenny,
Remi.
you can speak. Kenny.
Yes, Kenny,
Okay.
go ahead, please.
Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Thank you for the opportunity. Remi, everybody, Papa, everybody, thank you so much. Remi, say, listen, yeah, it's your own prerogative to talk for government, if you like. It's your own initiative. Nobody can derive you of your right to do that. Some people, they've turned themselves to be an agent of doom because they can't see beyond what they know, and they don't even want to know more. But what they do on a daily basis is to cry and cry. They don't provide any solution. You see, the purpose of this platform is to come, complain about government, provide solution, not to come here and rant like a baby all the time. Crying will not solve Nigerian problem. You know what I mean? And you cannot continue to be lying to yourself that I'm this, I'm that. You know what I mean? Just the Bible says you know the truth and your truth will set you free. This government, what we are going through in Nigeria today, is not because of Tinubu. You understand? Nigeria has been like this for years. And all I was saying something that we are making progress, or corruption we cannot dissolve corruption in one night. It's a gradual process. And we are making progress. We just need to acknowledge that. But if you cannot acknowledge that, that's on you, because you are blind to the truth. Somebody was saying we have mud hospital. Where are the mud hospitals in Nigeria? I don't know whether you are talking. I don't know maybe that person is talking about another Nigeria that I don't know about. As far as I'm concerned, we don't have mud hospital in Nigeria, and people are not crying on daily basis in hospital because they're having babies. We should always come here and say the truth all the time, not to come and cry and lie to people. A lot of people are listening to us.
Are you living in the country?
I don't. Where I live, it doesn't matter. That's not.
It
That's
matters.
not
It matters.
Okay?
Where do you stay?
Please let me finish. You don't tell me. Don't ask me where I live.
Let me ask you. Where do you stay?
Nigeria, I
So I will know what to. I will know what to tell you.
You understand? Please allow me to speak.
No. Where do you
If
stay?
you want to turn yourself to be an agent of doom, that's your problem.
And I know you people are part of you that actually pass through the Mediterranean Sea to travel because you are escaping.
Mr. Foley, allow him to speak.
Nobody's stopping you not to escape. It's your own problem. Don't want to escape. That's your cup of tea. I
Because I love my country and I believe we can fix it. So I'm not a coward like you.
Let me speak, okay? When you're speaking, I don't interject you, and I don't even come here all the time to speak. But it's very sickening to be listening to people like you come here to rant all the time. Okay? Because you love somebody, because you don't believe in somebody. If you don't believe in Nigeria, I'm sorry, believe in Nigeria. Nigeria, I mean, it's our home country. You cannot come here to lie all the time. You come here, you say you are holy and thou, but you still go ahead to apply for contract under APC.
Can you see your life? Is
Is that not a
Nigeria
shame?
belong to APC? Is Nigeria belongs to APC?
But you shouldn't have anything to do with them.
Fully, you're supposed to wait for AAC to win before you start going for contract now.
You know what I mean? You shouldn't have anything to do with it because you come here all the time, you cry all the time. You call Nigeria zoo.
Wait for
You say
Joe to
nothing's
become
working.
president now.
Let me speak, please, my brother. Let me speak. All right? Just open your mind, open your heart to see what is going on in Nigeria. The man is stepping on toes, he's making changes. Change cannot happen in one night. That's the truth. You just have to say truth to yourself. And this platform is not a
I
platform.
agree with
It's
you,
not a platform
but
that people come to
someone
lie.
like Foley that lives there is telling you the reality on the ground. Mr. Strika, you're
Listen,
right.
my brother,
But
I live in Nigeria
the person
too.
that's living the life is telling you
It's
what
not
is
about
happening there.
reality of Nigeria.
Prince Daddy,
Okay? You guys
I
should stop
have
saying
my
that.
sisters, brothers working in Nigeria.
I've got
So
family
no,
in
that
Nigeria too.
someone should not be saying
And
that
and
I
I
live in
and I will
Nigeria.
bet with you that your sister, if he's going to work, we need to park his car in his junction and pick Aneta Okada. That your sister you're talking about. Because today he
I take
can't
a
go to
train.
work
I
again
ride
with his
Okada
car.
too. Some of us that live in Europe, we ride Okada, we take train. We don't drive all the time.
From where to where?
From wherever to wherever.
Are you imagine?
Okay?
You don't know what
We don't drive
Nigeria
all
is
the
passing
time.
through, Oga.
Fully, if you live in New York, if you want to
You guys,
drive,
it's
you enter this.
You see, I mean,
Oga, if you want to drive in
let
Nigeria,
him
you
finish,
enter,
please.
you empty your accounts.
yeah. Are they forcing you to drive? If you cannot afford to drive, go and take Okada now.
Can you imagine the kind of life you think people will be living? Can you
Yes,
imagine?
but
See your brain. See what you are.
if you
See how
cannot afford it,
reasonable you are. See what you can actually
let me
think about
speak.
human
You
beings.
know what? I'm going to speak this for this. See, before somebody came here, they say, "Oh, Nigeria is not better." Before I was born, my father, so some of them they were not able to build build houses. They were not able to buy car. How much are they selling the Toyota in those days? But now, most of us can build houses. We can buy cars. Life is even better right now than those days. That people are suffering.
I have one question, man.
You guys be comparing apple and oranges.
Why are so many Nigerians living the rural area just marching to the cities when there's nothing there? I mean, why can't they just?
They don't want to farm. They don't want to do anything. But still, you are good to
And then they
Lagos
become poor in
to go and do
cities. I mean,
Okada. But yet, you should say bad thing about the country.
Like Lagos, for example, why 24 million people living there? Why did they all leave their rural side where they can be growing crops and living off the land?
Mike, listen.
And be comfortable. They all rush to the city. So they expect Lagos state government to create jobs for 24 million people.
Exactly, Mike. Some people, they will say Nigeria never done anything for them. But the language they're speaking in their mouth, that Nigeria give that to them. They don't understand that. The English that you are speaking, that's what Nigeria give to you. If you don't know that.
Is that an achievement?
Yes, it's an achievement. Okay?
You are low. You are low. You are very low.
You are very low.
You guys not fight.
You are very low. Seriously, the way you even talk.
I don't want to put you back.
Can you moderate? You know they're trying to. They're not. It's being emotional.
Who's low?
Okay. Let's leave it emotional.
I don't know why you're even speaking.
Can I interject?
Mr.
No, I won't even say anything, sir.
No, are you finished? You can continue. No interjection. Let Mr. Kenny finish. Mr. Kenny,
let me
know when you finish.
Yeah, thank you. And as for the Anambra, I just have a little thing to say about that. Soludo is doing his best. He can only do his best and leave the rest. He cannot fix the whole thing, the whole place. If other people cannot see what he's doing, and the other guys complain about the security, that they cannot go so area, and somebody asks him, what is percentage of the insecurity in that Anambra? Is it your state that they're having that issue? Nobody said there's no insecurity in Nigeria or in every part of Nigeria, but as because they have that insecurity, they are still making progress as well. So we have to acknowledge both that okay, we have issues, but we are making progress in this side, but not to come online and start maligning. They're not doing anything. They're not doing anything. All we do is just to lamentation all the time. I just want to beg every one of us, let's open our hearts and allow ourselves to see the truth and support this government. We don't have another home apart from that country. If Nigeria collapse today, is on us. If you make progress, is on us. Thank you.
Okay,
All
thank
right.
you,
Let me
Kenny.
let me let me
Shoma,
let
can
me
I
let me
interject?
yes, I saw
Okay, go ahead, Mike.
you know what I've come to realize after living in different countries, living in America. I come to realize that the black population, we don't create a lot of employers of labor. I noticed that. Like we are people that are always seek for help, someone else to employ us or government to do things for us. And then when I begin to ask myself, like, why is it that most jobs that when I go to the Western world, I realize that most employers of labor are just a bunch of white men. And when I dig deep enough to figure out they got to where they got to, I just figure out this white man, they put a lot of sacrifice, just create jobs, to start company, and they work hard to expand that company to create more employment, and they tend to employ thousands of people. And then I begin to wonder, like, how come we don't have too many black men doing the same thing globally? And then when I look at these countries, like you guys were talking about how government provide this, provide that, this health for kids, for children, for free this, build this. And then when I look at these countries, how those government are able to build these things, I find out that they have to fund it by all means. And then what do how do I realize that they fund it? They tax those white men that worked hard to build these, businesses, organizations, and they tax them, tax their property, and use that money to build all these things, the welfare, to fund the welfare, fund the infrastructure. And I'm like, what if these white men didn't do these things? They were just like most black men, where when they made a little bit of money, they just start making more babies and don't invest into, you know, job creation, expanding their companies, building companies, innovating. What if these white men were like us, black men? I think every country in the world will be third world countries, to be honest. So I come to realize that I think maybe the solution to our problem, we start learning from all these white men. To be honest, I can agree with me now. The most employers of people creating jobs in America here are the white men. The black people don't create jobs.
Of course.
We just
I 100% agree with you with that.
Yeah, all black men do is that we
It's
just wanna
white
we just wanna
people.
have
One
fun.
thing that one thing I love about white people is they take risk, and it's scary how far they can go. They're risk takers,
Yeah,
and they bet on
risk.
themselves.
Yeah, and they have this mind that they exist to make things happen, to get things done. They just they will envision something, and they will risk everything to make it happen. Like for example, if you take, like today, if you take away all the good things in America today, and leave all the white men with nothing, I guarantee next 10 years they'll figure a way to beat everything back up. When white men see problem, they won't solve it, and if they can't solve it, those people just commit suicide. I've been around these people, and I'm telling you, white men don't believe in problems existing. They just want to solve it. And you hardly see them complain. Even when the American government, whenever there's the poverty thing, the only people that cry a lot are blacks. You notice, you don't see white men crying about government is not performing or sitting around talking about. If you go on YouTube, look for channels or where white Americans are gathering. You hardly see any of them talking about government didn't give me this. Or government, you see them talking about science, how a possible solution to a problem, something. But you go to where blacks, the same citizens of America, when they are talking, they'll be telling you how the Democrat didn't do anything for black people. How the Republican didn't come and fix their
Mike,
community.
Mike,
They
sorry
sound
to
just like Africa.
They complain about the
Mike,
price of eggs.
sorry to interject. Mike, can you hear me, Mike?
Yeah, it's the same thing in Nigeria
Yes,
now.
Mike,
Since I was born, all black Nigerian men do is complain about one president, and then they wait to the next. Now, 3 years ago was Buhari that we were swearing for every day that it didn't solve our life problem. Now it's Tinubu, where we swear every day. He went down and leave now. The next set of I'm like, oh boy, go ahead, Remy. Ask your question.
yeah, the question I want to ask is that don't you think an average white man's mindset is different from an average black man mindset? Because when you look at Nigeria, when you even give them opportunity to work for you, I once hired somebody to drive 30,000 ton truck for me. Do you know I only have one wife till today? And this driver lied to me from the beginning that he only has one wife. But when he started cheating me, I discovered that he has 3 wives with 12 children. For God's sake.
I imagine.
How much am I paying? And he's making money from
Well,
me.
good
I'm not
morning.
even making
Yeah.
nothing. So the mindset is terrible down there. And that is why I always believe that the followership, the kind of people that the majority of the citizens, that their mind is terrible and evil-minded, that is the kind of leader you also have, unless everybody of us change. Because
Remi,
when you look at an average white man, he believes in writing his name in gold. It's not all about material things. It's not
Remy.
about
Even
money,
white
money,
man, they are
money.
patriotic. They love their nation than the black man don't love
Yes,
that nation.
Yeah,
no
a
matter
white man is
what.
always thinking how to contribute to his nation. How to,
Even in this Europe,
Remi,
there are so many countries that they are very poor. They are even poorer than Nigeria in Eastern Europe. You never see them
let me even say
castigating
something.
their country to death.
Let me even say something, Remy. See, many Nigerians that trying to talk, to me, you can cascade, do whatever. But like I said, but don't just lie about it. Just say the truth about it. Don't tell me that Tinubu has not done anything and just all he says is no. Don't tell me that. Tell me what he needs to do that is not doing. I will
Okay,
listen to you.
guys, me, I'm leaving. Oh, good night, everybody.
Don't
Ifeoma,
leave,
you
oh,
didn't allow me to. You
Patosi,
didn't
don't
allow
leave
me to
yet.
speak
You can,
today.
no, don't leave.
You just
Patosi, you
Ifeoma,
also mentioned,
Abichioma.
today that we did not pay all our loan finish. But
Wait,
when
let me just
Chioma,
let me just say my contribution.
you just didn't allow me to speak today. But another day, don't worry. I've been here since morning, since the
Okay,
almost the
everyone.
beginning. No, I'm
Okay.
leaving. I'm leaving.
Please, now,
12
please,
okay,
please.
past
We are
12 here.
begging you. Say something.
12:30 a.m. Okay,
You want
hello.
to go
That's
and
what I'll
sleep?
say.
We
Bye
are
bye.
12:30, so don't worry.
Patosi, I'm sorry.
So you know one thing like Foley and Soli, the challenge I have with you guys is as passionate as you are, like just the way I see your candidates does not understand the problem of that country. Like when Soli was talking of Singapore the other time and talking of Nigeria. See, we have to agree that we have disruption and the way countries are built is not the way you guys are talking about. The budget of 2 universities here combined together, no, 3 universities here combined together can challenge the entire budget of Nigeria. So when we tell you that, when I told you that Nigeria doesn't have that money, guys, you need to ask questions. Don't just assume that Nigeria has money.
Okay,
Even
my
when you go
brother.
to the
Can
UK
I hear?
today, wait, don't even disrupt me because I know you
Oh,
don't
let's go.
understand the problem, guys, and you are disrupting.
All
The
right.
way countries are built is this: private sectors, they develop economy. When you go to the UK, you are talking today, you will see many power stations there are built by and operated by private individuals. Yes, we have occasional situation whereby we have PPP, and we are even talking of a very rich country. How much are we even making on oil and gas? And which is our major
no, they
major
want
contributor to
oil
our
money to be using to take care of everybody.
exactly. How much are we making?
No,
For
no,
How
free.
much are
Mike,
we
don't
making?
stand that way. But
Ola
Mike,
for
don't stand
free.
that. Don't stand that way. Don't stand
Okay,
that way.
for example, Foley, when you guys say they should build world class hospital, now, yeah, of course they should be world class hospital, but for you guys are saying they should build it for people that are making less than $1 a day. So meaning that when they go into that world class hospital, they won't pay any bill. Now, if everybody is coming there to get service for free, how are they going to raise money to pay the doctors or maintain the hospital, or just they use
No,
oil money to keep maintaining it to oil money? They will
no,
use oil
no,
money
no,
to
no.
build, maintain, and give you everything for free, service for free, everything for free.
No, when we're arguing here, I think people are actually seeing us as if we are looking for free things from government. No, in fact, in my state, there is one Abuad the hospital. If you know what they are generating in that hospital, you will know that hospital is not something you build and you will not make your money back. You are making money. In fact,
No. When
one
Nigerians
of my
complain, fully calm down. When Nigerians complain that they
no.
don't have it,
Let me push
they are not talking
back a
about they
bit.
don't have it for people that can afford it. They are talking about they don't have it for
In
those
fact,
people that don't.
in fact, I have one
That
of
don't
my
have
brothers.
jobs.
I lost a brother 3 years ago, and one of his kids has issue. In fact, last week we paid we pay almost 500 for his surgery. So it's not that everybody. It's not like we are looking for free free health services. But we want at least let that hospital be well equipped, and people that, in fact, most of our hospitals, even if you go there, for you to even eat, it will be difficult for you. You can't. In fact, I stayed with that boy overnight.
Just hold it. I was presenting it. No, look at it this way. You said Adas Afe Babalola University you just mentioned now, right?
Yeah.
That is exactly where I'm going to. We are saying that if you are talking that government should do policy that we encourage private sector, I agree.
No, this
But
one I'm talking about is state hospital where we pay 500. It's state hospital where we pay 500. It's state hospital.
Now you say Abuad. That's what you say.
It's not Abuad. It's not. I'm talking
How much
about
you pay?
Abuad is
500
making
what?
money, but where we have the
500 what?
500,000.
500K for the hospital for the surgery. Yes, for the surgery.
500,000 naira.
I'm telling you, for a boy of 13 years old.
So how much is that
for a
in
13 years old boy.
Do you know that? Do you know that you doctor won't even see you in America for with that one to see a
Am
doctor
I
in
working?
America?
Am I collecting? Am I working to collect? Am I collecting dollars? Am I working
I'm
to
saying
collect at $17 per hour?
American standard in Nigeria now. So if you want that standard, you will pay the same amount.
But
So
can you imagine,
that's what
Mike?
you can
Let's stop
afford. That's why
arguing
they
this
build
way.
out
Each time we're arguing this way, I don't see logic. I don't see logic in whatever we're arguing this way. I don't see
there is
anything.
logic.
I don't see. I don't see sincerity.
If you
Okay, I
want
didn't see
American
sincerity.
standard of living, hold on.
I didn't see sincerity. Yes.
Can you calm
I'm
down? Can you
working
listen
here,
a little bit?
and
No, I'm not saying maybe not you.
Wait now.
Only one at a time. Maybe not you, but I'm just saying like a lot of Nigerians.
Okay.
When they come to talk, they are telling you that they want American standard of living or UK standard of living, right? The standard, the same service. But then when you look at the cost of living in those countries, it's not the same as yours. So if you are not on that same level of
Mike, we have to consider.
You can't expect
we have to how
standard.
much. Wait, in a country where the minimum wage is 70,000, okay, and in a country where an hour is $17, which one do you think is? And in fact, if anytime we are trying to have this kind of argument,
what I'm telling you, some Nigerians, hold on, calm down. Fully, I don't think you are listening to me. I'm not disagreeing with your point.
I'm listening to you.
Listening. No, you're
Fully, I'm not telling you that
understanding.
the price will be the same. That's not what I'm telling you.
Use
What
a
I'm telling
different example, Mike. He's not getting it. It's like the price of a car. Toyota is the same price everywhere.
Exactly.
Use a different example. It will help him understand. We'll continue.
Yeah. So it's like saying, oh, you all want Toyota because you have Toyota in America. And then you say, okay, well, how many Nigerians can pay for it? So if you want the same standard of living, because many Nigerians, what they come in to do is, oh, I'm in US, I'm in this, oh, I went there, I got this. But how much did you pay? And then you want the same in Nigeria. You put it, how many Nigerians can afford that? You know what I'm saying? And when they build stuff in America, they know they have to recruit their money. They know that, okay, we'll put this thing here. Like, for example, the kind of structure they put in California, if you go to some poorer state, they won't put it there because they know that if they put it there, those states, there's not enough wealthy people there or young people with income there where the people can, you understand? So you won't find it there. So there's some state where, even communities, like, some what you find in woodlands, you can't find in Southwest. So anything they put in woodland, because they know if they put it there in woodland, the people that live there, they're high income people, they can attend and pay for it, pay for the service, and make the money. So in Nigeria,
Central Market. You notice it's only post-Oak where you can see Central Market.
Even Whole Food, Whole Food, right?
Yeah.
They don't put it in the Southwest area now because they know the food is organic. Most people, they can't afford to buy it.
Exactly.
Because it's expensive. That's what it is. So in Nigeria, average Nigerian make less than $1 a day. So if you go and put something that's in America, how many of them can go in? You can't. How many of them can afford it? So the first thing you have to build is economy, and to do that, those that have money, people that are blessed because economy, to be an economy, you need capital, labor, and productivity. Those with the capital, those that are blessed with money, they don't put their money into investing in their community. What they do with their money, because I've spent a lot of rich Nigerian with money. God just bless them with money. What do they do with their money? They just marry more wives and make more babies. Average rich Nigerian man I know has less than 15 kids.
Like
Atiku has 35 children. Well, a white man with the same money, what he does with that money is he invests in his community, invest and grow economy there. So it's a black man mentality. Once they have money, this
And
from the young guy, when they have money, they first go and
what
spend it.
happened when Atiku?
Hold on now,
What
hold
happened
on.
when Atiku?
I'm
Let's
telling
forget
you that,
about Atiku
my
having
brother,
a 15 children.
God,
Do you know
some
Atiku
people,
actually took Nigerian money to Dubai to go and build this thing you are asking for? You are asking us to build in Nigeria that you said we cannot have. These
yeah, he
people,
built it
they
in
take our
Dubai.
money out of.
Do you know why he built it in Dubai? Because you know that he can recoup his money in
Yes.
Dubai. People that can afford to attend
Can
it.
you
Yeah, that's why he
imagine?
went to build it there.
And the question is, did he work for that money? Is it not the money that's supposed to be used
Well,
for
it's a whole
Nigeria?
different argument. Some of them that even steal the money, they all do both the one that work for the money.
So
And
this is
they
this
do
is
the
the
same
problem we
thing.
are all talking
They
about.
spend the money lavishly. They marry more wife. They don't believe they
This
have
is
to
it.
invest the
This
money.
is what
And
we are
they're
talking
crazy.
about.
But you guys think it's only those in the government, those even individuals that are rich around Nigeria, young guys that have made money too.
In fact,
And I'm like, dude,
I
even
think I said it here earlier. I said it.
and when I
I
tell
said it
them, I
here
say,
earlier.
guys, hold on. Another thing we don't do in our countries, we don't even invest in the next person. You understand? Like you have, for example, in a core group of Nigerians, like, guy, let's put money together and put a science academy in this neighborhood and put this sports complex in the neighborhood. So that way, children have talents. They can use it to grow their talents, and that way they can have a chance. At least in that community, there are some children born with special talent, but they just don't have opportunity or any avenue to take that talent anywhere. But guess what? Wait, let me not. Guess what people will tell me? They will say, is it your child? Why would you invest in another person's child? But if you go to white society, you will see all these white men. In fact, most successful black athletes, it was a white man that invested in them. Mike Tyson, it was a white man that went picking from the ghetto and invested in the guy because he saw potential in him. He's not related to him. Even the Nigerian guy that's the best player in NBA right now, he was in Greece. He was a poor kid. He just tall. And when a white man saw him, like, this guy is tall. And he brought them and saw potential in them. And he invested in them, bring it to the gym, was even giving them food. The white man will see another person, a person with talent, and invest in his talent. But in Nigeria, everybody will know that boy in that neighborhood that's just good as Messi, a small boy. And if you tell people, how can you guys put money together and invest in this child and help him get somewhere? And maybe when he becomes super, he start getting salary like Messi, tens of millions of dollars, he can come back and help the rest of you. But they will look at you like, why would you help another man speaking? So it's the mentality we have.
I've never in my life had a bad experience with a white man or woman. You know, like the kindest human beings I've ever met in my life. White women. I'm
telling you.
I don't know why people like to play victim. I'm just
the
saying
only
from my
people that
own
ever look at me and tell me my potential is white people. Blacks, in fact, they will
let
even
me-
be jealous of your talent.
The way I
Let-
love
let me-
white people, oh my God, they're so kind.
Let me
From my
let me
own
tell you what. Let me tell you what make human being to be wherever they are is their environment. People you mingle with, people you talk to, what your society offer you also matters in how you are going to be raised, how you are going to be thinking. You can't have different thinking completely away from your society. Even if you are trying to be different, something will still be dragging you back. But that area you are talking about, in fact, look at the way they all grew up from their childhood. They trained them, they gave them that life, they allowed them to trust people. The system actually make them to see that life is not that difficult. But in a situation whereby, in our own case, that a child was given birth to, and the parent cannot even feed that child. Talk less of giving him the kind of education. In fact, in a situation whereby a child of
Why should you bring a child
please
that
let
you
me
cannot
land.
take care
Please
of
let
to
me
this
land.
world?
Please let me land. Please let me land. Even when a child of 7 years, 9 years, 13 years is the one hawking for their children, for their parents to live. Okay? And you are expecting that kind of a child to grow up to be different. It's not possible. It's not possible.
You
These
see
are
the
the things
problem
that
with black man. Black man always say everything is not possible. But white man will always tell you everything is possible.
No, I'm telling you that you don't expect that kind
Even
of a
the
child.
language you speak, the way we talk, we tell you things is not possible.
I'm not saying. I'm telling you that side. The way we grew up is kind of mindset, the kind of thinking that we have will be different
Well, you can
from a
always
child that
change
is
now.
being well. Yes,
Anyone can change.
anyone can change, but out of out of how many
Mike, if I
percentage?
become me, am I permitted? Look, what Ekene is saying is what is killing our society. Everybody is just on their own. So in that case, you don't see government, the impact of government. You don't see it. So because of that, we are not addicted to, oh, Baba did it, now Baba did it. You see, people will just queue up. They want to support one person because that person is not like the government to them. If they are sick, they run to the person. If they have police problem, they will run to the person and be begging for support. Some people cannot pay school fees. So at the end of it all, if the person said do this, those children believe in that person. So the situation we find ourselves in Nigeria is that the government is not creating a conducive atmosphere. And I think what Kene is saying here. That,
Can you
look,
define conducive environment? Can you define it? Can you define conducive?
Well, a conducive environment is where things function. It's not only money. It's only you that come
That's
here
not
to
a
talk
definition.
of money.
Now give us the.
No, Mike, wait, let us not argue here. The healthcare system, if you want me to go there, you said people can afford it. Can you pay like America? Do I need to pay like America to enjoy healthcare? The answer is no.
Yes, now if you want to enjoy healthcare like America, you have to pay like America now.
Wait, wait, every
you want
country
doctor
has
to work for
add.
free?
Don't put it in argument. Let me land my point. We are trying to have any conversation here. Look, every society in the world, they look at their people and the situation they find themselves, they design a system to tackle a problem. Take, for example, in your America, you need so billion to do surgery. Where I am, I don't pay. I will not pay.
Yeah, because they've already taxed the rich, the community to pay for you.
Where I'm going, wait. Like Nigeria today, if everybody is to pay 1,000 naira, all the workers, because of healthcare, that money will be huge and it will go a long way. And if they're going to pay monthly, they will use and they will be reserved. All this budget.
So that will cover the whole population. Is that what you're telling me?
Can everybody be sick at the same time? The answer is no. How many population goes to hospital in a month?
But what piece? You should tell them the system in Europe, in which when you make money, you pay a lot of bills and a lot of tax, and they make it.
But you are able to make it.
Can you do
You are
that in
able to make the money.
Nigeria? How many people are even paying tax in Nigeria? What are we talking here?
Enough
How many people are paying
Nigeria is
tax?
overtaxed. Nigeria is overtaxed.
If we put it that way, people will be confused. Actually, people are paying tax. It's unfortunate that the government is not able to account for this tax.
We are overtaxed. We are overtaxed.
They are not.
See,
Nigeria is overtaxed.
At all. Let me tell you something. 67% of Nigerians are entrepreneurs. No, hold on, Mike. Just 1 second. You will come, Mike. Sorry. 66% of Nigerians are entrepreneurs. How many of them register their company as entrepreneur and file their book of account every year? Zero. What are we talking about? It's only two that working for state or federal government or some private company.
What's it called? Betimba or Remi, let me tell you, for you to transfer 10,000 naira from your account to someone's account today, both of you are paying around 100 naira.
That's less than 3%.
We also have that kind of thing in Europe too. You also pay monthly bank charges. If you are not a cooperative member of that bank, what are we talking about?
They are using those money to provide something for you.
No. Listen, let me tell you the banking. Let me tell you the banking system here. Let me tell you the banking system here. If you have a savings account like that, like you have in Nigeria, I'm talking about Finland. First, it's zero interest on your deposit. You are not getting a dime on it, and they charge you like €8 per month, like a service fee for charging you for maintaining that bank account. That is true. But if you don't want to pay that €8 per month, then you become a cooperative member of that bank, in which you have to drop like €200 to €300 annual, 200 or €300. You drop it, and then you're a cooperative member. And
my property tax is
we have all those here already. We have all those things here already. It's happening here already.
You don't have in Nigeria.
What do you mean? What do you mean? We have.
Remi, see, look at my point.
All those things happening here already.
How much is 50 naira in Nigeria?
Remi can have, but they're not raising enough to take care of all
the See, Remi, let's go back to that healthcare. If we want to be honest, everybody cannot be the way Europeans do their own. Everybody cannot be sick at the same time. Everybody cannot lose their job at the same time. If we hear them, this one is free. Actually, it's free on one hand, The other hand, someone have to pay for it. And who pays for it? Everybody. If everybody today by this month, some class 1,000, some class 2,000, some class 3,000, if the government is able to know everybody's class based, if they have a system to figure that out, because
But
they
they
don't
don't
know
have
what
a
people are
system.
making. And now, if we have something like this monthly, everybody cannot be sick at the same time. Good or bad, we can start good healthcare from there with the budget. Add to it. So the idea of America they pay, this American system is not even working. Is it not shameful? American Obamacare, Bush care, this one care, man, fuck up. What kind of healthcare is that? Where people can see, sometimes some of them, they are having deadly sickness. They come to Europe here, they fall in the street. People, they rescue them, they take them to theater, start treating them. I've seen America like that in Spain. So, my dear brother, let us be honest. That system, we should take it out. Europeans is not interested. If we want to go and copy that, it will not help us. We are not.
So
They
which
design their
system should we
system.
copy? No, which
We should
system
copy
should we copy?
European. This universal system should be good for us. Everybody can be sick the same time.
Do you
No
think
matter what.
an average Nigerian will pay the right tax? Not a lot of tax evasion in Nigeria.
Nigerians are ready to pay all these things. Nigerians are
See,
paying.
Nigerians are very good people. It's just that we don't have
Nigerians that make less
system.
than most that makes less than $1
They
a day.
are nice.
How much should they be paying?
They are nice. What are you saying?
How much you want to tax them?
Most Nigerians they don't make money, man. Most of them don't even have jobs.
No.
I ain't gonna
See,
pay.
Let me quickly put this one. The poor of the poorest among us are the one paying tax. That's the pain. Don't say they don't make money. People selling pure water, they hijack them, they collect money from them. People selling guguru. I'm just telling you now. And at the end,
you are right. You are right.
See, they also do tax refund. Do you know people who collect tax refund? People like high level of Igbenedion and the rest, they will fight, government will be give them money. You don't even know the system, how deadly it is. So if you are saying they are not paying,
Google people, it's not enough to be work class. You collect anything, probably 2 cents or 1 cent. You need more than 1 cent to build 200 million.
You are talking. You look now. Remi can testify. At the end of the year, you can still do business. The government will return money to you. Am I lying? Is your business you make profit? The year I don't listen. The
main argument is,
make.
Can we have American standard in Nigeria, the European standard? We don't have. We just not rich. We are not rich of a society yet.
There may be. I don't know the standard you're talking about. The Western standard.
That's what the argument is. That's what some people came to cry about. Like they live in Europe.
Wait,
and they start
we can
for
group it
Nigeria.
together. We can say it is a Western standard, American standard, European. They are living good.
Midwest. What we are saying is some Nigerians they are all over the internet. Midwest.
They approach.
This is what the argument started.
They approach the problem differently. So we cannot be copying American system where we don't even have foundation to manage it. Some of the things were even designed by America to control the whole world. It's costly. You can't go there and jump in. That's what they do for America. You don't even understand what they are doing. This is my pain.
Midwest. Huh? The argument is that some Nigerians, the troop on the internet every day swearing for Nigeria because they live in Europe and America and they can't get the same thing in Nigeria. So they ring calls on Nigeria every day. So we are now saying, okay, well, if you want the same thing in Europe and America there, well, be willing to pay the same thing in Nigeria. Because other Africans know they can't afford the same thing in Europe and America. That's why they shut up. They don't go and destroy their country on the internet every day. Swearing that, in America, I can get this, I can get that. But these stupid Kenya, they go, I don't get it. You don't see Kenyans doing that, or Zimbabwe, or Nigerians, Cameroonians, or the Somalians. They don't, it's only Nigerians. They are the only one that want the same thing they saw in America, in Nigeria. And they're not willing to pay.
My brother, if you see good thing, you
don't want it, but it's not like you come and be swearing for your country every day.
I have never for once swear for my country.
Mike, you are not getting it right. The pains of Nigeria is this. All those countries you mentioned, if you are a good traveler in Africa, you will see poverty. They don't have. The government don't have. The people know that their government don't have. But when you see your government making budget year in, year out, pumping money into healthcare, pumping money into infrastructure, pumping money into social welfare, palliative is social. And at the end, few people will just adjust it. It's like some people will even gang up as a cartel and say, what kind of problem can we create so that these people can bring money? We got it to that level.
I think I share my own experience last 3 months that for you to have a contract in Nigeria, you have to pay 30% of the contract. You have to pay 30%.
Somebody's
Contract
calling.
in
That's
Nigeria.
that's not a Nigerian ringtone.
And the 30% is not even 30% on your profit. 30% of the whole contract.
So government
Let's
contract.
assume you want to have yeah, he said?
You mean government contract?
Yes, government contract in National
In
Assembly.
America, you won't even your chance of getting government contract is almost zero, man. That one you don't even stand chance there. So
Okay, if they are now
if you're
giving it
banking on
out,
government
they should
contract,
collect. They should.
you're
Are
lucky.
they collecting?
So
Are
you
they
have access
collecting
to
the money?
government contract, you're lucky. In
Is
US,
lucky.
let me tell you something, man. Sometimes I rather in US, I'm telling you, the government, they really don't. They just come and take from you. They mostly take from you. They don't even have government job where you're not going to get it.
Mike.
Listen.
Mike.
The government here. In fact, the only thing when you think about US government, the first thing you think about is, I hope I'm not owing them money. I'm not owing them tax, because they'll come and put you in prison. Or I found my tax. You have to. You in America, when you think about government, you're afraid because to make sure you have to pay your dues to them. But in Nigeria, you guys, you only complain about government because they don't give you contract. They don't give you that. In America, you are thinking about what. I hope I don't hold them. Because American government don't do shit for you.
Can you try and listen? Let me explain what I'm saying, because
and the white,
it's
in
like,
fact, they don't even want government. Sef. They like, hey, I wish government can disappear.
in
Because white
fact, let
America,
me tell you.
they do things for
Let me
themselves.
tell you what happened
But in
with
Nigeria,
Nigeria
we are
contract.
the one that believe
Let me
government
tell you what happened with Nigeria contract. These people have find their way of mapping it, the whole contract, the whole budget. They've mapped it out, and they've shared the contract within the National Assembly and the senators. What they are doing now is, before they can give you letter to go and have the contract, you have to pay them 30% of that contract.
I think you are talking
corruption.
about the consistency project. That's what I mean. I'm talking to Foley.
I'm talking about the
in
whole
Nigeria,
budget, the
everybody
whole
just do their
contract
No,
entitlement.
cannot
budget.
be
Government have to
the
come
whole
and give them something.
project. It's the consistency project. There's
Okay,
money
me,
voted
I'm
for
telling you about the
consistency project.
contract. It's what me I know, not what you are telling me.
Choma,
It's what me I know. I'm talking
Choma,
about Nigeria contract,
No, it's
Nigeria
not.
budget.
It's not work that well. They have their
They
own
will send you, in fact,
consistency.
they will send you the whole budget list, and they will tell you the work that is available for you to do there. They will
Foley,
take their own. Everyone will take their own where they have the power.
Foley, have you heard about this place in South Africa? This group of white people, they went to form one community called, I think, Orania or something like that. Anybody heard about those guys? Group of white people. They just say, you know what? This Africa is so beautiful. They just gathered themselves, just went to form one community. And they put, they just form their own community and they make it beautiful. Everything, put everything there. So I always wonder, like, because they realize, our government don't really disturb us here. I can just go and build my own community and do. And I always wonder, why can't Black Africans do the same thing? Like, group of Africans just build communities. Just, the Nigerian government really don't disturb you. You understand? They don't. I mean, literally, why can't Black men just build communities?
And to me, it's better they
Because if group
disturb,
of Nigerians
and the whole
start
country
building
is
communities,
fine.
okay, in America, for example, there's group of some white men they just want to build Las Vegas. Like they just build communities and they create economy and they make it prosperous. Why can't group of Nigerians do that? Why do they have to wait for one president to come and build everything, build communities for them? Like system you mentioned, what's his name? Midwest. Group of rich some Nigerians gather and just create some system like that and just you can do it and just partner with your state government and we can do it. We just we can't sit back and just be. First of all, politicians are not even. They are not smart people. They are not born. They are not brilliant people. They're just good in
They are not
politics.
even. They are not.
They
They
just
are
know how
not.
to.
They are not. They are not a leader.
What get politicians to power is that they know how to win election. That's it. They are gifted in winning election. Now, when they get there, you know what they do? I'm talking about even in advanced country. When they now get to power, they start now looking for experts to come and explain everything to them, to come and explain what needs to be done because they don't know shit. A person that's maybe a guy that's a lawyer that become president, he doesn't know anything about the engineering world. Doesn't know anything about the You know, so when he's trying to govern a country, he doesn't know nothing about every sector. You have to go and
Let's
you
even
have to
forget
wait
that
for
they
people
didn't
in the
know.
professional
Most
in
of
that
them are
place
not
come and
even
tell you.
in love with the country. They are not in love with the country. Apart
No,
from
let me
them
tell you
don't
what
know
they
what
do.
they got to do. They are not. They are not in love with the country.
Let me tell you what goes on in these advanced countries, right? Group of white men, they are good in something. They created a sector, a whole sector, and they run it. They are called corporations. You understand? So when government come in, government now go to them like, okay, how can we partner with your corporation to grow our economy? How can we partner with your companies to grow our economy? Even let me give you an example. There's a company called Lucky Martin. Those guys, good white men, they're just very good in knowing how to make. They're very good at physics and engineering, so you know how to make weapons. And the U.S. government approaching like, okay, how can we partner with you to help us with building weapons for our country, for our military? And they are the one building weapons. So a politician doesn't know anything about weapon building. So what I'm saying is, why can't brilliant Nigerians figure out to solve problems, and then you work it and then help politicians to solve this country's problem? Because a politician, there's no politician. Politicians are not smart people. They're not people with brain to build anything. They're just there to make policies, and they can only work with what they have. That means they can only work with the population, what the population can offer. And sometimes I feel very shameful where our government sometimes they want to build something and they can't find Nigerians that can do it. They have to go and hire Chinese or or white man, Julius Berger. I'm like, how come all these Nigerian professors, university, and all these engineers, they can't figure out how to build world-class infrastructure and present it to plan to the government and partner and build it for themselves? Why do we have to go and hire Chinese civil engineers and Julius Berger? Because no Nigerians don't. I mean, it's a disgraceful. We all have to be ashamed now. We all together. We don't be just look at ourselves like, what the heck? Even me, I wake up every day. I'm like, how come I can't go to Nigeria and just establish something that's not been done, that's already been done in other society? Go and set it up. That's where I hold myself accountable. I'm part of the problem because I should be able to do something that's already been done in other countries that doesn't exist in Nigeria. So if our government wants to provide that thing now, who do they look to? There's no one in Nigeria that can do it. So they just eat the money. Or you have to look into abroad. Oh, which company does it? Oh, you have to now invite foreign company to come and build everything. So we Nigerians ourselves, we have to start being creative and learning how to make things ourselves. Or just so it's everybody, man. So this idea of this crying about this president is my problem. I've been hearing this since I was a child, man. Do you Babangida left. Oh, Abacha left. And when that president moved on, no one talk about him again. The next president, Obasanjo, everybody's friend. I remember when I was there, everybody raised calls on Obasanjo every day. Obasanjo left. And Jonathan, useless man. Jonathan left. Buhari, we just wait for the next president. I'm like, dude, what the heck?
But Mike, do you know that some people, out of all those difficulties, they make it? They look in between the lines, their creative mind, and they will make it. And those who that okay, how can you tell you are having 10 children? That is the problem of the president. That is the problem of the governor.
Somebody
Nigerians,
says hungry and is blaming president. Are you kidding me? You're hungry. You don't want to go and plan food. So the president will come and feed you. Hey,
you wouldn't. You know what I learned in China? If they want to do something, government does not care whether human right or no human right. If tó bá gbẹ́nu sí ganu sí òun lọ sẹ́wọ̀n nìyẹn tètèwé ó tẹ̀lé pé president lórí ẹ̀ dàrú tọ́pẹ́ sọ pé ó ṣe kìíní kan. If they want to do something, they will do it by force and they will immediately. They will demolish houses like hell. Sometimes they compensate them. It might take some few years, but nobody will say, no, I'm taking it to court of law. Let's respect the rule of law. Nothing like that. Government is so powerful that they can do whatever they want. But in Nigeria, we follow the tenets of constitution. And if you want to do something in Nigeria, they will also say, if you are giving them palliative, at the end of the day, they will say, is that all the food we want to eat? No road, no this, no that. If you give them hospital, they will complain. It's not enough. It's not good enough. I've been to UCH Ibadan when my mother was ill. May her soul rest in perfect peace. They have every equipment. They cure her. I have a friend here. They want to do that introviral something. They went to Nigeria and do it. And now today they have a baby. They didn't do it here because it's so expensive. And sometimes you say your country is not doing so. Appreciate the little and let's work out together and make it better.
Remi, imagine a continent, a country, Nigeria, which is part of the continent of Africa, that has the most fertile soil on the planet, whereby food can grow year round, and not only grow year round, it grow fast. right? And we have grown men telling you that they are hungry. I can't imagine what white men would just be laughing in Europe like these Africans are monkeys. Like these people live on the God, nature has blessed you everything, and you are looking to a president telling you that you are hungry. Are you kidding me? You can't even nature already gave you everything. You are still a president. You
Do
need
you know
government.
that here,
A
Mike?
Chinese man went to Nigeria, and the guy grew like, you remember that story that Chinese man that grew like
Yeah, you
thousands
know,
of
Mike.
yams.
Here, by November to December, we have 6 weeks. We call it dark nights. As at 2 p.m., everything is dark. As at by 9 p.m., you are just seeing some sun is just continuing to come up, and still people still have to go to work. And in that time, it's also very cold. The weather can be an
During
average of
winter,
like
nothing growing now in Europe. You know those
yeah,
countries during winter, nothing
nothing
is
go.
growing.
We still have to go to work. There was a day I was stuck in snow. The snow depth is up above
Sorry,
my
Mike.
my
Sorry,
ankle.
Remi. Please,
Yeah,
it has been a very long time that I've heard from Baba Ajale Koko. Hope all is well with him.
it's well. They say it's tending to his personal business. That is why he's not coming. That's what the woman said. He's doing
Oh, all
well,
right,
you
all
know.
right.
No, you know,
All
sometimes,
right, all right.
you know, to be
Remy,
frank with you,
do you know when I
Folly,
lost respect
sorry,
for?
Mike,
Yeah,
Folly, you know, ìbò ìkòkò ṣe kékeré o, ẹni tó bá yọ̀lẹ̀ ọmọ ojú
this
ayé
one
là máa tókè.
where my work start. Oh, you know, man. Uh, in you know when I begin lose respect for Africans, Remy, in Zimbabwe, the white farmers there, these guys, they were farming the land and they were making money, tons of money, like from agriculture. And then the government of Zimbabwe took the land from those whites and gave it to the blacks. And the blacks couldn't figure out what to do. They couldn't figure out, they couldn't do anything with the land. I say, man, I think this is what our problem is. I'm like, you can't figure it out. I mean, come on, man. You can't figure out to, hey, Lord. Nigeria, I went to Nigeria and I was driving, like literally driving to pass when I was like left Lagos. I just look on the side of the highway. I just see land, green land. I did drive for miles. That land just stayed there. I say, man, I think Africa, for before British came, maybe agricultural of us they do. How do we now become people where they're hungry? This land there now, God don't put that there now. It's God have given you everything you need in that continent. All people just have to do is think and just think about solving your own problem. Don't sit around waiting for someone to come and solve problem. This sense of entitlement. You're telling the president you're hungry. Really? So the president should come and put food in this plant, grow food for you and feed you. Come on now, Abba. Choma, are you asleep? You're about to bounce, man. Choma, this one.
Okay, so
Remy,
everybody's very balanced. Okay.
yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Bye bye.
Moderator, where are you now? There's small time you will say, I'm the moderator, I'm the moderator. They are calling you now. Is policy there? Okay, now.